Hello and welcome into the stream for everybody joining us on YouTube, and for those of you who have already tuned in on TikTok, thank you for being here today. If you've never joined one of my streams before, we debate Trump supporters. We try to get them from the wrong side of history to the right side of history. The right side of history not being on the right, because right now the right is propping up an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon that is destroying this country. And we already have our very first Trump supporter of the afternoon here tuned into the live. We get the MAGA supporters connected through TikTok's multi-guest feature. So if you are MAGA, if you are in that right, head over to TikTok, hop in that queue, just make sure that you're an American adult that supports Trump. Now, one other thing that I will say here, if you are watching on YouTube, guys, make sure to drop a sub, drop a like on the stream as well. That really helps it shoot out to even more people. But without further ado, I'm going to stop wasting your time and we're going to hop into that first debate. So Brandon is our first Trump supporter of the afternoon. Their bio says, true patriot, MAGA, American flag emoji, American flag emoji, American flag emoji. So let's go ahead and talk to this true patriot. Quite frankly, do you mind if I ask you a question first?
Sure.
Okay, so your bio says that you're a true patriot. My first question of the day will be, do true patriots, care about core American values like the Constitution?
I would think so, yes.
And because true patriots care about
America.
core American values like the Constitution, does this mean that you would never support somebody as president that does not like the Constitution, does not care about the Constitution, and is a threat to it, has launched multiple attacks on it?
I believe, we need to follow the Constitution's there for a reason. We need to follow it.
Yeah, but if we have a president that's anti-Constitution, purports a threat to it, maybe has called for its termination, would you ever support them a day in your life considering the fact that you were self-identified as a quote-unquote true patriot?
Yes.
You would never support them?
No, I would support them.
Okay, so how could a true patriot support somebody that's a threat to the one core American value that you care about the most?
I honestly don't see him as a threat.
Well, we're not really talking about Trump. I'm just talking about a hypothetical president. Like if maybe if a Democrat ran for office and they called for the termination, they tried to infringe on many of its amendments, would you as a true patriot ever support them?
No.
Okay, all right. So Donald Trump has done everything I said. He's called for the termination of the Constitution. He did this in December of 2022. He said, that what happened in 2020 would allow for the termination of all the rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. And in the last 11 months, he's launched an attack on the Constitution, most notably on day 100. He had a sit-down interview with ABC where he told him he doesn't even know if he has to hold by the Constitution. He's attacked the 14th Amendment by trying to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants. He's attacked the First Amendment by saying that it's illegal to criticize him in the media, trying to ban the burning of the American flag. He's attacked the Second Amendment, the 10th, the 22nd Amendment. He's done a lot. So therefore, you don't support Trump as president anymore, right? And I've successfully changed your mind in under 5 minutes. Brandon, where'd you go? We hear the background noise, Brandon. Brandon. We hear you on your phone, Brandon. Oh God. Did we silence Brandon? We might have silenced Brandon. Brother, we could hear you right now. We could hear you like carrying your phone down a flight of stairs. He just left the app and then he went back to it? What's going on? I think he's leaving? I think he got stunned. I think he got stunned. Nothing to say. Wow, that was a really quick debate. Holy cow, I'm sorry, okay? I wish that, maybe the debates would last a little bit longer than 3 minutes tops. Maybe. We need to go a little bit easier on these people so, they last longer with me than they did their ex-wives, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Yep, Brandon just officially left. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, Justin, since Brandon only lasted 3 minutes. What's going on, Justin? Do you support Trump?
Love you, Dean.
Hey, man. Love you too, Justin. We are just looking for MAGA supporters, though. If you're like Justin and you're in that queue to come up here and show some support, do know that I love you, but simultaneously, please do leave the guest request so we can keep this live to debates with MAGA Americans. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. Make sure if you're in that queue that you are a Trump supporter. Please, 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 please. We had our first Trump supporter of the day, Brandon, up here, but Brandon's already fucking gone, dude. Really, really fast. Hey, also, Amanda, thank you so much for the $5 over from PayPal. That is the first donation of the day, and you are right, Amanda. I love Mama. I don't know where she's at. She was just hanging out with us in here, but I think she hit the road. But thank you for the very first donation of the stream with the $5 on PayPal, Amanda. You are fucking awesome. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Nick loading up as we speak, guys. Hello, do you support Trump?
What's up, shit can?
Shit can. That's a new one. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I do.
Okay, and how old are you?
18, brother.
Were you born in, brother?
2007, April 29th.
All right, little bro, why do you support the worst president of your life?
Little bro.
Yeah, you heard me. Little bro.
Why's your teeth all crooked?
Because I need braces.
You should probably get them.
Yeah.
I think you make enough money off the live.
Why's your brain all crooked? I'd say we got bigger issues here. You're sitting over here telling me that you support the guy that refused to abide by a court order to feed 16 million starving Americans. I mean, I'd say that a crooked brain is a little bit more important for the dialogue that we have on these streams than crooked teeth.
I think you need a haircut.
Are you Christian?
Yep.
Didn't Jesus have long hair?
He could have long hair.
Yeah, I'm just the bracelets. What would Jesus do?
It doesn't suit you,
I'm just trying to be more godly.
I'm just saying it doesn't suit you.
Okay, well, I mean, good thing I don't value your opinion on the length of my hair. I actually value it around the same level as your political ones. They both hold the same amount of relevance towards the truth. Now, I do appreciate you for coming up here and being concerned about my teeth and my hair. I'm a little bit more concerned about your political opinion, so why do you support Trump as president?
Because he's just daddy.
He's daddy. Wow. Okay. So what
Daddy Trump.
What does that mean? What does that mean that he's quote unquote daddy?
He's just daddy.
Okay. What about him is quote unquote daddy?
He just is.
What about him is?
I mean, if you think about it.
I'm thinking. I mean, I don't think that you think.
He's basically just him.
Yo, Trump or Jesus? Who you got?
Dude, in a boxing match?
No. Just who you got? Who do you love more? Do you love Trump more or Jesus? So you love Jesus more than Trump? Do you think that Trump is a good Christian?
But Trump's still daddy.
So is your daddy a good Christian?
Probably sometimes.
Was he a good Christian when he raped E. Jean Carroll or refused to feed 16 million starving American children?
Well, you see, everybody sins.
So have you raped a woman?
No.
Okay. So I just thought you said that everybody sins in response to me bringing up the fact that he's a rapist.
Whoa.
Because you said that sometimes he's a good Christian and he's daddy. So it seems like your daddy is a anti-Christian rapist. I mean, that just sounds like maybe somebody that you wouldn't want to be your daddy.
Dean, are you okay? You seem kind of sad.
I'm not too sad. No, I'm doing all right. I'm just trying to debate, and it sounds like you're not really here for it. Small brain, I get it.
All right, Dean. I'll catch you, buddy.
Okay, and the second guess lasted 4 minutes. Go ahead and run, Nick. So the first guess of the day lasted 3 minutes. The second guess of the day lasted 4 minutes. Let's see if we could get somebody to last 10. That's where I'm trying to get. What's going on, Darlington? Do you support Trump?
Oh, I did not mean to join this.
No worries. What's going on, Claire? Do you support Trump? Claire, are you with us? Claire's not here. Moving on to the next guest, Insidious Axe. Here we go, everyone. We're still looking for that next Trump supporter, guys. What's going on, Insidious Axe? Do you support Trump? Insidious Axe, you have around 5 seconds here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Hello, Egotistical. Are you MAGA?
Hello.
No.
Okay, then please stay out of the queue. Stay out of the queue unless you are a Trump supporter, everybody. We're going to move on to the next guest, Hector, right now, folks. For the very first 6.6 thousand people who've joined us on TikTok, thank you guys for being here. What's up, Hector? Do you support Trump? And Hector automatically left. Here we go. Moving on. I mean, you guys already know the rules. I only repeat them around a billion times a day, but, still don't follow them nonetheless, which is pretty unfortunate. We got 3 people loading in. What's going on, Stacks? Are you MAGA?
Of course.
All right. How do you?
I'm 18.
I don't believe you. Ronald, do you support Trump?
Would you rather be MAGA or a neolibertarian phalanx? You have to pick one, or else an asteroid will hit Earth and everybody will die.
I don't know how you keep on getting back up in here. That guy is able to get up here sometimes 4 or 5 times a day. Insane. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
My friends make fun of me for being liberal. What do I do?
You make fun of them for not being liberal. Moving on to the next guest, we got Real CR loading up into the box right now, guys. Still looking for that next guest. Doesn't really seem like too many people want to chat today, which is a little bit unfortunate. What's going on, Real CR? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18. What year were you born in?
19. 2006.
2006. Have I debated you before?
No. You haven't.
Okay. So why do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
Well, it's mainly because of the walls he built. So the immigrants couldn't.
The walls. Okay. So the 30 miles of wall at the southern border is what makes him a good president.
I think it's a good thing that he kept the immigrants out.
I just want to clarify. He only built around 30 miles of that big Trump wall. So he said that he was going to build a full wall between America and Mexico, the whole border, and then stick the bill to Mexico.
Yeah, I don't know why
he built less than 30 miles and then stuck the bill to misappropriated funds from the DOD. Not only was that a failure to achieve the goal that he set out to, but I honestly don't think that 30 miles of wall is going to do too much.
Well, yeah, I don't know why he stopped, but he had a good idea. I think he's enough.
Okay, so you're saying that you support Trump as president today because you think that he had a good idea that he failed to achieve 8 years ago.
Well, he has other great ideas, I think.
Other ones too. Real quick, what time is it?
For me?
Yeah, for you.
Oh, it's 3.
Yeah, 3. What? 3:43. What state are you in?
Does it?
Yeah, it matters. It really does.
Does it matter?
It does. Yeah. What state are you in?
I don't want people coming after me. I feel like I'm in danger, so I don't.
Well, you know that there's 50 states for 340 million people. I think if you share your state, you'll be fine. So, what state are you in?
Georgia.
Whoa! Wow, dude! Wow. What are 3 cities in Georgia?
I don't really have the education. I didn't go to school.
Right, but thank you for the motorcycle. I got to give it to him because it actually is 343 in Georgia. So I mean, he was able to make 2 really good guesses there. Good for him. Good for him. I mean, still not in America. So we're gonna move on to the next guest. What's up? Do you support Trump, Smar?
That's the miss.
Okay, Samar's not here. Moving on to the next guest. We got Oliver loading up. Looking at Oliver's name and profile picture, I feel like he's maybe 14. So we got to clarify that he's an adult. First things first. Oliver, how old are you? Yeah, and Oliver automatically left. Definitely a 14-year-old. Moving on to the next guest right now, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please follow my rules. Do not break them. So hopefully we can have some good faith debates with individuals that politically disagree with me on this live. I'd really appreciate it if that's something that you could all do for me. What's going on? What's going on, P? Do you support Trump?
Pukats.
Yeah, Pukats. Do you support Trump?
What's up, Dean?
What's going on, Tiger? Give me a second. Pukats, I'm going to give you around 5 seconds to answer.
Hello?
Okay, Pukats just didn't answer. Tiger, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Nick, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you guys? Both of you.
19.
19? What about you, Nick?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year were you guys born in?
2006, November 19th.
I'm 2007.
Okay. All right, you two. Okay, all right. We'll do a little bit of a 1v2. Okay, I got this. Do you guys think that we should make it more fair for your side and maybe get another Trump supporter up here? Do a 1v3?
Yeah, do 1v3.
1v3. Okay, all right. Let me know down below in that comment section if you want to come up here and be the the third man on this panel to help to defend the Trump side. Moving on to the next guest. Well, I guess not moving on, just getting someone else up here. We'll get Kylie. We'll see if Kylie wants to come up and hop on board with them. What's going on, Kylie? Do you support Trump? Kylie, hello? Kylie's not here. What's up, Gavin? Do you support Trump?
We are
Okay, you guys may be out of luck here. I'll try one more person. You know, the trolls are just a little outrageous today, so it may be hard to find a third Trump supporter.
Yeah, that was a little crazy.
Oh, Nick, you're 15, buddy. What are you doing?
Does it say I'm 15?
Yeah, it does.
That's crazy.
Hey, I don't support Trump.
Okay, it actually didn't say that he was 15, but his reaction to that kind of sold him out. So, Tiger, I know that we said we are going to do a 1v3. Now it's just a 1v1. So it looks like you're out of luck today, buddy. Why the hell do you support this tyrant?
So, feel like support the military, just gives them a big budget. I kind of like that,
If you support the military, then you shouldn't support Trump, considering the fact that he's perpetually broken the oath that every member of our military took when joining the military. They took an oath to defend the Constitution from enemies, foreign and domestic. Donald Trump is a domestic enemy to the Constitution because he's infringed on it 5 times in the last 10 months, called for its termination, and told an ABC News reporter that he doesn't know if he even has to hold to it. So, yeah.
Hey, listen. Shut the fuck up, all right?
Wow,
I'll
you
smack
sound-
the fuck out of you.
You sound very mad,
Shut your
little
fucking
bro.
mouth.
Yeah,
Shut your mouth, you motherfucker.
the
you
anger-
little fucking bitch.
The anger comes out when you get proved wrong. I know. I'd recommend going to therapy, Tyler. Sorry, not Tyler, Tiger. You have a good rest of your day. Okay, so he was the third Trump supporter of the day. He only lasted one statement. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. He only lasted one fucking statement, dude. Wow. Ah, unbelievable. Hello, do you support Trump, Cameron?
Hey, yes, sir, Dean, I do. Hello again, by the way.
Hello. Have we talked already?
Not today. It was many, many weeks ago.
Okay, Cameron, just because we've talked already, feel free to hop back in that queue. I want to try to find somebody else first. Ryan?
What's up, Dean?
We really need to work on something today.
Oh man, this is gonna be fun.
Can we work on a couple
Hey,
things?
Dean,
No,
let me
please,
ask you
please don't violate TOS. Just
Dean,
before you even talk, I
don't
need
do
to be
this,
able to talk.
Dean.
I got to just set ground rules,
Don't
Ryan.
do this, Dean.
Let's go over the ground rules before we hop into the debate. Can you promise me that you will not violate TikTok's terms of service?
Yeah, I'm gonna try my best, buddy. I don't
Okay.
do this all day like you, clown.
Okay, remember last time you came up here 4 times in one day, and every single time out of the 4 times that you came up here, you violated TOS?
The Somalians in Minnesota.
Before we talk about the Somali individuals in
Dean, how do
Minnesota,
you feel about the fraud going on in Minnesota?
before we talk about the Somali individuals in Minnesota, can we go over what the TikTok terms of service even are?
Sure, man. I already know what they are, dude. What?
Okay, I don't think that you do. The reason why I don't think that you know the TikTok terms of service is because last time you were up here, you violated them 4 times, right, in less than 2 hours. I had to ban you and remove you from the live on 4 different occasions.
Dean, check out the videos. I clipped you, buddy. Check out the videos on my page.
Yeah, okay, let's check them out.
Go to them, buddy. Remember when you were wearing the Affliction shirt and you were like, "Oh, Affliction's still tough, buddy."
As soon as I get off this.
Yeah, 2003, guy.
I'm gonna automatically remove you.
Nah, dude. Listen. Hey, hold on, Dean. I hear you, bro. I hear you. I'm gonna try to. I don't do this a lot, okay? But the reason why I'm doing it is because how old are you, Dean? You're 20, 22, 23?
Is this supposed to be a clip?
No, keep playing it. Keep playing it, Dean.
You were in your dad's ballsack when I was deployed to Iraq in 2005.
Yeah.
So it's very disheartening being 40 years old and watching a 20-year-old try to tell me how to live my fucking life, bro.
So the clip is just you voicing your frustrations?
So Dean, there's a couple clips on there.
The clip is just like you complaining to me like I'm your therapist?
Dean. Hey, Dean, let's move on, buddy. Hey, how do you feel about the Somalian fraud going on right now in Minnesota?
Can you tell me a little bit about it?
I mean, they're discovering over $1 billion in fraud, dude. I mean, $250 million for childcare, and where did it all go?
Wait, do you mind if I
Where'd all the money go, Dean?
I actually want to ask you a question about your side of the aisle real quick. How do you feel about everybody that agrees with you politically novelizing and downplaying the rape of children in the chat?
Here he goes, reading his little DNC talking points.
No, this isn't a DNC talking point. I mean, like all like the MAGA
Let's
supporters
talk
in the
about
chat.
what's going on right now, Dean.
All the MAGA supporters in the chat are saying, quote unquote, this streamer. Okay, Ryan. All of everybody on your side of the aisle in the chat saying that, quote unquote, this streamer raped a 5-year-old behind Arby's, right? So how do you feel about all the people on the right, novelizing child rape, right? You understand that basically tells us all that they don't care about child grape, that they don't think that child grape is that serious, that they think child grape is a joke. So why do you find yourself aligning politically with the people that think child grape is a joke? Do you agree with them? Do you also think that child grape is a joke?
No one's talking about grape, Dean.
Look at the chat.
No one's talking about grape, dude. Everybody will agree that's bad, dude. Stop talking about
look,
that shit.
Look at the chat right now. Like everybody on your side of the aisle has like started a copy pasta saying that child grape is a joke.
Bro, because first of all, Dean, check this out, dude. Your little donations you scream off, they're fucking fake anyways, bro.
Oh my God.
We already looked at
This
your
guy's a
Venmo
bot.
account, your PayPal account. You're just a fucking liar, buddy.
Speaking of the donations, Rosalie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says you're awesome. I love you. I love you too, Rosalie. Thank you so much. Cassie, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you, Rosalie and Cassie. Thank you so much. Kylie, thank you for the
You
$15.
sit at home all day and you fucking do nothing, bro. You're just a bum loser,
You
buddy.
said that the donations are fake? Then how do you
You're
explain
just
that?
a bum loser, buddy.
Can you read that?
Yeah, because you and Parker toss them back and forth to each other after you're done butt fucking each other.
What?
You and your boyfriend Parker, guy.
What?
And Beavis and Butthead Brothers.
Wait. So you think that me and Parker have sex, and then he sends me a bunch of different donations from different fake names?
And act like you're some big. Thank you for the $50, Stacy. Motherfucker. No one's donating to you, Dean.
Oh, yes, they are. Yes, they are. Shane, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal saying that you rock. Ralph, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. 1 second, I'm thanking my donors. Ralph, seriously, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Ralph didn't attach a message to the love, just sent the love. Thank you so much, Ralph. Joe, thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Joe W's. And then Justin, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Ralph. Thank you, everyone.
Dean, you're against government fraud, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you feel about the Minnesota fraud going on right now? Over $1 billion.
Oh my God! Look at your phone screen.
Over $1 billion.
Look at your phone screen right now, Ryan.
Over $1 billion, dude.
Ryan, look at your phone screen.
We're good, man. Continue the conversation.
What does it say on your phone screen right now?
See, here's the thing, Dean.
What does it say on your phone screen?
Dean,
It says that you got banned. Yes, that's what it says, Ryan. Ryan, I told you. You need to be able to follow TikTok's terms of service if you want to be able to come up here and have a conversation with me. Okay? All right? By the way, people on the right, MAGA thinks that child grape is a joke. My evidence is that all the Trump supporters in the chat right now are making jokes about child grape. So, I think that this just proves that you really shouldn't align with the right. You really shouldn't consider yourself MAGA. And if you are MAGA and you're looking at and you're watching this live right now, take a look at the chat because MAGA thinks that child grape is a joke. All the MAGA people in my chat do not care about sexual violence directed towards women. All of the MAGA people in my chat think that it's funny when 5-year-old girls get violated because they're all making jokes about it right now in that live chat. So, ask yourself, do you align politically with people that think it's funny when 5-year-old girls get raped? And if your answer to the question is no, if your answer to the question is I do not align with people that think it's funny when 5-year-olds get raped, then you don't align with MAGA. You don't align with MAGA. But we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest right now, everybody. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Hello, do you support Trump?
Charlie Kirky.
I just popped a perky. I like that one. That one's pretty funny. Okay, moving on to the next guest here, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, y'all. We're going to go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Just make sure that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Here we go, everyone. Hello, do you support Trump, Evan? Okay, Evan just sounds like he's listening to music as well. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. We got Raven connecting to the stream, guys. Please only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump. Okay, guys, please stop spamming that in the chat, okay? Now, you guys, please stop that. I mean, I appreciate the effort. I want to make it clear. I appreciate the effort, you guys. I genuinely do. I appreciate the effort. But we could stop with that now. I do appreciate the effort though, from maybe about around 50% of you guys. We're gonna go and move on to the next guest right now, y'all. Everyone, do just kind of give us a minute to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, everyone. Do be patient while we're getting the next guest connected into the stream, y'all. Just make sure that we're MAGA if you are trying to join. Rosalie, appreciate you for the $5 over on YouTube. Who says another quote-unquote fake donation. Love you. I love you too. Thank you for the $5. What's going on, man? Do you support Trump?
Sure.
Okay, how
so,
are you?
18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2007.
And you said sure. Okay, so why are you MAGA?
So I just want to know, like, both sides, like, how do you feel that they're controlled by Jews?
I would not argue that anybody is controlled by Jews, okay, or all Jewish individuals. I think that that's anti-Semitic. I think that you could say that the state
Okay,
of
but
Israel has a lot of influence over America. I think that you could say that the state of Israel has a lot of influence over our politicians. You could even go as far as to say that there's a lot of politicians that are straight up shills for the state of Israel. But the state of Israel is not identical to all Jewish individuals. There's many Jewish individuals who do not support the state of Israel. There's many individuals who do not support the Israeli influence over American politicians. Therefore, it's unfair to say that they're all controlled by Jewish individuals.
right, but everyone in our top government is basically Jewish. So I
Donald
mean,
Trump, the president of the United States of America, is not Jewish.
right, but but all his fellow politicians are Jewish.
Who?
I mean, I'm not gonna name names, but you know.
I would like to. I'd like to know. Like thinking about like individuals in our government that are like Jewish. I can't really think of many. Can you?
No, not really. But what about
Yeah, there you go.
what about the left side though?
Okay, so
I
when
don't-
you lose the
I
debate,
mean-
you just go, "What about the left?" That's kind of lame.
No. Well, I don't really support either side. That's the problem. I'm trying to get your point in, like.
Well, we're up here to talk to individuals who do support the right. We're up here to talk to individuals that do support Trump as president. So for that reason, we're going to move on to the next guest. Zach, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you. Zach with the $20 says, I love you, Dean, but joking about something doesn't mean that you condone it. I joke about my dad passing, but it's how I grieve. It doesn't mean that I'm happy about it. So I'm confused on what that's in response to. Because I think that, like when everybody in the TikTok chat was joking about child rape, I think that this means that you'd be okay with that violence. I don't really think that there's like an acceptable way to joke about child rape, if that makes any sense. I think that there's like an acceptable way to joke about your dad dying, right? Because we could like understand how that's like a really easy way to, that can be a way to like grieve with it. But I don't think that we could understand any acceptable way to like joke about a 5-year-old girl being raped, for instance. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do to a certain degree.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm not MAGA. I'm 21.
Okay, so what do you mean you're not MAGA if you support Trump?
I think he is a good president for right now because he is undoing a lot of the systemic politica that we have going on, even if it's not beneficial.
I'm confused. What
To
is
the
Trump
American
undoing that
people.
makes you support him as Trump?
He's undoing a lot of the indoctrination that we believe that the American government is serving our needs, and a lot of people are realizing through his presidency that we are fucked politically.
So you support Trump as president because he's a bad president, and people are realizing that he's a bad president. That doesn't make much sense.
I would rather have him president than Joe Biden.
You'd rather have a
because
bad president than a good president? Is that what you're arguing?
Joe Biden is also not a good president. I don't think Donald Trump is a good president either.
So you'd rather have... So do you think that Joe Biden is a better president than Trump?
Yes, I do.
And you'd rather have the worst of the two options?
I think after a Trump presidency, we would not.
So why should we
as an
why should we
American
vote
people-
for like the worst of two evils?
I didn't say we should vote for him. I'm saying having him as president right now is better for us than having Joe Biden.
Even though it's better to have the president that's worse.
It is not better to have the president that's worse.
But you
It
just said
is
that
right
Trump was
now
the worst of the
because
two options.
He is the worst of the two options. I'm saying that in order to repair
So
the
therefore,
politics that we
from
have-
your perspective, you think it's better to have the president that's worse.
Okay, I'm not interested in playing the word game. I'm
This
trying
isn't
to
a word
let you
game.
know
This is
that-
just the conclusion of your position. You're telling us that Donald Trump was the worst of the two options last November. Right? It wasn't even Joe Biden, it was Kamala Harris, but anyways. And then now you're defending that you'd rather have him as president compared to the alternative. Thereby, the conclusion of your position here is to argue that you think it's better to have the president that's a worse option out of the two.
I see what you're saying. I'm going to reframe my point, and I'm going to say that no, I do not believe that. I just think that having him as president right now is good.
Okay,
in a way that is helping a lot
then
of
you don't
American
think
people
that Kamala
realize.
Harris or Joe Biden was worse than Trump? You think that they were worse than
No,
Trump?
I do not. No, not at all.
Okay,
Not
so
at all.
was Kamala
Donald Trump is the worst president we've had.
Okay, so Kamala Harris would have been a better president than Trump.
100%, yes.
If Kamala Harris would have been a better president than Trump, then what do you even mean when you're arguing that Donald Trump is a better president than Kamala Harris? Like, that's just a direct contradiction.
What I'm saying
You're saying in
is
one breath that
what we
Kamala
would've-
Harris would have been
what we
better,
would've-
then you're saying in the other breath that Donald Trump is better.
What we would have seen from a Kamala Harris presidency is exactly what we are seeing from a Donald Trump presidency in a certain degree, in terms of a lot of politics that.
Okay, well, I mean,
their
that's
donors
just
share.
wrong.
People
So
do.
see, that's just like unequivocally incorrect. So if Kamala Harris wasn't president, she would have refused to feed 16 million starving American children. If Kamala Harris was president, 66 million American women and girls wouldn't have their human rights infringed on. They would have access to healthcare today. If Kamala Harris was president, we wouldn't have saw the big beautiful bill pass, causing the largest redistribution of wealth from the low and middle class to the top class. Instead, we would have saw tax cuts for 130 million American workers in the low and the middle class. So we wouldn't have seen the same outcomes. That's just insane. You know, we wouldn't have seen ICE like kidnapping naked children, throwing them in the backs of vans with masks on, failing to identify themselves. And we wouldn't have heard the president saying that they're not going far enough.
I agree with you on all of these
Yeah,
positions.
thank you so much for the
biggest thing
motorcycles. I
I'm-
appreciate you so much for the love.
What I am contesting is that the American people, as a common stance, would not agree that our political system is aggressively. It is a.
Thank you so much, Kat. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Kat. Seriously. Kat, you always come in here to go fucking crazy. I love you. Thank you so much, Kat. So this guy went on pause. Okay, anyways, I mean, now it's like a natural break for me to like respond to what he's saying here. Unless he's just leaving, because it sounds like what he's saying is that naked children need to be kidnapped by ICE so people know how bad ICE really is. Cats, thank you for all the motorcycles. Is that what you're arguing? Okay, we may never know, because it seems like he's leaving. Yeah, he left.
Why'd you block me? You blocked me on my other account. Why'd you block me, bro? I love you, bro. Why'd you block me?
If you were blocked, you likely deserved it. Sorry to hear that, though. What's going on, Killer Wolf? Do you support Trump? Killer Wolf?
Hi. Yeah, sorry. Yes, I do.
Okay, you're a big MAGA guy?
Of course.
Okay. What's going on?
I've been supporting him since 2016.
What's going on, Debate God? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. And I'm actually from Denver. Why don't you believe me, bro? I'm actually from Denver.
Oh, because when I asked you what something big that happened in Denver last week,
You're
you
acting
said that
like
you
snow is
gooned.
this magical thing. You're acting like snow is this magical thing that I've never seen before.
So the reason why that was a big thing for Denver last week is because it was the first snow of the season. It's the latest that snow's ever started. But instead you just said that you gooned, so I don't believe you. Killer Wolf, I'll go ahead and let you take it away. So why do you support Trump as president?
All right, but first I have two questions, if that's all right. So, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, so first, before we get into the debate, just like, where do you find your sources? I'm really curious because when I do my research, I like waste a lot of time.
Can I be honest?
Because it's hard to find good sources.
Can I be honest? So where I get my news, I look between AP and Reuters, and I generally use AP and Reuters to fact check reporting from independent journalists. Now, why do you support Trump as president? Okay, it's just been 36 minutes. We haven't really gotten a debate yet. Just why do you support Trump as president?
Yeah. Sorry. Mostly immigration, but also because of Charlie Kirk. And you know what happened to Charlie Kirk?
Is something that Donald Trump what?
It's going to happen to you. It's just a matter of time. And I think I'm dead serious, brother. I am dead serious.
Do you want it to happen?
Why are you laughing?
Do you want it to happen to me?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
But I mean, I'd rather it happen to you than to Charlie Kirk, which it already happened to him. So like, might as well.
Dude, might as well make it happen to me.
Yeah, I guess.
So just
I
to
know
make
it sounds bad.
So just to make it clear, like you are calling for my execution.
Well, when you put it that way, sure.
Okay. All right. So the right is very politically violent. The right wants Democrats to die. People on the right like to call for their execution. You're not alone in this. I believe that this mindset is inspired by Trump. I mean, it's not even 2 weeks ago that we saw Donald Trump go on Truth Social and call for the execution of 7 Democrats in Congress, saying that they should be hung. And now we have the supporters of Trump, loyalists, that have been supporting him since 2016, joining the stream, saying that I need to be publicly executed as well. This is why I think that the violence we see in this country, driven by politics, is disproportionately caused by individuals on the right, as it is backed by systemic power, including the office of the presidency. I don't think that you'd be saying this to me if Donald Trump didn't call for the execution of 7 Democrats a couple weeks ago. But now that he did it, you know that you're allowed to as well. And yeah, I mean, I think that this is one of the many reasons why people shouldn't support Trump as president.
Sure. But like Trump, to me, he's kind of a leftist, honestly. And also, Nick Fuentes.
Oh, it was a Nick Fuentes supporter. I'll make sure to let him know. Okay. We're going to move on to the next guest here, guys. But I mean, just something to keep in mind there. Just something to keep in mind there. People on the right are very violent, y'all. Be careful out there if you're on the left and you're outspoken about your beliefs, because next thing you know, you're going to, get a plethora of death threats in the DMs. You're going to have people like that. But we're going to move on to the next guest. I'm kind of unfazed by what he said, just because I hear it every day. You guys should see my DMs. They're pretty similar to what he just had to say on live. But definitely a little bit more crazy of him to say it publicly in front of, 14,000 people than it is to say it privately in a DM, right? We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up here right now. Ryan, I'll let you back up. I just think that you need a little bit longer of a timeout for TikTok TOS to kind of expire. Moving on to the next guest right now. What's going on Twitch? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, you're obviously a kid. Let's see if Ryan's live violation has expired yet. Everyone, give us a minute. Let's see if Ryan's live violation has expired yet. We're gonna go to get him up here. Let's see if I get a warning. Okay, Ryan. Wow, you actually didn't get me a warning this time.
Yeah, because you keep kicking me, man. You're scared, Dean.
Okay, Ryan. Could I
So
tell you
scared,
why I
bro.
keep on removing you? This is going to be very important.
You're so scared, Dean.
The reason why I've removed you for my stream now a total of 5 times is because every time you come up here, you end up like violating.
Because you drink soy milk and you don't have thick skin, guys.
It's because every time you come up here, you end up violating TikTok's terms of service. And then TikTok gives me a flag saying if you don't remove Ryan, then your live stream will be taken down. And I want to talk to you, but I do. I want to talk to you, but you got to keep the insults to a minimum. If you keep the insults to a minimum, then I won't have to kick you. If you keep the insults to the minimum, then TikTok won't restrict you.
You just had some thick skin and your feelings weren't hurt all the time, you'd be able to have a conversation, buddy.
It's not a question about how thick my skin is.
But
It's a question about what
you don't have any experience, dude.
One
You
moment.
say you sold dog treats or some shit. You ran a marketing company.
Ryan, it's not a question about how thick my skin is. It's a question about what the TikTok rules in terms of service are. Do you understand the difference?
Okay, so let's try to have a conversation about Minnesota, Dean.
Okay,
I'll try to keep it PG for you, guy. Okay.
just keep it
I
PG.
know you can't get to the rated R yet. You're not rated R yet. You're PG.
That's TikTok.
Okay.
TikTok is PG, especially for the last terms of service.
Dean, you just hit puberty, man. You don't even have any fucking facial hair, buddy.
Well, I do. I just happen to shave
are
it,
you,
Ryan.
guy? Who the hell are
Do you know that a razor takes hair off of your face? That's what I do every morning.
I mean, you shave like once a year?
No, I shave every morning.
Okay, Dean, I'll try to keep it PG.
And also, I just want to point it out. I'm Augie. My
Dean.
biceps are bigger. My brain is better.
Hey, Dean.
So keep it to a minimum.
Your biceps are definitely not bigger, buddy.
Definitely
I'll
are. Definitely
I'll
are.
bet everything on that, buddy.
I
But
mean,
hey,
you go broke real
let's
quick.
talk
You
about
go broke so
Minnesota
quick.
and Somalia. Let's talk about Minnesota and Somalia, the fraud going on. Yeah, hit your vape pen, get your Addy in.
Dude, those things get you restricted. What you just said.
I'm talking about addition.
What you just said will inevitably get you a TikTok restriction, Ryan.
Dean, give me your thoughts on it, man. Minnesota and Somalia fraud right.
No, you get to go on a timeout now because you broke TikTok terms of service again. You don't get it. Okay, I'm going to talk directly to Ryan right now. Ryan, hop back in the queue. Hop back in the queue. I'm not going to bring you up until I'm done talking and describing to you precisely what the TikTok terms of service are, okay? Because whenever you break the TOS, I have to remove you or else I get the violation, okay? You could come up here, break to us all you want. If I don't remove you, then my life gets taken down. So I got to remove you. Okay? I got to remove you. I got to do it for the safety and the well-being of the live. Now, here are the common violations that guests on my live will commit that will lead to me automatically removing them. Okay? The first guideline would be bullying and harassment. Now, what TikTok considers to be bullying and harassment is not necessarily what I would consider to be bullying and harassment. I could take a little bit of shit, okay? But what they consider to be bullying and harassment are going to be saying words like IDIOT, BITCH, okay? Right? Targeted insults. I think that like WEAK is even considered as one of their flagged words. I don't know why, it just is, okay? So you got to be able to keep it real PG in that sense, where if you want to insult me, get like super creative so it's not like a word or a phrase that will be flagged by their terms of service and their guidelines. You know, get creative with it. You know, get real creative with it. You know, I don't think that you're gonna get a flag if you say I drink soy lattes. You know what I mean? So use like, you drink soy lattes as an insult, maybe. You know what I mean? Now, the second, kind of cluster of guideline violations that you're guilty of violating quite a bit would be their guidelines surrounding DRUGS. Okay, point blank period. I don't even know if you could say the word DRUG on TikTok, but you definitely can't not say the names of any DRUGS. Okay, you say VAPE, spell that out in your head. All of a sudden, that's the name of a DRUG, you're banned. You say ADDI, that's the name of a DRUG, you're banned. You say METH, that's the name of DRUG, you're banned. You say WEED, that's the name of a DRUG, you're banned, okay? And I'd say that those are the big two pillars of guideline violations that you got to watch out for, Ryan. Now, the third pillar of guideline violations that you may have to watch out for in the future would be misinformation. And the really big misinformation that TikTok takes down is going to be misinfo surrounding the 2020 election. I bet you could pick up what I'm putting down. And then misinfo surrounding vaccines, COVID, so on and so forth. Now, if you can abide by those rules and watch for those violations in the context of harassment and bullying, if you could abide by those rules and watch for the violations in the context of the names of DRUGS, and then the limit to misinformation that I just shared with you, I think we'll be good to go. Okay?
So sad, Dean, that this is reality, man, that you guys are so soft. These platforms are so soft, man.
I agree. I think that TikTok is way too soft when it comes to what they restrict.
I got a question for you, Dean. If I paid you $10,000 to come to Florida and debate me face to face, no phones, you don't bring your phone, I don't bring my phone, we debate face to face.
Can I bring a security guard?
Yeah, do what you got to do, man. Here's the reason why I want to. You put up 10 grand, I'll put up 10 grand. We'll let the people vote to see who won the debate. So whoever wins the debate, they get to donate it to charity or whatever.
Well, how about we just do that right now? How about we just do that right now with no mutes?
No, Dean, because it has to be rated R, bro. We can't be getting banned and shit. Okay. You can't run away. You just can't run away like you do and kick me.
Okay, how about this? Let's both put up the 10 bans. But if I have to kick you because you violate the terms of service, then you don't have to pay any money.
Dean,
how about if I have to kick you because you violate TOS, the deal's off and you're good?
No, man. I want to do face to face, man. I want to do face to face.
Okay.
Let's do a donation thing.
I don't know if we're going to be able to do that right now.
Put your money where your mouth is, man.
I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is, but just like seemingly like right now our only option would be to communicate over the internet.
Well, don't you run around to the campuses and shit? You've been to Florida before, haven't you?
I haven't been to Florida before. I've been to Texas
So let's
before.
plan something. So when are you coming next time?
Well, how about this? The next time I'm in your neck of the woods, I'd be down to debate you in person.
Tampa, Florida, man.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you know
but
where that's at.
I don't think I'm going to be in your neck of the woods for a while.
You can kick me because you can just kick me, Dean, when I'm cooking you, and you just go into donations. You start screaming about donations, man. When
Why
you
are
lose
you
the debate.
so mad about the donations?
Well, they're fake, man. You're just fake, Dean.
How do you know they're
are,
fake?
Man. I'm trying to be careful what I say here.
Thank you. How do you know that my donations are fake?
Dean, trust me, man. We looked into your Venmo and your PayPal account. Trust me, man. You're not making nothing, dude.
Well,
you just do that to deflect from the conversation.
Well, when
it's
you
a
look
deflection.
When you look on my Venmo account, you will only see the transactions that are public. But you understand that Venmo like automatically presets a transaction privacy.
Dean, what if
to
I told you I
friends.
had proof? Dean, what if I told you I had proof?
I wouldn't believe you and ask to see it.
Okay.
Can I see it?
Okay. Maybe I'll post it.
Oh my God, wait, I actually just got a crazy
there it
donation.
goes. Oh,
Kathy, thank you so much for the $100
Okay,
over on PayPal. Who says,
Dean.
sorry, I missed your live yesterday. No, Kathy, never apologize. Thank you for the $100. I hope that your day is going fantastic. Thank you for the $100, Kathy. Thank you so much. Let's get 1,000 Kathy W's down below in that chat. Let's also get 200 Erica W's for the $20 on PayPal. Who says,
Dean,
fake
let me
donation to
ask
my
you
favorite
this.
reptilian blood public educator. Thank you for the $20, Erica. And next...
Oh, looks like he's sucking something.
What even is that? I don't even know what that is. Cat,
$3,
Cat, thank you,
$3.
thank you so much for the cool ass, crazy fucking TikTok gift. I literally
Thanks
have
for the
no
$3.
clue what that is. Thank you so much for the gift, Cat. What's that?
Thanks for the $3.
Who are you thanking for $3?
Come on, Dean, let's debate, man. Stop talking about your stupid donations, guy. You
Oh my
always
God,
do
Joe!
that.
Thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you for the $100, Joe. Joe with the $100 says that this dude is fake, lol. Thank you so much for the $100, Joe and Karen. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. He says, here's another fake donation. Keep it up. Thank you, Joe and Karen. What is going on today? Thank you guys so much for the love. Then Paul, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Shane, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. He says, fuck MAGA. Jacob, it's Caesar. Oh my God. Caesar, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. Who says, take my fake money. Tell this guy's a loser. And Jacob, thank you for the $45 who just drops a smiley face. Let's get 500 Caesar W's, 1,000 Cat W's, 1,000 Kathy W's, 500 Jacob W's. Let's also get 500 Melody W's for the $25. Who says F Ryan, he's an immature ASSH.
Oh, man, this is so...
We're watching a goddamn movie! What the fuck is that? Did we just watch the new Spider-Man in IMAX? Why was that so visually stunning? Cat, thank you so much for all the love. Show some love to Cat! Oh my God! Thank you so much for the love, Cat.
Let me say one word, bro, please.
Shit!
It's so crazy watching you rage out over $3, bro.
Well, I didn't know that $100 was $3.
Hey, Dean, bro, we're gonna expose you. But hey, listen. So let's talk about Somalia and Minnesota and fraud. You're against fraud, right?
Fart, thank you for the Viking.
Okay, stop with the donations, bro. Let's talk. Okay, we're done with that. I'm
gonna try my best. Okay.
Dean, are you against fraud?
Yeah.
You're against fraud, right?
Yeah, but
Okay,
I'm against fraud, but you're not because you made the adjudicated fraudster president. I digress.
But you're the one that wants me. You want me to give more of my money to the government so you can pass it out to stupid social programs that end up being fraudulent.
Social programs. Which ones are fraudulent?
I mean, dude, look at these. It's let me pull it up for you. Hang on.
Okay, while you're pulling that up, I got a couple people to thank. Thank you so much for the $5 Hello Panda over on YouTube Super Chat saying here's a fake donation. Thank you for the $5 Charles for the fake donation. Thank you for the $5 User for the fake donation. Thank you for the $10 STH for the fake donation. Appreciate you guys so much for the love. And then Boudica, thank you for the $10 as well for the fake Super Chat. Thank you so much. Over on Venmo, thank you for the $25 Sophia. Thank you so much for the love, Sophia. Show some love to Sophia who says fuck MAGA.
Nonprofit, buddy. So Meals for Kids nonprofit, $250 million. How about the HSS, $105 million?
So you're naming nonprofits. So nonprofits are not government social programs. A government social program would be something like Medicaid, Medicare, Section 8. Well, so a lot of nonprofits will generate revenue through like grassroots donors.
Dean, are you serious, bro?
Yeah, it's just it's worth a point of clarification. Like government social programs are categorically different than private nonprofits. Government social programs would include things like food stamps, Section 8, Medicaid, Medicare.
Dean, where does Minnesota get the money from for these?
Okay, so I don't know. Are those nonprofits ran by the state?
I mean, bro, what do you think?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, what's the name of the first one that you shared? I could tell you. I could find it out online pretty easily. What's the name of the first nonprofit?
I mean, this is all over the news, dude. $250 million for federal child nutrition programs, meals for kids.
Okay.
They ended up not spending the money on that.
So what's the name of the nonprofit?
Federal child nutrition programs, meals for kids, nonprofit.
Federal child nutrition
and Dean,
program.
you understand that Minnesota's been getting so much money for how many years? 4 years, going on 4 years.
Are you talking about like the National School Lunch Program, like the school breakfast program, child and adult care food program? Are you talking about like the federal child nutrition programs run by the USDA?
Yeah, I'm talking about all of them, Dean, and how they're not using them. They're just taking the money and pocketing the money, Dean.
So
they're not using the money for the kids, bro. What do you not understand about that?
So the USDA literally can't do that. What can you give me any evidence that an employee of the USDA is like taking money out of the USDA and putting it in their own pocket?
They do like fake meal sites, and they claim, "Oh, we feel like we feeded 50,000 kids." 50,000 kids don't even live in the city, bro.
You understand?
It's all a lie.
You
man.
understand that right now the USDA is ran by Trump's administration. So are you saying that Trump's administration is culpable for fraud?
Hey, hold on, Dean. Who was in office 4 years ago, or for the last 4 years?
For the last 4 years before this year, it was Biden.
Okay, Trump's been in for 1 year, like 11 months. So was Minnesota not getting the money for the 4 years Biden was in?
So are you arguing that both Biden and Trump are culpable for fraud?
Dude, Trump is not sending Minnesota money, man. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about is Trump's
Biden's
USDA
term,
taking money out of the U.S.?
Minnesota was taking this money from the Biden administration and getting these grants and this money for these programs, and they were pocketing the money, guy. There's arrests already right now.
So how do you know that?
There's people being arrested in Minnesota right now.
Okay,
dude.
then good. That's great. If people are being
No, it's
arrested
not
for
good. They're
pocketing
Somalians, guy. They're fucking Somalians.
So first and foremost, So first and foremost, I don't think that the nationality of an individual guilty for committing fraud is going to be relevant, right? You know, like when Donald Trump was adjudicated to have raped Eugene Carroll, I bet your takeaway wasn't therefore all white men suck. So therefore, like if an individual that is a Somali is found guilty of like defrauding USDA, I don't know why your takeaway would be therefore all Somali individuals suck. This just sounds like a type of bigotry and or prejudice. Because if a Somali individual were to commit fraud, they're obviously not committing fraud because of what their nationality is, but rather they're committing fraud because they like probably lack necessary moral virtues to care about where that money would have gone otherwise. Right? Also, right, like, could you be specific? Like what individuals, right, are guilty of this fraud?
This is pretty specific. Most of the Somalians live in Minnesota, guy. That's where they all live. And we're finding out that Omar and Tim Waltz are all behind all this, man.
Wait,
what do you mean?
What are they
You're
behind?
not even just like, what do you watch all day, guy?
What are they behind, like specifically?
Funneling this money and not using it appropriately. They're not using the money for the programs that they're asking the government for help for.
Okay. Are the Somali individuals like in government positions?
Minnesota hosts the largest Somalia American population. You know that, right, Dean?
But like obviously, like most of the
And
Somali
over
Americans,
$1
like
billion
they're not.
fraud, right? They just only found $1 billion
Can
in
I
fraud.
talk? So like obviously, like the Somali like population in Minnesota, they're not going to be in like positions of power, like governmental positions to like pocket that money from the USDA. So like, who's committing the fraud? Like, what are their actual names?
They already are arresting them, Dean.
Who are they arresting specifically?
They've already arrested, actually, I think it was close to 100 to 300 people already so far.
Who are they arresting specifically, and what are they arresting them for?
They're Somalians.
Okay, what are they arresting them for?
Fraud, Dean.
What fraud
behind
specifically?
behind all these government programs that they were supposed to use the money for? Where do you think the money goes, Dean?
Can you give me like the name of like a handful of them? The names of a handful of them?
Dean, really?
Yeah.
Dude, hold on, Dean. Is this a red light for you when I say that Minnesota hosts the largest Somalia population? That should be like a red light going off on the top of your head.
Why?
Because Dean, listen, if they're here illegally and they're committing fraud, why the heck do you want them here?
So first and foremost, the Somali population in Minnesota is not here
Oh,
illegally.
here we go.
Okay, they're here.
Dean,
under...
I don't want anybody else here. Do you know in 1950, Dean, we were 90% white? What are we right now, Dean?
Oh my goodness.
Dean, what are we right now?
Oh wow.
Well, keep laughing, bud.
So
What are we, Dean?
I think that around 56% of America is white. So would you argue that America should be like a white country for white people?
In 70 years, we lose 40% of the population because we're letting people come in here unvetted?
But the thing is I don't really care, right?
There is no the thing, Dean.
Can I talk? I don't really care what the color of your skin is. I don't really care what the color of anybody's skin is. I don't really think that the color of our skin makes us better or worse. I don't think that race realism exists. I don't think that protecting or preserving the white race is important. I'm on board with multiracial, multicultural democracies. I think that that's important. I think that diversity is a strong suit. And I think that saying otherwise is not only racist. I think that saying otherwise not only harms individuals that don't have white skin, because now all of a sudden innocent men, innocent women, and innocent children are being targeted because of the melanin content in their skin. But it's also very counterintuitive and counterproductive for the flourishment of the United States of America, because instead of focusing on individual strengths, instead of focusing on individual skills, instead of focusing on individuals' education, saying that you should be hired for this job, you should be given this position, you should be allowed to come into this country because of what your skill set is and how it can make this country better. You're throwing that highlight away. You're saying we don't care what you're good at. We don't care what your skills are. We don't care what your education level is, because the color of your skin is not white, therefore you can't be here. This is only going to aid and abet in the destruction and the demise of the United States of America. This is only going to ensure that America is not as productive as it could be. America is not flourishing to the extent that it would if we weren't racist, so on and so forth. So now, please, you tell me, what is so important about your race? What is so important about preserving a majority white country? Tell me, why is that important?
We're not flourishing because of kids like you don't go and work. You want the Somalian guy to come here and do your job for you. You're a lazy kid, dude.
What I want is individuals to be able to pursue their personal freedoms and liberties and the exercisement of their rights granted to them by the Constitution. And I'm fine with that. I think that is what flourishment is.
Can I finish? You gave me 1 second, buddy. Can I finish, please?
Yeah.
Dean, we cannot live in this multiracial culture.
Why?
It doesn't work.
Why doesn't it work?
Because everybody has their own beliefs. I can't. Dean, imagine a Somalian living next door to me on the left side of my house and an Afghan living on the right side, buddy. And I'm just this veteran that served this country. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? I got to take my American flag down now and they get to raise theirs? So that's what's happening,
if you live next to an individual,
Dean, that's what's happening, bro. You can literally turn the news on.
If you live next to an individual that was from Somalia and an individual that was from Afghanistan, you would still have a right to fly your American flag. You idiot, right? You're just racist. That's all you are. You're just racist, okay? You're telling us that you would prefer, right, your neighbors to be white, not because having neighbors that aren't white impacts your life at all, not because having neighbors that aren't white makes your life worse, not because having neighbors that aren't white does anything to you outside of the fact that it makes your bigotry go ding, 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 ding. They're not white. Oh my God, I'm being attacked because this person that lives next to me isn't white. You know, honestly, my favorite thing about white supremacists is knowing that you will live the rest of your life in constant agony and despair because you will never get what you want, okay? America's never going to be a white country, okay? And America's never going to live under a full and total white nationalist system where everybody in this country is white. America is never going to completely bend the knee and just remove everybody that isn't white, regardless of how hard you or Trump tries. And you are going to live the rest of your life in constant agony and despair, and you're going to die a sad, 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 sad man, all because other people want to flourish, all because other people want to have a good life, all because other people want to work, want to protect, want to provide, want to start a family, want to raise the next generation of Americans, and they don't share the same skin tone as you.
Are you going to let me? Okay, cool. Because guess what, Dean? They come here and they don't assimilate to our culture, guy. What part of that don't you understand?
Guess what? In a lot of senses, immigrants.
Did you just say this, Dean?
In a lot of senses, Immigrants shouldn't assimilate to the culture that exists amongst pre-existing citizens. Like, for instance, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes. Are you saying that you want them to assimilate and be more violent? Are you saying that you want them to assimilate and be more criminal? Are you saying that you want them to assimilate and further help in the erosion and destruction of the social and moral fabric of this country by being more likely to hurt those around them? Is that what you're arguing? Oh, they're too kind. They're too benevolent. Oh, they're too adverse to crime. They're too adverse to violent crime. So I don't like them because I'm such a violent criminal. I'm such a unkind man. I'm such a violent person. Is that what you're saying?
You're just full of shit, Dean. That's what you are, man. 1950, we were 90% white, Dean.
I thought wait. I thought you said that we're 90% white in the 70s.
Bro. Shut up, Dean. Let me finish. In 1950, we were 90% white. And we're less than 58% now. What does that tell you? What does America look like right now?
It tells me nothing relevant at all. Like the percentage.
We have 40 million Americans on food stamps.
Let me be clear when I say this, right? The color of somebody's skin or the racial makeup and demographic of America is just as relevant to me, my goals, and my prerogative, right, as the color of your shoes.
Why do you want to keep bringing more people in?
Okay, we have a lot of individuals on food. Okay, and look at that. You got another violation. And quite frankly, that's going to be your last violation, and you're never going to come up again because you're a racist fuck. You're a racist POS. You're completely despicable. I bet you live a very sad life, okay, right? You're taking it out on me because you can't take it out on your wife because she already left you with the kids too. John, thank you so much for the $10 over on Vimeo. Appreciate you so much for the love, John. Show some love to John down below in that comment section. Calvin, thank you so much for the $5 who says, just want to say that you're king, bro, and I thank you for representing the youth. Well, thank you for the $5, Calvin. That is very, very kind of you. I'd also very quickly like to thank Ashley for the $25. Thank you so much for the love, Ashley, who says, I work for the Institute of Food and Agriculture Services. Family Nutrition Program was a fantastic program that Trump defunded. Yup. Thank you for the $25 and the Truth Nuke, Ashley. As well as, yo, thank you so much for the $25, Sophia, who says, fuck MAGA. Show some love to Ashley and Sophia down below. Also, show some love to John for the $25, who says, stop pocket watching, Ryan, because Bucks lost to the Saints. Dude, go cry. Yeah, go cry about it, John. Fuck that guy, dude. He's crazy. He's sorry, Ryan, not John. The Ryan was crazy. As well as Charissa, thank you for the $10. She says, please buy this guest a soy latte since he seems like he needs it. Yeah, absolutely. And then Jessica, thank you for the $15. She says, you make my day every day. Thank you for the love, Jessica. And Melanie, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Oh my God, Melanie. Thank you so much for your kindness. You were an absolute icon. And oh my God, Sammy! Thank you for the $150! What the fuck? Sammy with the $150 says, take my fake cash and let's show him he is wrong. Sammy, you are nuts. That is so incredibly kind and generous of you. I do not believe that. Somebody in the comment section just said, this spit, ... If I just spit there, I'm sorry. I got really excited because Sammy dropped $150. Y'all, please show some love to Sammy down below in that chat for at least the next 10 minutes, guys. That is SAMI. Sammy, you're a goddamn icon. You're the fucking goat. Thank you for the $150. That is nuts. I do not deserve a penny of that. As well as, let's see here, Jessica, thank you for the $32, who says, fake donation from Australia. What is going on today? You guys are showing so much love. Thank you for the $32, Jessica. And then Haley, thank you so much for the $10. Matthew, thank you for the $20, who says, please accept this fake donation. Thank you for the fake donation, Matthew. Thank you so much for the love. W. Matthew with the fake $20 donation. And then Keegan, thank you for the $15, who says, Dean, here's some more fake money for you. Dude, we're getting that fake money up today. Thank you so much. And then next with another $10 over on PayPal, Cara with the $20, who says, as a second generation from an Italian immigrant, fuck that racist guy, immigrants made this country and gave us culture. Yeah, honestly, without immigrants, I think the culture of America would be non-existent, since America would be non-existent without illegal immigration, or more specifically, the United States of America. Thank you for the $20, Cara. Thank you so much. As well as Danielle, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal, who says, life hack, I do a 30-minute rage workout or an overdue household chore when the guest is extra insufferable. When Ryan comes up, I clean my litter box. You know what, Danielle? If you do like a household chore or workout every single time we have an insufferable guest on the live, I bet that you are an incredibly fit person with an incredibly clean house. Thank you for the $50, Danielle. As well as Andrea, thank you for the 10. Josie, thank you for the 10. And Soul, thank you for the 10, guys. Okay, so at this point in time, we are going to go ahead and hit a quick restart just because I did keep Ryan up when he was espousing his bullshit. And we want to look out for the safety of the live. We don't want it to get taken down. If you are part of the 12,000 people hanging out with us for the day over on TikTok, here's how to come back after the restart. First and foremost, hit that red follow button on the top of the phone screen right now. That way you'll be able to find me in your following list super duper easily. And then second of all, if you want to come back even quicker, because these restarts literally only take 5 minutes. They're super duper quick, guys. They're super duper quick. Once the live ends, you will see this pop up on your phone screen. It'll say live has ended and it'll show you my profile picture. If you actually click on that profile picture, you go boop. Keep in mind, this is on the screen once the live ends. You'll be redirected over to my account page. Once you're on the account page, I want you to literally count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pull down on the videos to refresh the account page and you will see a new red glowing live orb around the profile picture. Click into that and then you'll be on the new live. The restart only takes 5 seconds. Sorry, not minutes, 5 seconds. We're going to go and count down from 10 now. I will be back on live by the time we hit 5. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. And we're already back on in 4 seconds. Now, for everybody hanging out with us on YouTube, you know that we don't have to ever do a restart over there. YouTube is just simply goated. YouTube is just simply goated. Quickly, I would like to thank London for the $10 who says our culture is that we have a ton of immigrants. Give us you're weak, you're poor. That's America. Well, I think that America is a melting pot. I think that America is made up of different global cultures, and I think that's what makes America so great. As well as Amber, thank you for the $10. He says it's assimilate, not simulate. Along with Somali, not Somalian. Keep cooking, Dean. Appreciate you for the $10, Amber. Yeah, that dude just didn't know his words, man. Very, very, very unintelligent guy. Very unintelligent guy. But look at that. We're already live again over on TikTok. Look at that, guys. That was a super quick restart. For the very first 5,000 people that are tuning back into the live stream, guys, make sure that you're double tapping, spamming that chat, and you could even repost the live, which is a super quick and easy way to help ensure that this live is shooting out across that For You page so we could get the Trump supporters in here to debate. We're going to go get that next guest loaded up in here right now, guys. Just make sure if you're in that queue that you're MAGA.
Yo, Dean. Cookie King mogs you.
Great. You want me to check my text? No? Okay. Well, I love you. Oh, my mic wasn't muted. Oh, shit. That's kind of embarrassing. I guess it's not too embarrassing. I just asked my girlfriend if she wanted me to check my text and told her I love her. Yeah, that's okay. What's going on, Ben? Do you support Trump?
Cookie King mogs you.
Very nice. Okay, we're going to move on to the next guest right now. Everyone just give us a minute here. We got Fishing with Harry loading up right now. Sorry, it's me, my mic there. Okay, all right, whatever. Moving on to the next guest. Everybody just do be patient while we get that next guest loaded up in the box.
Dean.
Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Yes. I have something incredibly important to tell you.
Yeah,
this is be really fast. Oh, I'm 23.
And you said that you're MAGA?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah. Why are you MAGA?
Well, I just have something really quick to tell you. I was in a Discord server the other day. And there were people in there that really did not like you, and they're making AI videos that are like very, very good of you doing very, very bad things. And I just wanted to tell you that. I'm not MAGA, but I just wanted to tell you that.
Oh, yeah, people do that a lot. Yeah, people are jobless, so what can you expect? Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, y'all.
Hey, Dane.
Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
Okay, and what year are you born in?
2007, May 19th.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I believe he's just better and all in general.
Okay, why so?
Because he's not a pussy.
Because he's not a pussy? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, can you define that word just so I'm more clear on what you're trying to get at here?
That's what I'm trying to say.
He's not a bitch?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are his strong suits that you really like?
Well, Dean, I actually got a question for you real quick.
I think that he's trolling. We're going to move on to the next guest, Fishing with Harry. Here we go, everyone. Okay, guys, we're going to get that next guest loaded up into the live stream right now. Everyone, only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please don't waste my time. We're just looking for some real and legitimate debates. We're looking for some real and legitimate debates. Okay, we got the next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Bartek tuning in. What's going on, Bartek? Do you support Trump? Sorry, actually, Elysia, do you support Trump?
No, oh, I'm so nervous. What the hell? I didn't. No, stop. I love you. I didn't think I was actually going to be put in here. Can you remove?
Yeah, what's going on? Bartek, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 17 years old.
Okay, you got to be at least 18 to be on live, guys. Follow the rules, please. Follow the rules, please. You have to be at least 18 years of age. You got to be an American, and you must support Trump as president. Please follow the rules. What is going on? Do you support Trump, Bobby, and crypto?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump, crypto?
I just want to say shout out. You're doing a good job, man. Nice work out there.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. I appreciate you for that, man.
I'm from.
I appreciate you for the love, man. What's going on, Bobby? Do you support Trump?
What up? What up? How you doing, Dean?
I'm doing all right.
Yes, I do.
You do support Trump. Fantastic. I'm just kidding. Not fantastic at all. I think that is terrible. Nobody should be supporting this president. Now, quickly, before we hop into the debate, I want to thank a couple people. First and foremost, Blue Loving Tiger. Thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. Thank you for the love, Blue Loving Tiger. Sammy says, Sammy here, happy to support you. Thank you for all that you do. Love your lives and streams. Keep up the good work. Sammy, well, thank you so much for your support. $50 is a shit ton of money, and it certainly goes a long way. So thank you so much for your love. Thank you for your support. And everybody watching, please, 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 please show some love to Sammy for the $50 down below in that chat. As well as Ryan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, who says, as a fellow Ryan, I'm sorry, and we don't claim him. Yeah, I hope nobody claims that last guy. He was crazy. As well as Ian, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. That is AYAN. Larissa, thank you for the $10, who says, here's another fake donation. I really admire what you do. Oh, well, thank you, Larissa. And shout out to you, and shout out to Switzerland. I see that's where you're from. Thank you for the $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as over on Venmo, Jessica, thank you for the 67 cents. Allie with $1. And Tom, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says that last guy thinks that he's worthy of an in-person debate, but also isn't smart enough to know that his race doesn't make him superior to anyone. Oh yeah, that last guy's definitely not worthy of an in-person debate. I don't really know if he's worthy of much in this life. Thank you for the $25, Tom. And then John, thank you so much for the $10 as well on Venmo. Please, guys, show some love to Tom. Show some love to Sammy. Thank you guys so much for your love. If you're watching and you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Top of the phone screen and pin message over on YouTube. You could attach a message and I'll read it off on live. Mr. Bobby Hill, take it away. Why the hell do you support this terribly tyrannical president that stands antithetical to the interests of this country and everybody in it?
To be honest, you helped me support him.
Ah, very nice. Very nice. Let me guess. I just piss you off so much that you want to hold the opposing opinion of myself.
No, not at all. It's just the way you are. I don't want to be a part of a side that acts the way you do. Okay. That don't allow people to talk. That don't allow people to voice their opinions because you're too busy listing off your donators or muting them. Okay. Like, come on, bro. Like, when you gonna go back outside again? When you going back outside?
I was outside this morning.
No, I mean debating MAGA supporters like you used to. You know, the way you started out.
Yeah, hopefully soon.
No, you won't, because you know you're gonna get the shit smacked out of you.
Nah, I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told the last guy.
I don't give a shit about TOS, pussy.
But I want to be able to. Real quick, how many continents are there?
7.
Name them.
Your mother.
Oh, yeah. Guess what? It's funny because the same guy that's over here screaming from the top of the lungs about how angry he is and about how he wants me fucking to get slapped and whatnot can't even name the 7 continents. I'm so sorry that your feelings are this big. I wish your brain was as big as your feelings, okay? If you cannot pass a 3rd grade geography test, then you probably shouldn't be trying to talk shit on live to somebody half your age with 5 times your intelligence, okay? It's just a general rule of thumb. I understand that I piss you off. I understand that I get you in your big feelings. I understand that I make you angry because I'm better than you, not just mentally, but also physically, not just physically, but also financially, not just financially, but in every aspect of this worldly life, okay? And honestly, I think it's kind of wrong for me to be, hitting at you the way I am because I'm punching down. And my mother, she always told me, Dean, never punch down. So maybe I'm doing something a little bit disrespectful here. Maybe I'm engaging in the petty nonsense that's dished out to me every single day by every guest I come across. When in all reality, I should be trying to engage in political debate surrounding why you support Trump as president. So let's call it even. Let's put the big feelings aside and let's get a legitimate reason from you why Donald Trump is good president.
You done?
No, I'm going to cut myself off.
That's the classic Dean right there. You're just a little bitch boy.
Yeah, the classic Dean is given what I get, brother. I understand. Stay mad.
I know. And you're still changing nothing.
When you can you
You're
spell
still
the,
changing nothing.
Well, I'm certainly not changing your mind because your mind is nothing.
That was such a good roast.
I mean, I could keep on
God.
going. I'm just talking shit at this point. Do you want to actually have a debate?
You're not going to trigger me. You're not going to trigger me.
I triggered you before you even joined the stream. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest, guys. If you're inside of that queue, make sure it's because you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're just getting a bunch of like really like angry madmen, dude. Okay, right? Just a bunch of angry madmen. We had somebody come up here and say that they wanted me to like be unalived. We had like 3 people come up here and say that they want to like beat me up. MAGA is violent, guys. Why is the right so violent? The right is so politically violent, dude. It's unreal. It's unreal how far gone and politically violent the right is. All right? You know, listen, I'm just a good guy trying to have open and transparent dialogue surrounding the state of American politics. Okay, I'm just a good guy, right, trying to change minds, get more people to track truth, right? And the only response that we see from the right here is just unhinged calls for violence. Unhinged calls for violence. Okay, what did I do to deserve somebody saying that they want me dead? What did I do to deserve somebody saying that, you know, they want to unalive me, you know, slap me, so on and so forth, right? You know, I'm just up here trying to have good dialogue, and I guess the right can't handle it, so they just get so violent, dude. But at this point in time, we're going to move on to the next guest. What's up, Johnny? Are you going to whine like a child or give me a legitimate reason insofar as why you support Trump as president? What is going on? Moving on to the next guest, guys. Here we go. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Please, 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 please. We got Kinsey loaded up into the live. What the fuck? What's up, Kinsey? Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean.
Age?
Yes, I do.
Age, please.
27.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Well, let me thank 3 people here before we hop into the debate. First and foremost, oh my God, dude. Michael! Thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity, dude. Michael with $100 says, in a formal press conference and briefings, Trump has a history of cutting off reporters, sometimes dismissively. For instance, in a 2018 news conference covering up sexual assault allegations, he repeatedly interrupted female reporters, telling one to quote unquote, please sit down. I mean, he's done worse. The quiet piggy, you're unintelligent, right? You're ugly, so on and so forth. That is who Trump is. But thank you for the $100, Michael, as well as over on Super Chat. Thank you for the $50. Sammy, actually, I already did read that off. Thank you so much once again, though. And thank you for the $50 Disgusted Veteran with the $50 Super Chat. Says, you debate these tragic maggots while fighting TikTok for First Amendment rights. You fight uphill every minute that you're engaged with a caller who's literally holding a green ball, swearing it's yellow. Boomer respect. You know, I love you, man. Disgusted Veteran has been hanging out with us for a while now over on TikTok. He's a core member of the Dean Team Dream Team, and you're always dropping those truth nukes. As always, appreciate you for your service, and thank you for continuing to be a patriot until this very day. Huge shout out to our favorite boomer, Disgusted Veteran, in that chat, as well as Michael for the $100 over on PayPal. Kenzie, take it away and tell us why you support Trump as president.
There's a few reasons. Mostly he was the better candidate. I really like what he's doing in terms of lessening the fentanyl coming over the border.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, Kinsey. You definitely caught a stray there. I do apologize for that. You can't say the names of any dear UGS on TikTok, and the sad part is I really wish that I could have you stay with us. Kinsey, I do think that there's a timeout on those restrictions, so if you want to hop back in the guest request in 10 minutes, right now it's 2:48 p.m. my time. If you want to hop back in the queue at 2:58 p.m. my time, so here in 10 minutes, we can get you back up. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
I do.
And how old are you? Well, you sound of age. Tim,
I am 33.
Yeah, you sound old enough. Why do you support this crazy, tyrannical, fascist predator as president?
So, I mean, honestly, I wasn't able to buy a home if it wasn't for Trump when it was 2026. I mean, not 2026, when he was back in office 6 years ago. And I feel like you're doing the same thing that Trump's doing, and it is just feeding off 10,000 people that support you and making money off of it. No different. And what I would do is vote for the best candidate that benefits me, just like you're voting for the best candidate that benefits you.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, right, saying that I'm no different from Trump because Trump makes money and so does Dean, is like arguing that you're no different than Hitler because Hitler owned a dog and so do you, right? Like I'd
No,
obviously
but
say
I
that
get
there's a
that. But
very
like
big
you're
difference
literally
between me
making.
and Trump.
I know, but you're making money off TikTok, off people Wing over Trump supporters, and I get it. Most Trump supporters are
So
crazy.
individuals have the ability to support me if they want to.
No, of course,
And
but that's
I'm not
great.
really sure that I see an issue with that. The way that Donald Trump
Yeah,
makes
but
money is
you
by like
just the way
defrauding.
you have to make a living, I have to make a living, right?
So
And
people have
if
to make money
I
to
live
live in
in
capitalism.
Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I live in Massachusetts, Taxachusetts, where if someone talks about lowering taxes, I'm in because I get taxed to hell, and I actually work in the human service field, and I support everything about human services. But at the same time, like I'm not gonna get what do you call it? Like I'm not gonna get taken advantage of through the human service field and through taxes just because someone else, like if they got like I'm more middle right, if they got rid of fraud and abuse to our system, then I would be totally in the middle, more left. Like I care about people, but like I'm gonna vote Trump because they don't care about the middle class. The left does. Like name a politic that they supported that benefited the middle class during Joe Biden.
You know, I think that's a very fair question. I'm going to go ahead and name a couple policies that the Biden-Harris administration implemented that benefited the middle class, and then I want you to do the same for Trump. Okay? So, like one policy that the Biden-Harris administration implemented that benefited the middle class was the PACT Act. That was an investment of $800 million into expanding VA healthcare benefits to cover over 1 million new veterans that were not covered previously by the VA. Another policy that they implemented that helped the low and the middle class would have been their infrastructure bill that spent money on renewing American infrastructure all over this country, which in turn created more jobs for working class Americans, which in turn helped stimulate our economy and rebound us from the pandemic. And another bill that they implemented that also helped the middle class was the Chips and Science Act that directly subsidized American chip producers to build more manufacturing facilities in this country so we could hire more Americans to help produce those chips, like we now see new facilities being propped up in Arizona, Idaho, so on and so forth. Now, when we look at the Trump administration, I don't think that we really see any policy that's designed to specifically help the middle class the most. Can you name one?
So I would say first off, like starting and this kind of goes with yours. Like it's great that they built all that stuff
Can you answer my
for
question
the
though?
middle class.
I asked you what is like
Yeah,
one
no, I'm
policy that
trying
the
to.
Trump
I'm trying
administration's
to.
implemented that helps the middle class the
So
most.
one
Okay.
of his policies where he was trying to get where he was deporting illegal immigrants. Like a lot of like I know through my line of work that we hire illegal immigrants at golf courses and they take people's jobs. So like they're lowering the price gap down because they can get cheap labor and not hiring Americans. So no, but you're literally talking about people
Thank you for the
hiring
love,
Americans,
villain.
but they're not.
Okay.
Right?
So mass deportation doesn't help the middle class. It fucking destroys them. Undocumented immigrants are not the problem.
To a certain degree, I'll say yes, but at the same time, like you can't have like even my field, like you have even AI, for instance, right? AI and illegal immigrant. There's not that many jobs. There's not that many jobs.
Okay, so
They're
then,
getting taken.
so then explain to me this. Explain to me this. If mass deportation truly helped create more jobs for the working class, then why are we getting like economic data today that's demonstrating some of the largest layoffs since 2007? Maybe it's because mass deportation doesn't just give those jobs to American citizens because it reduces the overall effective productive capacities of American manufacturers by not just forcefully expelling their laborers, but also forcefully expelling their consumers. According to the American Immigration Council, undocumented immigrants pay $1.1 through $1.7 trillion into the GDP per year and over $100 billion in taxes per year by accounting for 8.4 million of our laborers and 11 million of our consumers. You remove them from the market, you're not just removing them from the supply side of the equation and opening up positions for Americans to fill, you're also removing them from the demand side of the equation, reducing the overall level of demand for the products produced by these manufacturers. So in other words, these American industries, these manufacturers have a lower level of productive capacity to make the goods that they want to sell because now they have less individuals to make them, and they have a lower level of capacity to sell the goods they make because now they have a lower amount of individuals that would be willing to buy them. And that is maybe one of the reasons why investment in American industries is going down for the first time in years. Maybe that's one of the reasons that unemployment is skyrocketing and we're seeing some of the highest levels of layoffs that we have since the early 2000s. Maybe that is one of the reasons why our economy is on a downturn and our GDP this year is expected to grow at 1% less than it did last year. Okay? I think that the equation that these Trump supporters give me, remove undocumented immigrants from America equals better economic conditions for Americans, is a one-dimensional, like unintelligent take. And then when you introduce the nuance into the equation, right, we actually discover how mass deportation is an American last immigration solution, quote unquote, that not only hurts those immigrants, but also hurts you and the economy in which you work in.
Okay, but at the same time, you can't say that. Like if I ran a business, right, and I had a choice between hiring illegal immigrants or hiring regular workers, I would totally pick the illegal immigrant. A, they're going to work harder, and B, I can pay them cheaper. So why wouldn't I hire illegal immigrants? And then at the same time,
why can you pay them cheaper?
Because they're not documented, so I don't have to. I can pay them under the table. Like my dad runs a business, he can pay people under the table. Like
so it's actually illegal to pay undocumented immigrants under the table, just like it would be illegal to pay citizens.
Yeah, but
under the
okay,
table.
they also need a job. They're gonna go seek work where they can, right? They're not gonna just say no. Let me stay.
Doesn't everybody seek work?
Well, see, that's what I was gonna ask you. How many Americans, right, take either long-term disability and don't really need it, like at my job, right?
What?
I know.
Wait, can we just stay focused on why you think undocumented immigrants
No,
are paid less on average?
because at least 3 or 4 people at my job are on long-term disability, and they've been milking it for years. And
I think
we
it's
can't.
I think it's pretty hard to
But we
milk
can't hire
Social
anyone.
Security. I think
Yeah,
I think
but
it's pretty hard to milk Social Security. If anything, I think that we
they're
need
not
to
milk.
expand. I think that we need to expand disability access for long-term disability because I think that the
See, you're
means
not
are too
getting it,
restrictive
right?
as
If
is.
you work,
But
if you work in
like
the
you
regular
are
field,
you are pivoting, Tim, because the question that I asked you is why are undocumented immigrants paid less on average? Could you please answer that question? If you don't know the answer, just ask me and I'll tell you.
I'll ask you because I don't know it. You can answer. See, I can take a no. Go.
It's because they have less bargaining power to hold against their employer. Okay, they're under the
Well,
threat
that's
of being.
true. Yeah.
They're
I
under
mean, I just said that,
Tim,
though.
let me
I
talk.
literally just said
Tim, let me
that.
talk. They're under the threat of being deported. Okay, they don't have long-term survivability in the market. Okay, they could only access limited social safety nets in 10 of our 50 states, and they can't access any federal social safety nets at all. And for these reasons, okay, they have less bargaining power to hold against their employer. Therefore, they're more likely to accept lower wages on average. What's the solution to this? Not to remove them from the market as a whole because of the negative consequences that we've already gone over, such as the massive hits to the GDP growth, the massive hits to government revenue, the massive hits to our industries, destabilizing them, causing layoffs, not just of them, but also of citizens, and the massive hits to the size of the American consumer base. But rather, the solution is to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship. Make them residents, make them citizens, make them eligible for these benefits, make them have long-term survivability in the market. Remove their threat of being deported. Then they will have just as much bargaining power as any other resident or citizen, so they'll be getting paid more on average. So instead of seeing the destructive effects of mass deportation, we'd be seeing the awesome effects of mass amnesty, like a massive increase in real median wages, like an expedited increase in GDP growth, since now they have more money to spend. And even more, but you obviously don't want to hear it because you're interrupting me.
No, because I agree with you on that. Like,
okay,
I'm not
so then you
disagreeing
disagree with Donald Trump's mass deportation, and
No,
have now effectively demonstrated how it does not help the working class.
But Joe Biden never put anything into place that gave all these immigrants, like, I would be totally fine if he was like, okay, if you can either prove that you're working or gonna get a job, then you have 4 years on a work visa, and then maybe you can become a citizen, right? But there's no like level of citizenship where they can just go and get citizenship because there's so many of them, right? It's not like you can just be like, all right, well, let's say 10 million illegal immigrants. How are you going to vet 10 million illegal immigrants? You can't.
Okay,
The court
so
system's
it'd
not
be-
big enough.
It'd be easier to vet undocumented immigrants than to deport them.
Yeah, to a certain degree, but at the same time.
So mass
Okay, so how
amnesty
many-
is actually the more
How
realistic.
many illegal immigrants do you think are dangerous?
So mass amnesty is the more realistic and feasible solution.
How
compared
many
to mass
illegal
deportation.
immigrants do you think are dangerous?
Less than 1%.
Less than 1%. Come on. Come on. They come from countries that are rule and don't follow the rules that America follows. I'm not saying all of them, but a lot.
Hey, Tim, they're actually better at following the rules of this country than you. On American soil, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes. And if you really care about
They don't have
one moment,
property. How can they
one
commit
moment.
property crimes if they don't have property?
Property crimes typically aren't committed on your own property, genius. Property crime would be theft or arson. Thank you.
Okay.
Holy
well,
shit. Anyways, now to continue with what I was saying, because you interrupted me, Tim. Just give me a minute. Just give me a moment. Now that you interrupted me. Okay. So if you really cared about an individual's ability to follow the rules, then you would never support Trump as president. Dude, he's so bad at following the rules that as of a lawsuit that concluded in 2018, he legally can't operate a foundation or charity in the state of New York since he defrauded it. He's so bad at following the rules that he broke the law and intentionally concealed classified documents in the bathroom of his estate at Mar-a-Lago after the termination of his first administration. And then when the FBI investigated him for it, he hid them and lied to them to their fucking faces. He's so bad at following the rules that as his second administration was beginning, he was found guilty of 34 different counts of felonies, classy felonies in the state of New York. He's so bad at following the rules that in 2023, a court adjudicated him for being guilty of the rape of Eugene Carroll. He's so bad at following the rules that in the 70s, the New York State Justice Department investigated him and sued him for violating the Civil Rights Act and refusing to rent to black individuals. He's so bad at following the rules that he doesn't even know if he has to follow them. And this is coming from his 100-day sit-down interview with ABC News when he straight up told them that he doesn't know if he has to follow the rules or AKA follow the American Constitution.
See,
so you don't care about breaking the rules, or you would never make the number one rule breaker, Donald J. Trump, the president of the most powerful country in the face of planet Earth. And make sure you respond to that point, please, because you're sitting here telling us that we need to remove undocumented immigrants from this country since they broke a rule of a federal misdemeanor, but then we need to have the 34-count felon adjudicated rapist plus everything else I just said running the country. Is that not hypocritical?
No, it is. I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you on that instance. Like, I do think Trump breaks the rules, and he's broken the rules his whole life, right? We know
but
that.
make him president.
Yeah, okay, but at the same time, we had two choices, right? Take Kamala Harris, take Trump out of it.
Who is better at following the rules?
No, but who would you rather had be president? See, I would like to know what your actual real presidential candidate would be.
A question that is irrelevant to the debate as of right now. Who is better at following the rules, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
I mean, Donald Trump. Kamala Harris actually indicted in the state of California.
Make sure not
Kamala
to say the names
Harris,
of any DRUGS, please.
Okay, but she did indict at least 1,000 minorities, right, for just marijuana, and she withheld evidence.
Dean says, make sure not to say the names of any DRUGS, please. Guest says what we just heard. Okay, you can't say the names of DRUGS on TikTok. I literally tried to give him a heads up. I tried to give him a heads up, and he still didn't listen. So we're going to move on to the next guest, unfortunately. Thank you so much for let's see here. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, Aaron. Thank you so much for the love, dude. Aaron with the $20 on Venmo says, you're amazing, man. Well, thank you so much for your kindness, brother. Show some love to Aaron down below in that chat, everybody. Please, 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 please. As well as Gwen, appreciate you for the $10 who says, don't think this guy works in social services. I recommend that you ask him what the 150% of the poverty line is. Well, he's gone now because he broke the rules, but Gwen, thank you for the $10. And Mr. Nate, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Oh my God, dude. Nate with a $50 says, have had a lot of late nights recently, so been catching the VODs day after a lot lately. They make the witching hours go by. Well, Nate, it's so good to see you again, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Nate is the stream pharmacist. He's always hanging out with us, dropping donos too. Seriously, brother, thank you for the $50 and show some love to Nate down below in that chat. Also, show some love to Matthew down below in that chat for the $20, who says, how do Trump supporters not understand that supporting him makes them a traitor to this nation? Well, a lot of them don't know that. A lot of them are willfully ignorant. Some others don't care, and others, deny it, even though it's true, with no reason whatsoever. Thank you for the $20, Matthew, then Olivia. Thank you for the $5 as well. Then we have 3 more people to thank here. Actually, 4 more people to thank here. But before we do, let's go ahead and make sure that this next guest is MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Blake?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you sound like you're around 1.5 miles away from your mic. Can you come a little bit closer?
Yes, I do support Donald Trump.
Now you're a lot closer. And how old are you?
I am 19 years old.
Can you disconnect any like Bluetooth like mic that you have plugged in? Like maybe if you have like a headset on, AirPods in, it just sounds a little bit.
Well, I have like an old phone, and my mic on this phone isn't really good.
I mean, it's good enough. It's good enough. We can hear you clearly. We just hear you clearer if like it happened to be a Bluetooth device, but it's fine. And then what year were you born in?
I was born in 2006.
What month?
July.
Okay. All right. Give me a second here. I have a couple more people to thank, then I'll pass you the mic. Darius, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Appreciate you for that love, man. And Marty, oh my God, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Let's get 500 Marty W's in that chat. Shit, you guys are going nuts today. That is Marty spelled M-A-R-D-I. Seriously, thank you so much for your kindness. $50 goes a long, 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 long way. That is so much love. Thank you, Marty. Marty with the $50 says, keep up the good work. I actually really enjoy listening to you run rings around the Trump supporters. Yeah, we're going to run some loops around this guy too. Thank you for the $50, Marty. You're a goddamn icon. And then Catherine, thank you for the $20. She says, thank you from a Brit in France for providing clear and correct information to your fellow Americans. Thank you for doing this world a service. Well, Catherine, thank you for the $20, your kind words, and just thank you for being here. I hope that you're enjoying the stream. Huge shout out to Catherine, Marty, and Darius down below in that chat. And then one person I'd like to thank over on YouTube Super Chat, Dan. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Appreciate you so much for the love, Dan. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Because he's getting illegals out of the country.
Big deportation fan. Check this out. Name one way that mass deportation materially and positively benefits this country.
Well, first of all, illegals to enter this country, I know some of them do good for this country, but a lot of them can actually do some bad for this country.
Get a lot closer to that mic, my friend.
You know, I'm just going to go and you can move on to the next guest.
It's fine. When you get close enough, we could hear you.
It's all right.
Okay, whatever. See you later, Blake. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you support Trump as president. Moving on to the next guest right now, everyone. Moving on to the next guest right now, guys. Holy cow, dude, it is so hard to find Trump supporters today. Hopefully this next guest is MAGA. Just looking for some debates, dude. I feel like the people today have just been crazy. Yo, dude, this just came in like literally 10 seconds ago. William, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Thank you, bro. William with the $25 says, ask these clowns why they're not as upset with the corporations hiring those evil undocumented people. Hypocrites, all of them. Exactly. They're mad at the evil undocumented people working these jobs, but not mad at the corporations for exploiting their labor, okay? Right? It's because they suck the boot, okay? They want it all in their mouth, all in their face, okay? The big corporations are benevolent and positive, yet the exploited working class is, Satan reincarnate. Thank you for the $25 and the massive truth nuke. What's going on, Hooper? Do you support Trump?
Trans testicle.
Okay, you're like 14. Moving on to the next guest, we got Gender Czar loading up into this box. Here we go. Cutting that shit off like sushi. I remember that clip. That guy was fucking nuts. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Can I ask you to please try to follow the TikTok terms of service? I just sense you to be somebody that might violate the rules of the platform here.
Yeah, I don't want to get banned, so obviously I would watch what I say.
Okay. I think the first thing that we're going to talk about is what your bio says. Okay? Your bio says, make America straight again. Now,
That's correct.
because of TikTok terms of service, we have to be a little bit elusive with our words here. So we're going to use a word not non-straight. Okay? So why do you think it's wrong for people to be not straight?
Because it's a choice they make. Nobody is born that way.
So first and foremost, you're wrong, and I could give you good reason why you're wrong. But second of all, even if you were correct, that wouldn't imply that therefore it's wrong. Like for instance, I'm making the choice to be holding this deck of cards in my hand. Therefore, in virtue of the fact that it's a choice, does that mean that it's wrong? No. I'm making the choice to start my live stream every single day and debate Trump supporters for 4 hours. In virtue of the fact that it's a choice, is it therefore wrong? No. I made the choice to wear this Iron Maiden shirt today. Does that mean in virtue of the fact that it was a choice, therefore it was a wrong choice? No. So therefore, just because you think that being non-straight is a choice, it doesn't imply that it's wrong. However, I would argue that it is not a choice, and I could give you good reason why that is true.
Well, I can go down either road with you, but let's go down the road with the fact that we're born with the tools that we are given, meaning a male is born with reproductive tools and a female is born with her reproductive tools. And when you misuse that tool, you are basically violating the reason why you were given that tool.
Yeah, this is a really argument to dispute. You're saying that the parts of our bodies have a prescriptive purpose, and when you violate said prescriptive purpose, you're doing something that's morally wrong. Question.
That is correct.
What is the purpose of your lips?
I mean, I don't know, to talk.
Okay, anything else?
I mean, that's good enough.
So therefore, is it wrong when I kiss my girlfriend since that's not the prescriptive purpose of my lips?
No, because that's the beginning act of a procreation act.
Wait, are you saying that you can't procreate unless you kiss your partner first?
No, what I'm saying is you have chosen the right gender to procreate with.
Oh, but I'm still misusing, right, my lips because I'm doing something with them that's not in
No,
their
you're
intended
not
function or
misusing
purpose.
it. No.
Okay, so
Not
so therefore, right, doing something with the parts of your body that aren't within side of their quote unquote prescriptive purpose isn't necessarily a misuse or morally wrong. So then why is it the case as it would relate to her genitalia?
Yeah, so for a male to say go down on a female, that's misusing the lips.
So is it
Or
wrong?
for a female to go
is
down on a male,
is
that's
it wrong?
misusing the lips.
So is it wrong to go down on your partner?
Sure.
Oh!
That's considered mastered.
Do you
BATION.
Do you have a wife?
Yes.
I bet she hates you. You could be doing a lot more for your lady, sir.
Yeah, well, we just try to procreate. That's all we care about.
God, what like a boring relationship, dude.
Well, maybe to you.
Yeah. So
when you put God first, you don't need to do all those other things.
Oh, you're just really putting God first. Do you think it's wrong to not procreate?
Yes.
Okay, so then Jesus wasn't perfect since he never procreated. Thanks.
Well, in your opinion, that's your opinion.
That's your opinion. You said it's wrong to not
Yes,
procreate.
you're right. It's my opinion. It is my opinion. Correct.
Did Jesus ever procreate?
I'm not sure. Possibly.
No, the answer to the question is no. Jesus never had children.
He has.
Because Jesus was never married.
Yeah, he was married.
To who?
I forget the name of his wife, but he did marry.
Are you talking about Mary Magdalene?
No.
Okay, then who are you talking about?
Whoever his wife was.
Who is his wife?
Written. I don't know, but that's not the point.
Where in the Bible does it? Where in the Bible does it say that like Jesus was married?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know? Well, then why do you think he was married?
I came up here to talk about the removal of the transgenders in the.
Whoa! Okay, we got to watch your word there too. I understand that you don't want to talk about the current question that I'm asking you because you don't have an answer. Okay, we'll talk about other things after you answer my question. Where in the Bible does it say that Jesus married?
Yeah, I don't know.
So then why do you think he was married?
I don't read the Bible that much.
Obviously. So why do you think he was married?
I don't think he's married. He was married.
Yeah, what makes you think that he was married?
Just a personal belief.
Why is that your personal belief?
It just is.
So you hold personal beliefs for no good reason?
Yep.
Okay, if you can hold personal beliefs for no good reason, then I can too. Therefore, I reject your argument with no good reason, and my line of logic is just as valid as your own.
That is fair.
You know, other people that held beliefs for no good reason are like Nazis and white supremacists. So are you saying that ideologically speaking, the way that you form your
Are
own
you
beliefs?
saying that's what you are?
Are you saying that ideologically speaking, the way that you form your own beliefs is no different logically than that of a white supremacist or Adolf Hitler?
No. So you just
Oh.
said that you're able to form your own beliefs. Is that what you're saying you are?
So I was doing an internal critique of your view when I said that because you formulate your own beliefs with no good reason, therefore I can too. Obviously, I don't think that is a
Right.
good thing to do. I think that that is a bad thing to do. But obviously, you disagree.
Why
You
is
think
it a
is
bad thing to do?
Yeah, you think it's perfectly permissible to build beliefs with no good reason. And the reason why I'd say it's a bad thing is because then your
Well, I
beliefs won't be
believe they
truth
have a good
tracking.
reason.
I
believe they have a good
I think
reason.
I think that it's important for your beliefs to be truth tracking, and you cannot ensure that your beliefs are likely to be truth tracking if you hold them with no good reason. Okay, it is a good reason, and which would try to ensure that your beliefs track what is actually true of the world around you. I think that holding beliefs that don't actually track truth is not only counterproductive, but I also find it to be harmful to the state of this world. I think that beliefs with no good reason to justify them are the ones throughout history that we look very negatively upon, like the belief that slavery is permissible, the belief that like women are less than men, the belief that that the Holocaust was a good thing, or that we need to quote unquote preserve the white race, so on and so forth. Those are all things that we condemn, and the reason why we condemn them is because they're harmful beliefs that weren't true, as they had no good reason for them to be true, and that is why I'd say it's a bad thing for you to be holding beliefs for no good reason.
Well, I believe that I hold values that you don't believe in, like marriage between a male and a female, procreation, the unity of the family.
Would you argue that
These
it's
are all things that the Democratic Party are against.
Would you argue-
They are pro non-straight. They are pro.
Would you argue that it's wrong for two non-straight people to be together because they can't have children with one another?
Would I argue that I would argue that anybody is with the same sex is wrong.
Because they can't have kids with one another, right?
No, because they're with the same sex.
Okay, why is that
Nothing
wrong?
to do with whether or not they can have kids.
And why-
Because there is
why is that
husband
wrong?
and wife that can't have children.
Yeah, exactly. So then why is it wrong?
It goes against the use of their procreation tool.
But I thought that we already went through that. You don't think it's wrong to quote unquote misuse the tools that we have, even if there is a prescriptive
No,
purpose
I
to begin
think
with.
it is wrong to misuse the tools we have.
Okay, and you're calling misuse an aggression upon the prescriptive purpose of them. So what is that prescriptive purpose of my hand?
No, I'm only talking about the reproductive tools. I
Wait,
don't
so you
care
think
about
that?
the other ones.
Wait, so if you don't think that my hand has a prescriptive purpose, then why do you think that my penis has a prescriptive purpose?
Because it's used for procreation,
Okay,
nothing else.
But the same way, wait, you don't use your penis for anything but procreation. So how do you piss?
Well, I mean that's not in the act of procreation.
Okay, yeah, well, what you're saying is that it can be used for procreation, the same way that my hand can be used to play the
It is
piano,
supposed
or my
to
lips
be
can be
used
used to
for
kiss my girlfriend.
procreation.
And how do you know that?
If it's used for any other matter in the act of procreating, when you misuse it, it's wrong.
How do you know
In
that
other
it's
words-
supposed to be used for procreation?
In other words, for a male to procreate,
How do you know that it's
he
supposed to
has
be used for procreation?
For a male to procreate, he has to get HARD. Okay, so when that happens and he misuses it, that's wrong.
So how do you know that the male member is supposed to be used for reproduction? Not that it can be used for reproduction,
I mean,
but rather
science tells
supposed
us
to.
that.
How so?
Science tells us that's what happens.
Oh, well, yeah, I agree that scientific observations, right, conclude that that is something the male member can do, that is something the male member does do. But I don't think a simple observation of a part of our bodies doing something that it can do, therefore means that that is what it is supposed to do. Like for instance, observations can conclude that my hands can play the piano. Am I therefore justified in arguing that my hands are supposed to play the piano? No.
Well, I would argue and say that your tool for procreation, if it's misused, is very harmful for society.
Well, keep in mind, we're still on the basis of just determining that we even know that there's a prescriptive purpose or function of the male member in the first place. Because I just asked you for the good reason to believe that there is a prescriptive purpose of the male member, and you told me that you know that's what a prescriptive function of the male member is, because that's something the male member can do. But I thought I just explained to you very reasonably how it is the case that just because a part of our body can do something doesn't mean that's what it's supposed to do, right? Like with the whole, my hands can play piano, but they're not supposed to play piano. My lips can kiss my girlfriend, right? But they're not necessarily supposed to kiss my girlfriend. And I could give other examples too.
I disagree.
Okay, what do you disagree on specifically?
I disagree that the fact that just because it can do something else, it should do something else.
Okay, so if you're arguing in support of the premise that just because something can do X doesn't mean that it should do X, then how do you know that the penis should reproduce?
Because that's the whole design of what happens when you use it.
So you're just saying that it should do that because it can do it, but I just thought you just rejected that logic as it related to my hand. So why would you accept that logic as it would relate to my member?
Because when you look at the product that comes out when it's finished, it's designed for procreation, and when you put it in a female's mouth, it basically misuses the product that came out.
Dude, we're literally just
put it in the.
We're literally just going in circles.
Right hole.
We're literally just going in circles.
In the right hole, otherwise you're wasting your whatever you want to call it.
Sir, we are literally just going in circles at this point.
Okay.
Once
Let's
again,
talk about the transgenders
no, because I'm not done.
military.
I'm not done quite yet. We are literally just going in circles at this point. Once again, your argument is that because the male member can reproduce, that therefore it is supposed to reproduce. But I've already demonstrated how this logic is flawed. Just because a part of your body can do something doesn't mean it's supposed to do something.
Yeah, I disagree with you.
Okay, so you're accepting the logic that if a part of your body can do something, therefore it's supposed to do it?
No, what I'm saying is if you misuse it, it's wrong.
Okay, that's not what I asked.
I understand that's not what you asked.
So then answer the question I asked.
Okay, repeat it in a different form.
Your argument is that the male member, because the male member can reproduce, that therefore the male member is supposed to reproduce.
Correct. Yes.
So because my hands can play piano, therefore my hands are supposed to play piano?
That's not a reproductive tool.
So what is the relevant difference in the argument?
I'm only talking about the reproductive tool.
So why does your logic only apply to reproductive tools, but it doesn't apply to non-reproductive tools? This sounds like special plein.
Because it's the whole part that I'm talking about.
But it just sounds like special plein. Like, why would your logic only apply to what's in between my legs, but not what's at the end of my arms?
Because it's designed only for procreation. But your hands are designed for many uses.
But you have no evidence that it's only designed for procreation, or that it was designed by an intelligent designer at all.
What do you mean? I have no evidence. It's self-evident.
You're saying that it's self-evident because that's something it can do.
Self-evident.
Okay, right. But you're saying that it's self-evident because that's something that it can do. Therefore, I could say that it's self-evident that the male member was designed to go into a male's anus because that's also something it could do. I could say that it's self-evident that my hands were designed to play the piano because that's something they can do. I could say that it's self-evident that my lips and vocal cords were designed to shit on homophobic, bigoted Trump supporters because that's something that they can do. So do you see how your logic, do you see how your logic just simply doesn't hold up?
No, it does hold up.
If it held up, then you'd be necessarily forced into accepting that my hands are supposed to play piano and my mouth and vocal cords are supposed to shit on Trump supporters in debates.
I'm not talking about your hands.
Exactly, because you're only special plein as it relates to the male member. Exactly, but you can't give any reason. You can't give any reason why your logic only applies to the male member but does not apply to any other part of my body.
It does, because you're misusing your tool anytime.
But once again, we're not.
Put it in the wrong hole.
So the argument of your conclusion that the male member is designed to engage in intercourse with a woman and reproduce, right, would imply the conclusion. Therefore, you're misusing it if you do anything else with it. I'm not rejecting the conclusion. I'm rejecting the argument that builds that conclusion from the get-go, right? So I'm rejecting the fact that that is what it is designed to do, and that's the only prescriptive purpose of the male member. And once again, the reason I'm rejecting this argument is by showing you how your logic is just simply invalid. The way that I continue to redemonstrate that your logic is simply invalid is by applying your logic to other parts of my bodies and other parts of my body, and thereby demonstrating its absurdity.
Let's use your theory. Let's use your theory. Your hands. You can put your hand around somebody's neck and stop them from continue breathing. Correct?
Yep.
Does that mean that you're supposed to do that?
Yeah, absolutely not. The same way you can use your penis to reproduce with a woman, but that doesn't necessarily mean that therefore you're supposed to do that.
No, it does mean you're supposed to do that.
So you just refuted your own logic. You just literally refuted your own logic. You just literally refuted your own logic. Honestly, dude, I gotta give it to you. I gotta give it to you. That's actually a pretty damn good argument. Okay, your hand can go around somebody else's neck and strangle them to death. That doesn't mean that therefore it should do that. The perfect refutation of your own logic. Just because the male member can be used to engage in intercourse with a woman doesn't mean that it therefore should do that.
Yeah. No, it does mean it should do that.
Oh, okay. So let's just follow your logic. Now I'm going to come at this from a different angle. Let's go and accept that if your reproductive organ, right? If you're under your view, if your male member can do something that therefore it should, because my male member can. Well, I'm not going to use mine because that's kind of crazy. I'm straight and I got a girlfriend. Because a hypothetical man's male member can fuck some ass. Therefore, it means that it should fuck some ass.
All right, let me take the floor here for just a second. So the end result is a baby, correct? Yes or no?
The end result of what?
The end result is a baby if it's done correctly, right?
Of what?
If a male and female get together.
What do you mean by correctly?
Okay, you know what I'm talking about. If you want me to explain that in more detail, I will. But you know what I'm talking about. When the male peen goes inside the vag and it's done correctly, the end result is a baby. Yes or no?
Well, it depends on like how you are using the word correctly. But no, it is not true that the end result of heterosexual intercourse is always reproduction.
Then you're saying that's not how a baby is born?
I'm not saying that that's so. I'm not saying that that's not how a baby is born. What I am saying is that doesn't always make a baby be born.
That's how you create a baby. Yes or no?
Well, it's not the only way, but it's definitely the predominant way. Yes.
I'll agree. It's not the only way. But if we look back 1,000 years ago, was there any other way to make a baby?
No. And we look back 1,000 years ago. Was there any other way to play the piano, but with your hands or similar instruments connected to your hands?
I'm not familiar with the piano that much.
Yeah. So therefore, because the only way to successfully play the piano 1,000 years ago, right, was with your hands. Therefore, your hands are supposed to play piano, right?
So
Right.
if we look at the end result, when it is done correctly, a baby can be created. But when it's used incorrectly, and there is millions of ways to use it incorrectly, a male can put it in another person's mouth.
Well, see, the
male
thing
or
is that
female.
we wouldn't say that it's incorrect usage due to the fact that when two males would want to engage in intercourse, they're not doing so to create a
Can
baby.
they ever
Genius.
create a baby by doing that?
Oh, can they ever create a baby by doing that? No. So therefore, it's wrong.
All right. Yes.
Okay. Can a fertile man and an infertile woman ever create a baby by engaging in intercourse?
No, that would be a woman that is out of order.
A woman that's out of order?
Yeah, in other words, she can't produce.
Wait, so do you think that the only quote unquote purpose that women serve is to reproduce with men?
That is the greatest purpose that they can accomplish.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I got a question for you. How old is your mom?
79?
So your mom's out of order?
Yes.
Dude, you're sick. You're so sick. I can't believe that you're so misogynistic that you're willing to say that your own mother's out of order.
Well, she's been for plenty of years.
One moment. So I would argue that it's definitely very offensive and wrong to say that a woman becomes out of order if said woman cannot reproduce due to the fact that a woman being able to reproduce is A, not the only thing that women can do, and B, incredibly unimportant to many women.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would find it offensive, but the truth is the fact that you get to a point in time in your life that you're no longer able to produce children, so your body is out of order.
Okay. So if you don't reproduce, then you're out of order.
Yes.
So Jesus was out of order because he never reproduced.
Possibly. Possibly.
You just called God out of order. You're a Christian. Shouldn't that demonstrate the absurdity in your argument?
I'm saying possibly.
If women are out of order, then so is God. Like the perfect, all-knowing, all-good, right, infinite being.
We're all a child of God. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but just what I'm arguing is that it's like very God didn't create humans through procreation.
Yes, God created us all. We're all created in the image of God.
Can you please define procreation?
You want me to define procreation?
I do.
Like the act?
Yeah, what is the act of procreation?
Yeah, I mean, we all know the act. We're not 12 years old.
So sex. So God created humans through sex?
Yes.
Dude, what? Wait, what? I have a question. Who did God engage in sex with? to
Yeah,
create all humans.
That's not something we know yet.
That's not something we know.
That is correct.
Wait, but by the way, before everything existed, before all creation, what would there be in order to like? There's no one that exists. There's no one exists. Who could he have sex with?
Well, I mean, let's look at Adam and Eve. They were the firstborn.
No, we're
right?
talking about before that. No, the creation of Adam and Eve. Did that rely upon sex?
Yes.
Okay, who existed other than God?
That's unknown.
So is God asexual? Is that your position, or not? Or not necessarily an asexual in a
I
sense.
don't know what asexual.
Sorry, let me clarify.
means.
Let me clarify. Not asexual in the sense probably that you're thinking, but I meant like, can he reproduce himself? Right? Does he have sex with himself under your view?
Did God like shag a black hole?
With females to create spirit children.
So wait, are they eternal too?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, but you said that we're all the
So
children
God
of
didn't
God,
create
right?
them.
Wait, so everybody ever is the child of God?
That is correct.
So God fucked his own kid?
What do you mean? No,
Because you said that God like reproduced with a female, right? But you said like all males and females are children of God, therefore God fucked his own child.
No.
Wait, what? So then not all males and females are children of God.
Well, I mean, in order to create a child, you have to have a male and a female.
So okay, so then not all males and females under your view are created by God.
Well, I mean, some might be created by the devil.
Wait, so God fucked the devil's kid?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
Wait, so who created the devil?
I don't know. Somebody did.
Dude, the answer would be God. So you're saying that God either fucked his
devil has a
daughter or
father.
granddaughter?
Dude, what the fuck are you saying? No wonder you watch Alex Jones, dude. Your profile picture is Alex Jones. I can tell.
That is correct. Yeah. Let's move on to the subject that I came up here for, the removal of the TRANs in the military.
Oh my God.
What we need to do is move this over to the private sector.
Okay.
Not just the military.
Yeah.
And once we do that, we will take America back the way it used to be in the 50s, 60s, 20s, and so forth.
You think that America should be the way that it was in the 20s?
Not 100% of the way, but a lot of it, yes.
What
a
about
lot of the laws?
What specifically do you want?
We need to. So in 1962, Illinois was the first state to decriminalize homosexuality, and other states began.
So wait,
to follow
do you
after
think
that.
it should be criminalized?
Yes, we need. Yes,
Okay, wait, hold up. Let me ask you this question: why should it be criminalized under your view?
Because it's a disgusting act.
Okay, so you think every disgusting act should be criminalized?
Yes, actually, I do.
Oh, okay. So, do you think certain foods are disgusting?
Yes.
So you think eating disgusting foods should be criminalized?
I mean, that's something that could be looked at. Yes.
Is shit disgusting?
Yes.
So it should be criminalized to shit?
No, it should be criminalized to try to serve it to somebody.
Wait, no,
I
but
think it already is.
but like the act of shitting, right? Like shit's pretty gross. So therefore the act of shitting should be criminal.
Look, I get you're smart and you're very good at arguing, so I commend you on that. But let's just try to stick to.
You said everything under your view that's disgusting should be criminalized. He just gave you something that you consider disgusting, yet you said it shouldn't be criminalized.
Yeah,
so what's the reason why you think it should be criminalized?
Let me ask you this.
So dropping a load should be illegal.
You guys are pro AB, right?
No, don't pivot. Don't pivot. You just said that being gay should be criminalized, and you said the reason is because you think it's quote unquote disgusting. And then we said that just because you think something is quote unquote disgusting doesn't mean that you think it should be criminalized, because there are plenty of things like shitting that you think shouldn't be criminalized, even though you think it's disgusting.
Well, let's stick on the topic that I was talking about.
That was the topic.
By the way, we got a live restriction.
You should be able to stick on the same topic without pivoting.
I just want to bring it up. We did get a live restriction. We are going to need to reset the live, right? But this conversation is just, too nuts. Don't necessarily want to end it right now. How about this? I'll let it play on. I'll see if the appeal gets approved. If it doesn't, then we'll do a restart here in a little bit. Go ahead.
So anyway, as I was saying, in 1962, Illinois was the first state to decriminalize it.
Illinois.
And then others. What's that?
Illinois, I don't think that it should be criminal to love
And
who you
then
love.
other
As long as it's
states began to follow
if
after
it's
that.
as long as it's two consenting adults, okay. Like I mean, I don't.
So wait, you said so long as it's two consenting adults? Is that what you said?
Yeah, two
So
non-incestuous consenting
if
adults.
it's a
I'm with it.
50-year-old father and a 19-year-old son doing it to each other, is that good?
So if you listen to what I said, I first argued two non-incestuous consenting adults. And then secondarily, I'm not sure that a 19-year-old can consent to sex with a 50-year-old. I hold a little bit of a more nuanced take on consent, that I don't think the whole cut and dry, you turn 18 and all of a sudden you have an ability exists.
Okay, so you are against the law that says when you turn 18, you do not have the freedom to choose who you want to love.
Yeah, I don't think when you turn 18, you can consent to sex with like a 80-year-old. Yeah. Like
Well,
there's like
maybe
plenty of 18-year-olds that are like still in high school, man.
maybe that's a law that we should look at. I think that's a good point you bring up.
Yeah.
Maybe we should look at that and introduce it into Congress.
Yeah.
Okay, but like, can we get back to the point that you were making in terms of why you think it should be criminalized? Again, you didn't really provide any proper basis for saying it should be criminalized.
Because we lived in a more moral society at that time.
That's a ridiculous statement.
When women got pregnant, they went and they kind of hid themselves out of shame because they knew it was wrong if they did it out of wedlock. And bastard children were not
pregnant
as
women
born
hiding in
frequently
shame
as
is
today.
good.
I'm sorry. Say that
So
again.
pregnant women hiding in shame is a good thing.
Yeah, because they fornicated and they
God.
they got pregnant out of wedlock.
Fornication is not wrong, but I love
Oh my
fornication,
God.
actually. I love it so much. Like, I fornicate all the time. I love it.
Well, I mean, so do schmurderers. They love doing what they do.
So do you think that fornication is equal to murder?
Fornication to murder?
I'm sorry, I'm listening to two people at the same time.
We asked the same question.
Yeah, did you just compare fornication to murder?
Yeah, I'm looking at anything that's wrong, like
Okay.
schmurder.
Okay, I mean, are you an incel, dude?
He's a 76-year-old
incel
himself.
is.
All right, guys, we're gonna have to hit a restart real quick. Hey, Gender Czar, do you want to come back once I hit the restart so we could finish this conversation?
Sure.
Hit that follow button. It's a big red button. You could unfollow me after. It should be right there on your phone screen. You'll be able to find me in the following list. Okay.
All right.
Okay, Parker, do you want to come back too? Love to have you on. I actually do need to go pee, so it'd be pretty beneficial.
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, Parker, I completely agree. All right, everybody. So if you want to hear the rest of this conversation, if you want to hear the rest of the dialogue between me and that Gender Czar guy, and Parker down here, make sure to come back after the restart because he's going to be back in here too. He's a crazy motherfucker. The reason that we got to do the restart is because we got a restriction on the live. If you want to be able to come back super duper easy, this is also Ginger Czar. I hope that you're hearing this too. Once the live stream is over, I'm going to show you what your phone screen is going to look like. Once I end the live to restart it, your phone screen is going to look like this. It's going to say live has ended, and it will show you my profile picture. If you tap on my profile picture right there, you go boop, it'll shoot you over to my account page. Once you're on my account page, count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pull down on the videos. It will refresh the account page. Then click on the new red go live glowing orb around the profile picture. If it doesn't show up with your first refresh, just refresh it again and it'll be there. And the restarts only take around 4 seconds. So make sure to come back, y'all. Ginger Czar, Parker, I'll be speaking to you guys in literally 10 seconds from now. The restarts are super quick. Everybody else, see you shortly. I'm going to start counting down from 10. I'll be back on by 6. 10, 9, 8, 7, and we're back on by 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we're back on by 7. That was good. That was very good. Welcome back in, everybody. Woo! We got that restart. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let's go, dude. We got that restart, everybody. Look at that. Quite frankly. Welcome back in, Parker.
Hey, restarts are good. They're so good.
Yeah, I had to restart because I got a flag, dude. We've been getting a bunch of those motherfuckers today, and like the restart is the only way to ensure that we just don't lose the account. And it's unfortunate, but the people, they come back, so that's great. Gender Czar, go ahead and hop inside of that queue, man. All right, and there he is. Perfect. All right, guys, I really got to go take a leak. So, Parker, I'm going to go and leave Mr. Ginderzar here with you for a moment. Is that all right?
Yeah, I think I have like 11 more minutes or so, so
Okay.
we're good.
Ginderzar, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be right back, everybody.
All right, so can you give us justification for why you think it should be criminalized? We're still waiting.
Yeah, so if we look at the way society was, we lived in a more moral society, and life was
No, but I want
better.
you to be specific. Can you explain how criminalizing being gay is preferable or more moral under your perspective?
Yeah, I'm about to do that. So if we look at how society was, we had the family unit, which was a lot stronger than it is today. We had a lot less divorces. We had even if you look at crime, the amount of crime was less. Everything that the way life was back then, because we had less stuff on television, less schmurder on television, stuff like that, less stuff in our music. Life was just better. If you talk to people that are, say, 85 and 90 years old today, they will tell you that life then, if they could grow up in any time frame, that the time frame that they grew up in was much better than if they grew up in a time frame today.
No, I think the context of marriage actually was significantly worse off because women were actually forced into those conditions and they didn't have the ability to be able to divorce or get out of those relationships that they considered bad or not good to the same degree as what they do now. If you ask any woman or any particular marginalized individual if they thought society was better off back then comparative to now, they would heavily disagree with you. This idea that society was more moral or better off historically speaking is absurd. Not only were death rates significantly higher, technology was significantly worse, but also you said crime rates were better off then. Can you give me any justifying standard for that?
Yeah, so I want to go back on what you said. You said women were forced into marriage?
I'm saying that women, yes, were forced into the context of marriage to a significantly greater extent
Can
comparative
you
to
give a
now.
little
There's
bit
stigma.
explanation how they were forced
Yeah.
into it?
Yeah, there's less stigma forcing women into the context of bad marriages and relationships now than there was historically speaking. And that's what caused women to be in those situations, even if they did not actually have any type of like benefit from the relationship. But just because of the
I
societal
thought the way a
stigma.
marriage works when somebody gets married is the male asks the female to marry him.
That doesn't mean that the quality of the relationship after that is the case is good, right? You understand there are plenty of
Can you
marriages after
explain
that
the
point that are horrible,
Can you
atrocious,
explain
and
the
even just because a
force?
woman says yes doesn't mean
Also,
that's the case. Plus,
Yeah,
there are
but
lots of
can you
arranged
explain the
marriages
force
that
of
existed
that?
historically speaking,
I could explain the
and
force.
child marriage. Also,
But
by the way,
you said force, so
I
I'm
could
trying to.
explain the force.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so coercement or coercing somebody to do an action is forcing somebody to do an action. If somebody were to hold a gun to the side of your head and say, I'm going to pull the trigger unless you get down and, do 20 push-ups, okay? They're forcing you to do 20 push-ups with the use of the means of coercing you to do 20 push-ups. Now,
So what do you
women
think the percentage of
historically
that was?
have been coerced into marriage, all right?
What do you think
the
the
way,
percentage
one
was?
moment, like way back in the day, very predominant, very, very predominant. Because women,
give a number.
could you allow me to finish speaking here? I just need you to listen. Get educated, little bro. So the reason why so many women were coerced into marriage, right? Like for instance, 100 years ago, and many like still to this very day, is because not only were there like social stigmas surrounding women not being married, but there's also like legal barriers that prevented them from flourishment, given that they weren't married. Like women didn't have the ability to vote until the 1920s. So if she wanted her voice to maybe have the chance of being heard in American politics, she had to be married to a husband that might vote in her interests. Maybe take a gamble. Women were not able to start a business. So if a woman wanted to start a business, then she had to marry a man and ask the man to do it himself. Women were able to own a bank account. So if women wanted to keep track of their finances, right, they needed to marry a man and then give the man control of their finances. Better than have a husband that has control of your finances compared to not having finances at all. Women weren't able to get a credit card or, and many other things. Women weren't able to report grape in the context of marriage. Women weren't able to do so many things that men were able to do. And in order for them to be closer in proximity to doing those things, they had to marry a man first.
Well, no, that's not why they got married. They married because they wanted to have a family and procreate.
So you know what women of 100 years ago thought and felt?
Well, I mean, that's the whole reason of why people would get together.
I absolutely disagree. I don't think that's the only reason why individuals would get married 100 years ago. Everything that I just listed was a reason.
Okay, so if we go back 400 years ago, when that stuff didn't even exist, what was the reason why male and female would marry then?
for many of the same reasons that I just gave 400 years ago.
No, that stuff wasn't around.
Everything that I just said was true to a larger degree. 400 years ago, I mean, as far as I'm aware, women had zero rights in like many, many, many countries. They couldn't do jack shit unless they had a husband. Literally nothing.
Yeah.
Quick question: would there be some couples you would recommend to divorce each other?
Would I recommend some couples to divorce?
Yes.
No.
No. So that's the issue we have here. I think some couples. Listen, there's a prescription.
If we have a male that is abusing his spouse, then that's the reason for jail. Just put him in jail.
But don't divorce him?
No.
There should be a divorce as well.
I mean,
What are you talking about?
It depends on the amount of time that he goes to jail.
I mean, don't you think that
What?
that
No,
wife
it doesn't.
Don't you think that wife should divorce her husband so she never has to be married to him again and could go find another husband that will treat her better?
Well,
Literally.
that's what I was about to say. So yes, if it's a habitual offender and a physical abuser, then yes, I think that somebody like that should go to jail for life.
Do you think that a man is justified in divorcing his wife if his wife cheats on her?
No.
So if I were to have a wife and my wife were to serially cheat on me and not love me, I would not be justified in leaving her?
Correct.
And why is that?
I mean, you're the one. If you were the one that asked her to marry you, then you have to live with the results. That's why it says when you get married, for better or for worse.
Okay, so you said that the man should ask the woman to marry her. So because the woman isn't the one being asked, but rather the one being asked compared to the one doing the asking, then a woman doesn't have to live with the results of a marriage that she didn't ask for.
Correct. If a man is abusing his wife physically, or even in some other forms, then that is bound for a divorce. I would grant that.
I mean, couldn't serial cheating classify under that standard of?
I'm pretty sure even the Bible allows for that.
Let's not forget that when a man marries his wife, that is the whole bounds of the word marriage means that the man now owns the wife's uterus.
No, I don't think that marriage means that you own the person. I don't think that's true.
No, not the person, but you have the rights to the uterus.
No, I don't think that marrying a woman gives you a right to ownership of that woman or her body.
It does.
According to whom?
It does.
According to whom?
According to whom? I don't want you to misunderstand
according
what I'm
to whom?
saying.
According to whom?
Hold on. Let me. According to the principles of marriage.
What principles?
So
where?
I think you're thinking the wrong thing. Let me clarify. That does mean that what that means is if your wife says, I'm not interested in doing anything tonight, then the man has to be respectful and respect that. But what it does mean is that when you marry your wife, that not another man comes in and gets her pregnant and she bears a children from him. That's what that means.
I'm still not really tracking. I just don't think that it's ever acceptable to say that you own the body of your wife.
I didn't say the body. I said the uterus.
Is the uterus a part of the body, silly goose?
To the uterus.
I don't think that the husband would own the rights to the wife's uterus. I think that the wife would own the rights to the wife's uterus.
Well, she does as well.
So there's joint custody.
Nobody else can use it.
Wait, I have a question. Does she have ownership over your nuts?
Yes.
Correct. Okay, so can she cut them off?
No.
Wait, but
why not? She has ownership. She can cut them off if she wants.
That's not what we're talking about.
Oh, but I think you could pretty much do whatever you want with the property that you own.
Let me say this. I want to say that both of you have very high IQs and you can argue very good. But at some point in time, you use your mind and you revert back to like a child and ask basically childish questions. Let's both act like adults and just try.
No, that was just the logical
arguing.
Conclusion.
So come on.
Hold on, that was the logical conclusion of your argument there, right? You said if it is the case that she has ownership, she can choose to do what she wants with it, right? Then she can choose to do that, and you have no issue with that under your perspective.
No, what that means is the man is not allowed to go try to.
What does ownership mean?
I'll be right back.
Wait. Can you tell me what ownership means?
Yes, I'll say it again. What that means is the man does not have the right to go out and procreate with somebody outside the bounds of marriage.
That's not what ownership means. That just
That's
means that
what it
there's a no,
means.
no. Listen, there can be a boundary in a relationship saying that like you shouldn't engage with a different person. Now, there's not like some sort of force necessarily involved there, but it's just like a boundary of a relationship. I don't see how that's what are you saying?
That's called
What do you mean by
marriage.
you said by ownership? You were referencing like a man having a choice over what a woman does with her uterus, right?
Here's what I'm saying is when they become married, the man owns the wife's uterus, meaning nobody else can use it to procreate.
Dude, okay? I'm sorry.
Does your wife own your lips?
No.
So your lips can be used to kiss other women?
No.
Oh, so therefore your wife owns your lips because they can't be used to kiss another woman.
No, I didn't say that. No,
That's actually a really good point, dude. Now,
I mean,
so
yeah, that's a good point. That's a
yeah.
good point. But if you respect the bounds of marriage, you wouldn't do that.
Okay, so it's not about owning; it's about respecting the bounds of marriage. I agree. It's not
yeah,
about
sure.
it's not about the husband
There you go.
owning the wife's uterus. It's about both the husband and the wife respecting the bounds of said marriage and not engaging in infidelity.
Like literally what I just explained to him. Dude, you have crazy views. I have a question. Do you think women should have the right to vote?
No.
Oh, okay. Why not?
Should repeal the 19th. Because
Why not? Why
they'd be
not?
much better off because women think emotionally, men think,
that one's really easy to
You're not
dispute.
doing that right now. There's actually no empirical evidence saying that quote unquote women think emotionally and men think logically. You're not thinking logically when you do that because you're not using any evidence to indicate that to be true. Now, could you say that specifically the other way around without any evidence? Would you think that's a justified assertion?
I'm sorry, say the last part again.
Would you think it's a justified assertion to say it the other way around, that men are emotional and women are logical without any
No,
evidence?
see, I look at it like this. There's a reason why God sent his son into the world and not his daughter. Because men are leaders, women are not. Now, that doesn't mean women can't be leaders. But what it means is when you're going to lead an entire country or state and stuff like that, it's supposed to be done by a male.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If leadership is supposed to be done by males and not females, then what are the relevant differences between males and females that make males better at leading?
The fact that they don't think emotionally.
Okay, and what is your evidence that men don't think emotionally?
I mean, you look at Trump. Do you think he thinks emotionally?
Yes.
You think he thinks emotionally?
Very much so.
Okay, all right. I mean, if that's how you feel, then you win the argument. Then.
He was so emotional that he lost. See ya, Parker. Appreciate you for joining. He was so emotional that he lost the 2020 election, and he thinks so emotionally that he just basically believed that he won it. By the way, if you disagree with that, don't say so. TikTok will take you down. He was so emotional when a female reporter was pressing him on the important questions that he told her to shut the hell up, called her unintelligent, and labeled her as a piggy. He's such an incredibly emotional man that he was so mad that he lost the Nobel Peace Prize to a woman, by the way, that he then created his own FIFA Peace Prize and gave it to himself. Okay, he's a very emotional man. And by the way, I'd actually argue, on average, I think that women are less emotional than men.
Which type of women?
All women, right?
All?
As a general statement, women are less emotional than men, on average.
So should we remove all the males from the Department of the force, any of the armed forces that we have, and just put females in there?
I'm not really sure what the basis or the nature of your question is. What I will say is I think that although women are less emotional on average than men, this doesn't mean that all men are emotional. So, I mean, it's a pretty simple refutation of that last statement.
But if you
can I prove to you that women are less emotional than men?
I mean, you can try.
Okay. Can we agree that violent crime is a very irrational and emotional response to external stimuli?
A good majority of the time, yes.
So then why are 92% of violent crimes committed by men? And your answer shouldn't be because they're physically stronger on average, because even violent crimes that don't require physical strength, like cyberbullying or arson, are also disproportionately perpetuated by men.
Yeah, so if you look at the amount of murders that happen or violent crimes where it leads to DEATH, and it's a horrible act. Like, in other words, something that is not just a somebody used by somebody's GUN, and it's multiple stabbings, whatever, and that's a very violent act. And you look at how women unalive people. Usually it's done through, usually, I'm not saying all the time, usually it's done through like some type of poisoning or something where the physical body doesn't have to interact in a violent manner.
That is still a violent crime. To poison somebody to death is still a
No, it's
violent
not a
crime.
violent. It's not violent.
It is.
It's not violent.
It is classified by our government as a violent crime
It may
to
be
murder somebody by
classified, but
poisoning them.
it may be classified, but it's not engaging
So,
in front of
so
them.
facts don't care about your feelings. The fact is that it is classified as a violent crime by the FBI, and still yet, according to FBI crime statistics, men commit 92% of all violent crimes.
Yeah, because men are more powerful like that.
Well, we already went over how this wouldn't hinge more powerful. What do you mean by powerful there?
I mean, like
More emotional? You mean like more irrational and more emotional?
Men are stronger
Oh,
by nature. We're designed to be protectors.
So, well, it's definitely not in the nature of a protector to commit violent crimes. It's also definitely not the case that the reason why men commit more violent crimes on average is because they're physically stronger. As violent crimes, they don't need physical strength. They're still disproportionately committed by men. I already brought up cyberbullying. But I actually think that the argument that men are more likely to be violent is because men are more likely to be a protector would imply that if you are a protector, therefore you want to commit violent crimes, which is antithetical to the nature of what a protector should do. Not to mention that typically protectors are inferior to who they protect. Who's the leader? The president or the president's protectors, the Secret Service?
Well, say that again. I'm sorry.
Who's superior and who's inferior? The president or the Secret Service?
Well, if you're asking who is like if it came down to a physical fight, the Secret Service.
So you think that the Secret Service leads and the president follows? Obviously, the president would be the leader in that circumstance.
No, but there is a point in time where your body physically becomes out of order for protecting.
I don't think that our physicalities determine how good we are at leading.
The president's body is physically unable to protect anymore.
Okay, but we'd still argue that the president is more important than the president's Secret Service, right?
Yes.
Okay, right. Who's the leader? The coach of a football team or the players of the football team?
The coach of the football team.
And who's physically stronger?
The players.
Right. Who's the leader? The commander in chief of the military and the generals of the military, or the grunts and foot soldiers in the military?
The foot soldiers
would be the followers, but they're also the stronger ones, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So, like, what we're observing here is that when an individual fills this role of being a protector, of being like the one with the strength, that typically they'd be viewed as inferior and lesser than those without those traits, or with those traits to a lower degree on average. So I think when you describe men as the protectors of women, you're just describing men as less valuable than women, right? Because in all these circumstances, the protectors are always those with less value. Another good example would be like my phone with my phone case. The phone case protects my phone, but my phone case is also significantly less valuable than my phone. And I also just don't think that it is true that men are the protectors of women, since men are the ones who perpetuate what women need to be protected against, right? Like, I don't really think that men should get a gold star for throwing their shit on the wall than trying to clean it up. And I also don't think that you should sit here and lie about men and women, arguing that women are less rational and more emotional than men, considering the fact that I already brought up, which is the fact that men commit 92% of all violent crimes, when violent crime is an emotional and irrational response to external stimuli. Other data points to prove that women are less emotional on average than men would also include the fact that men are significantly more likely to engage in self-unaliving. Self-unaliving is very sad, but still yet it is driven by irrational emotions. Men dominate in that field. They also dominate in other fields that are driven by irrational thought processes involving emotion, like drunk driving or gambling. Meanwhile, when we look at fields which are dominated by the intelligence of an individual, that are dominated by the rationality of an individual, like academia and education, women outperform men. They're more likely to get higher grades on average, get more degrees, and go to school at higher levels to a higher extent on average when compared to men. And women are also better at dealing with emotions such as stress and pain when compared to men on average. This is why the American Medical Association tells us that from a study they did on 1.4 million patients worldwide performed on by surgeons, if you're performed on by a woman, you're less likely to die as a negative postoperative outcome or experience any other negative postoperative outcomes on top of death. when you're operated on by a woman compared to a man. Not to mention that this is what we just see biologically speaking. Biology gives females thicker spines on their dendrites and their brains because females have the ability to give birth to children. What do those thicker spines do for them? It gives them a higher stress tolerance and a higher pain tolerance. Not saying that women have to give birth, just simply saying because they can, they have a greater ability, biologically speaking, to deal with stress and pain when compared to men. And maybe this is why we see men dealing with stress and pain emotions worse on average compared to women via all of the empirical data points that I just gave you and more. It is unequivocally false to suggest that women are more emotional than men. It is unequivocally false to suggest that men are more rational than women. And honestly, I just think it's dumb to gender these things. I think it's dumb to place a gendered expectation on emotional reactions, on leadership ability, on levels of rationale. But if you put a gun to my head and you force me to, I would say that women could actually be expected to do better at these things than men.
So let me ask you a question. If you had to pick a leader of the world that was from here at time and all eternity, would you rather it be a female?
I'd rather it be whoever's more qualified.
Okay, that's fair. But if you had to pick male or female, which would you pick?
Well, I kind of just answered this question in my last breath. I think it's dumb to place expectations on gender for leadership ability because I don't think that gender tells us too much about leadership ability. But if I was forced to, gun to my head, I would argue that women would have a slight edge on men on average.
You just argued the whole point of about gender, of how women are better at this and that, and I agree with a lot of the stuff that you said. So how can you sit there and say that we can't judge it on gender?
Because I'd argue that these
that's so odd.
Because I'd argue that these gender differences, for the most part, are driven by society, not driven by innate biology. And I think what drives these facts in society is men telling other men that they're not allowed to express their emotions, men telling other men that they're not allowed to go to therapy, and men telling other men that it's okay to be violent, that it's permissible to be a piece of shit, and that traits like having an ego or being a narcissist are admirable, right? So because I don't think that they're driven by biology, but rather driven sociologically speaking by other men, makes me have a hard time saying that therefore we should place a gendered expectation that women are better at leading than men. I just think that gender is kind of irrelevant to the equation. I'm going to pick whoever is more qualified. But of course, women do have a slight edge when it comes to stress and pain tolerance, which would be the reason why I would argue if you put a gun to my head and you force me to pick on average who'd be better at leading with a veil of ignorance, shielding me from all other facts about the character or the experience of these two potential selections, a rational mind, because that slight edge that women possess, would pick the woman.
So let me take you down this road, and if you're okay with it. So let's use your own parents as an example, and this is only if you feel that you're okay doing it. So if you were to pick between your father and your mother in leading the entire world, who would you pick?
Out of my father or my mother, I'd pick my father.
Now, why is that?
It's because I think that my father in my life has demonstrated better leadership abilities compared to my mother for a multiplicity of reasons. However, I do think that those multiplicity of reasons are unrelated to their gender.
Okay. All right. It seems like you got a good head on your shoulder for the most part. And you grew up in a pretty good household, and your parents seemed like they took good care of you and raised you pretty good.
Okay.
Would you
Okay.
agree?
I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm not going to tell you too much about my past. But I would really
You don't
appreciate
have
it.
to.
I would really appreciate if you could respond to what I just said. Right. So
Okay.
like even in the question, that you just
repeat it.
asked me, you said, who would I like prefer to be like the supreme leader of the universe, my dad or my mom? I picked my dad. Right. And then I went on to describe, I'm not picking my dad because my dad's a man and my mom's a woman, but rather I'd be picking my dad in this circumstance for like unrelated character attributes that have no bearing nor relevance towards their gender.
Understood. And you said, could I answer the question? What was it that you wanted me to answer?
Well, I think I just wanted you to respond to the fact that it's possible for a man to be better at leading than a woman, just like it's possible for a woman to be better at leading than a man, not because the man's a man or because the woman's a woman, but rather because generally leadership abilities have nothing to do with your gender.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. If you picked 1,000 males and 1,000 females and randomly picked them to be a leader, that it's very possible that a woman could lead better than the randomly man that was picked. Absolutely.
I'd actually argue. So if you picked 1,000 random men and 1,000 random women, that because of the sociological facts and the biological facts that we've already went over, we'd expect to see a slight edge in the average leadership ability of the women compared to the men.
Well, I mean that. I don't know about that, but as I stated, it's very possible that of that 1,000, that one of the females that you pick could be a much better leader than any of the males.
So why don't you think that women should have the right to vote? Because it sounds like you're just conceding, right? You're no longer saying that women are more emotional than men and men are better leading than women.
We need to repeal the 19th Amendment and stuff like that is I'm pro family. I'm pro life. I think that we need to outlaw all contraceptives. I think that the act of anybody doing it other than the act of procreation should be outlawed, and stuff like that. So
You're
when
crazy.
I look at repealing the
Wait,
19th
so do you think that
Amendment,
people should go to jail for like persistent lifelong fornication?
I mean that's something that obviously could be voted on, and
What would you vote in support?
Yes.
So Donald Trump should be in jail for persistent lifelong fornication.
I'm not familiar with it. I'm not a judge and jury for if he did or not.
Come on, no, that's his whole thing. He's had 3 wives. He's cheated on every single one of them. He's described himself as a sex pest. He's described himself as a predator. He's boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls. He said he could just grab women by the P word. He doesn't even need to ask first. He threw a private party with Jeffrey Epstein in the 90s, where it's just those 2 men and then around 50 other women. He was so attracted and in love with women that he literally started a beauty pageant for them just so he could look at their naked bodies and sexually exploit them because he's a sexual predator. And obviously, this would amount to a lifelong, to a life of fornication. This would obviously amount to a life of sexual violence. This would amount towards a life of sex outside of the confines of marriage with the intention of reproduction. So under your view, you think Trump should be in jail?
So I believe that that business owners don't have to do as they say. It's do as I say, not do as I do. For Trump, he being the leader of the United States. It's do as I say, not do as I do.
So, I mean, you're just simply not responding to the argument that I set forth. You said that individuals that have engaged in fornication over the course of their life should go to jail. Donald Trump has done that. Therefore, you think Donald Trump should go to jail. Address the meat on the bone.
Because he's the leader of the free world.
Wait, so you think that Donald Trump should be able to do whatever he wants because he's the quote-unquote leader of the free world and have no accountability? So if Donald Trump sexually exploited a naked kid, do you think he should go to jail?
Wait, but we don't know that happened.
Well, I mean, yeah, we don't. You're right. He's a good guy. He'd never do that. If he did, would you stop supporting him as president, and should he go to jail?
If he did something with a child?
Yeah, if he like sexually exploited a naked woman and or sexually exploited a naked child, should he go to jail? Do you stop supporting him as president?
It would depend on who the next person up would be. Yeah, it would.
Kamala
would have
Harris.
To depend a lot. No, then I would still pick Trump.
If he raped a child and the alternative was Kamala Harris, would you still pick Trump?
Wait, now you just changed it to great.
Yeah, follow-up question. If he raped a kid, would you still support him as president if the alternative was Kamala Harris?
If that was to have happened, then we'd have to face that decision at that time.
Okay, but I thought that you just told me your hypothetical answer to the obvious hypothetical I gave you about Donald Trump sexually exploiting a child. So then what is your answer to graping a child? Yeah, what is your answer to graping a child? If he was a child rapist, then would you still support him as president?
I would have to make a decision at that time.
Make the decision right now. Would you still support him as president?
No.
Why can't you just say no?
I'd have to make the decision at that time.
Why can't you just say no?
That's a very horrible act.
Right, so the answer should be no. Hell no, I wouldn't support him as president. And by the way, sexually exploiting a naked kid is also a horrible act, but you said you'd still support him as president if you did that, you fucking pedophile protector?
No, that's... wait, talk about pedophile protectors. The LGBTQ is the biggest pedophile protectors.
Oh, okay, so you're a gay man? Because you just told us that you'd support a P3DO as president. Yeah, get that fucking slogan out of your mouth. You're just trying to cast hate. You're trying to sit here and divide the country. You're trying to sit here and blame individuals for your fucking actions just because they have a different sexual orientation than you do. This is crazy. You cannot sit here and tell me that it is wrong to be a member of the LGBTQ plus community. We should protect P3DOs, and then tell me that you're a straight man, but the LGBTQ plus community are the ones protecting the B3DOs. You just told us that you think that Donald Trump should continue to be the president of the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth if he had sexually exploited a child. I could tell you with certainty, I've never met a gay person in my life who would ever say that. I could tell you with certainty, I've never met a bi person in my life that would ever tell me that. I can tell you with certainty, I've never met a trans person in my life that would ever tell me that. Okay? Members of the LGBTQ plus community, fucking, guess what, are kind of against violent crime, are kind of against traumatizing the fuck out of people for the rest of their lives, are kind of against predation, are kind of against sexual violence. Why? Because many of them are victims of it themselves or victims of similar experiences of harm and pain directed to them by people like you, right? So members of the LGBTQ plus community reject, okay? Reject violence, reject harm. Meanwhile, you're sitting here accepting that violence, accepting that harm, telling us that you would continue to support Trump as president if he had sexually exploited a little girl, and then you turn around and call them the P3D protectors. You're a weak, spineless POS, and you're going to sit down and shut the fuck up while I take a moment to thank my donors. Megan, thank you for the Galaxy. BC, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate you for that love, BC. If you happen to be watching that stream, show some love to BC down below in that chat. Thank you so much. BC with a $50 says, can confirm, my wife is much more emotionally stable than I am. I cried over an F1 race today. Happy tears. The normalization of misogyny is dumbfounding. When it comes down to the individual, not the sex, stop limiting half the world. Well, see, the thing is men like this guest like to project their own insecurities onto the women around them. So at the end of the day, they could at least say that they're better than 53% of the people alive. It's a very weak and narcissistic thing to do. I'd also like to thank Melissa for the $20 over on Super Chat as well. Let's get 200 Melissa W's, who says, as a 55-year-old woman, this is so disheartening to hear that we are so far from breaking that glass ceiling in this country. It is so sad. It is very discouraging. Thank you, Dean, for standing up for women every day in Parker. Well, Melissa, guess what? Of course, we're hearing from this guy very loudly because he's the other person on the live, but there are thousands of people tuned in right now that are watching and disagree with him vehemently. He's a complete POS, and so are his views. There's also a handful of other people I'd like to thank too over on PayPal. Thank you for the $10. Kelly, who says, Dean, thank you for everything that you're doing. I facepalmed so many times during this call. This guy's nuts. Thank you for the $10, Kelly. Show some love to Kelly down below in that chat. Also, please show some love to Tammy. Appreciate you so much for the love, Tammy. Show some love to Tammy down below. Tammy with the $10 says, my grandmother got married, only protect her from her rapist, who my grandfather made to leave her alone. Yeah. Thank you for the $10, Tammy. And I'm sorry to hear that happened to your that happened to your grandma. I'm really sorry to hear that. Charlotte, thank you for the $5 in Venmo. Caroline with the 5. Natalie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for the love, Natalie. Who says, if God created us in his image is seriously using things incorrectly since I've been acting out of order. Yeah, that's right. God's image is out of order. Good point. And then Miles, thank you so much for the $55 over on Venmo. Show some love to Miles down below, who says, donation for all of the out of order women and hopefully to kick this radical non-Christian off the live very soon. Well, guess what, Miles? We just got him gone. Appreciate you for the $55. Please, guys, show some love to Miles down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the kindness, bro. Seriously, thank you so much. As well as Claudia, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, who says, if men are protectors, then why do women feel so unsafe around men, and me included? Yeah, men aren't fucking protectors. Not at all. Thank you for the $25, Claudia. Jordan, thank you for the $10. John, thank you for the $10. Appreciate you so much for that love, John. Then Serena with a 5, Kayla with a 5, and Amanda with a 5. Let's fucking go, guys. Thank you all so much for the love. Y'all are going fucking nuts tonight. Oh my goodness gracious. As well as Soul, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Appreciate you for that love, Soul. Joshua with the $10 who says God is out here fucking, apparently. Then Rin, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal who says if being on Stewart is wrong, then why would God put the male G-spot in the anus? I guess God's imperfect. All of a sudden, in order to defend his premise, you got to be a heretic. Then Christina, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Appreciate you so much for the love, Christina. Let's get 250 Christina W's. And then Matthew with a $20 who says, is this the right hole to put my money in? Appreciate you for the $20, Matthew. Yo, let's fucking go. You guys are going crazy today. Then Angelina, thank you for the $23 over on PayPal who says, for doing what you do. Angelina, thank you so much for the love, bro. Thank you so much for your kindness, please. If you happen to be watching, show some love to Angelina down below for the $23. I really appreciate you guys so much for all the love that y'all have shown today. If you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube. Thank you guys so very much for the love. What is going on in political podcast? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2004, October 25.
You have like
October
a very,
25th.
very familiar voice. Have we talked before?
No, I have not.
Okay, so why do you support this terribly tyrannical president, Mr. Trump?
Well, he's not perfect, and I don't agree with everything he says, obviously. I don't agree 100% with what anyone says. But one thing I want to talk about is an executive order he signed.
Are you getting yelled at by your mom? Wait, hold on. Are you getting
That's
yelled
my
at?
sister. That was my sister.
So you're getting yelled at by your sister?
Yeah, she wanted to know who I'm talking to.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so he signed an executive order about banning the burning of a flag. His name is Dean Withers. He looks like the battle healer from Clash Royale. Okay, so he signed an executive order to ban the burning of American flag, and you made a video saying he shouldn't do that, correct?
Yeah, he really shouldn't do that. That's unconstitutional.
Yeah, because Texas versus Johnson.
Right.
Yeah, but there's another court case that happened, Brandenburg versus Ohio. I think it was that one, right? Yeah. It was limiting free speech by the use of fighting words, right? It was a riot, or it wasn't a riot, it was a protest. And the leader of the protest was saying some words that caused the protest to turn into a riot. And the court found him guilty of using fighting words that started the riot.
Are you ever going to make a point?
Yeah, I'm saying that if you're in a protest and you burn the American flag, it could turn it into a riot because it could get people angry. So burning the American flag could be a form of fighting words.
Okay, if I go to a far right protest with a pride flag on my shirt, it could start a riot by getting people angry. Therefore, should it be illegal for me to go to a protest with a pride flag on my shirt?
Well, yeah, because you're trying to get people angry. You're trying to get a reaction out of people.
So it should be illegal to fly the pride flag?
If you're trying to get people angry, then yes.
Wait, do you think
that was the whole point of Brandenburg versus Ohio?
So the Confederate flag gets people angry. Should it be illegal to fly the Confederate flag?
If you're waving the Confederate flag in a group of people that are supporting it, then that's fine. But if you're going out into public, a protest of pride people, you're waving the Confederate flag and you're saying things that they would hate, then yeah, that you're trying to get a reaction out of them.
Do you think that calling for the death of your political opponents could start anger and cause riots?
What is that?
What word did I say that you don't know?
Can you just repeat the whole thing? You talk really fast.
Do you think that calling for the death of your political opponents could cause anger and start riots?
Dude, can you slow down, please?
No.
Okay, well, calling for the death of political opponents. Okay, so you're saying like I support Trump, so if I call if I want Kamala
literally
Harris dead,
all that I said is
I'm
publicly
understanding
calling for the death of your political
now.
opponents.
Look,
something
I'm
that could
understanding
cause
it now.
anger and start riots.
Yeah, if I go out in the street and I say I'm gonna kill Kamala Harris, that's bad.
Calling for
That should be illegal.
Saying that she should be hung should be illegal. So therefore, Donald Trump should go to jail for calling for the execution via the means of hanging of 7 Democratic lawmakers in Congress last week, 2 weeks ago.
Did he do it in a protest?
He did it publicly on Truth Social.
But that's online though.
Okay, so if you do it so it should be legal to burn the American flag online?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so it should be legal to burn the American flag online, but not in person?
Look. Do you know about the case of Brandenburg versus Ohio?
Look. Are you just not
that's
going
all I want to talk about.
Can things that are posted online inspire political violence?
Yeah.
Wait, so
and
then
then
why
those
we treat it
people
any
that
differently
do
because it's
political.
online?
Oh,
Then
oh,
why
I
should
see
we
what
treat
you're
it any
saying.
differently?
I see what you're saying.
Even
I
though
see.
it's posted
Yep,
online, since
that's
it
a
could
good
still
point.
inspire political violence.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do
Right?
see what you're saying.
Right, and then you'd also argue here that Donald Trump should go to jail for like inspiring the insurrection upon the American Capitol on J6 by telling his supporters that he got there to fight like hell to win our country back, and if they don't fight, we will have no country. Which then led to them like insurrecting the American Capitol, trying to kill cops on the steps of it, and smearing their shit on the walls inside after being able to get in.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Yeah,
Donald
that
Trump should be in
illegal.
jail for J6.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
But you support Trump as president.
I don't agree with everything he says. He's not.
But
a
you're
perfect
literally
man.
arguing that he should be in jail.
Yeah, but he's
So he should be
not.
president from jail.
All right, man. Like he should be in jail.
So he should be
now he's
president
not
from jail.
president. Look, man. All I want to talk about is the flag burning.
Yeah, get cooked. Reaper, hello. Go ahead and unmute that mic for me, my friend. Go ahead and unmute that mic for me, my friend. And yo, Brent, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love, Brent. Brent with the $20 says, thank you for being you. Keep fighting the good fight. Well, thank you, Brent. Huge shout out to Brent down below in that comment section. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Brent W's, as well as thank you, Catherine, for the $5, who says, you've literally perfected the art of spreading awareness and educating. Thank you so much for everything you do. Well, thank you, Catherine. I think I could get better at it. We try to improve by the day. What's going on, Reaper? Do you support Trump?
I do actually.
And how old are you?
The only thing I have to say about the entire thing is that we haven't been to war with the Trump administration, unlike the Biden administration. We were funding wars that we had no reason to fund.
So
Not
what
to
war
include
were we
this-
in under
this
Biden
all-
that we're not in under Trump?
Do what?
What war
No, I
were
really
we in under Biden that we are not in under Trump?
No, I said we were funding a war in the Biden administration. We weren't in a single war
Oh,
itself.
so what
but
war were we
funding
funding under Biden that we're no longer funding under
Ukraine,
Trump?
Ukraine, and the whole Russian bullshit.
Oh.
I mean, name it. We were all doing it.
Okay, well, I hate to be that guy, but Donald Trump did resume all funding to Ukraine on July 11th.
And I know, and I don't like
Because he realized that defunding Ukraine led to less international pressure being applied to Russia, which then
It's still a war
emboldened the
attack
country
on
and
not
inflamed the
being
country to kill more Ukrainians and push for more land and be less likely to engage in peace talks.
That is also, I agree.
So do you think that Russia should be more emboldened to kill more people and be less likely to engage in peace talks?
No, absolutely not.
So then you agree with giving money to Ukraine because that's what it prevents. That's what it.
No, I don't agree with giving money to any party that is not involved with NATO or the United States.
Well, see, the thing is that giving money to Ukraine makes Russia kill less people and makes Russia more likely to engage in peace talks.
You know what? I'll agree with it, Dean. I'll agree with it. I'm not going to argue with that.
Okay, are you an American patriot?
Yes.
Do you patriots
Always.
support core American values like the Constitution?
Yes.
Do you think that we
That's
should
always
protect our
everything is
Constitution from enemies, foreign or domestic?
Absolutely.
So if we had a president that was an enemy to the Constitution, you would never support them?
Absolutely fucking not.
What would make somebody an enemy to the Constitution?
Taking our free speech away, taking our Second Amendment, anything that involves trying to or involving, it's a word. Hang on, I'm trying to spit it out. Tyranny. Anything that involves going against our U.S. government.
Okay, got it. So you said if somebody were to say that they wanted to take our free speech away, you no longer support them?
Exactly.
Year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the court.
So you no longer support Trump?
Which that also, listen, yes, I know I support Trump, but on certain things, yes, I agree.
Wait, you just said that you stopped supporting a president if they said that they're taking our freedom of speech away. You just listened to Donald Trump say that he's taking our freedom of speech away.
It's insanity that he even said that.
Okay, so then you're no longer a Trump supporter.
I'm iffy, like I said.
Oh, you didn't tell us that if a president tried to take our free speech away, you'd be iffy on them. You said if a president tried to take our free speech away, you would never support them as president in a billion years.
Did he take it? Dean, did he take it though?
Well, actually, yeah, he did try to take it by banning the burning of the American flag when SCOTUS ruled in the 80s that was constitutionally protected under symbolic speech covered by the First Amendment. He also said that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media. He tried to get Jimmy Kimmel kicked off air for that. He says that he wants to get The View kicked off air for that, as well as he said that it should be illegal to boycott Tesla. It should be illegal to boycott Israel, and like some of these protests are illegal too. He also tried to take the speech through voting away from every single American American in the 2020 election, when he tried to coup and rig the outcome of the election by installing fake votes for himself in Congress. Not to mention that he's also purported a threat to the Second Amendment when he directed his DOJ to try to find a way to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens that is so blatantly unconstitutional that even the far-right NRA has condemned the Trump administration for doing so. And then the most intentional infringement was definitely that on the 14th Amendment, when Donald Trump signed Executive Order number 14160 into law, attempting to ban birthright citizenship for the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, when they've expressly had that right from the clear text of the first section of the 14th since 1868. And by the way, the cherry on the icing on top of this metaphorical cake would definitely be what Donald Trump said in December of 2022 when he said that he wants to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. If you now still try to argue in defense of the Trump administration, I want to make it clear that you have no spine, you are not a man of your word, and you're throwing out the values that you first described to us all when you joined this live and told us that you care about core American values, you care about the Constitution, and it's something that you want to protect from enemies, foreign and domestic, including any president that would purport a threat to it. Obviously, Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution for all the reasons that I just gave you and more.
Hang on. First off, I haven't seen that one that you're talking about burning the flag until I seen you all talking about
Lee,
that.
thank you
That's
for
the
the
first
ginger
one new to me, honestly. No, I agree with you then. I mean, in our reality, yeah, you're right. Like, he should not be trying to do what he's doing.
Okay, so I changed your mind?
Yeah, kind of. I'll give you. I mean, yeah, I'm still, like I said, I'm still iffy. I'm not really for either side, but I'm just trying to figure out which one's best.
Okay, Reaper. Well, I'm really happy that you're able to come up here and have a conversation with me. I don't think that you're as open-minded as you could be, but simultaneously, you were more open-minded than other guests that we've had on live. So appreciate you for that, man. Keep doing your research. Please try to be more open-minded if you can. But we are going to move on to the next guest at this point, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president that's ready to come up here and have a debate with me about why. What's up? Do you support Trump, Chance? Sorry, not Chance. Chase.
Cookie King Mom.
4-year-old. Hello, MAGA Warrior. Do you support Trump?
Dean, you have to unblock my
4-year-old. Tina, thank you for the motorcycle. Moving on to the next guest, Charles. All right. By the way, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. You could even attach a message that I'll read off, like Sarah. Thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, bro got Brandenburg v. Ohio completely backwards, by the way. It actually struck down a law prohibiting violence. The advocacy of violence. Oh my God, what an idiot. And then Richard, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Appreciate you for that love, man. Show some love to Richard and Brandon down below in that chat. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Charles?
Hello. Can I make a quick point to you?
Nope. Are you a Trump supporter?
Okay.
I'm going to go into this soon. No. You have a good rest of your day, man. Moving on to the next guest. Guys, only hop in the queue of your MAGA. Please only hop in the queue of your MAGA. Holy crap. Moving on to the next guests. Hello, Blanche. And Blanche is gone. We got cards spending, loading up into the box. Hello, are you MAGA? Agree to disagree? Do you support Trump? Oh, well, he's gone. Okay. Moving on to the next guest right now. Yeah, he definitely doesn't mug me. I mean, come on, dude. I feel like the receding hairlines and gums just did him in. Nice screenshot. Hello, John. Okay, don't know what they're doing. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA, please. 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 Berkeley, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Who says, how's Momo? Momo's actually really good. Margaret, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Says, thank you for fighting for us. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Margaret. She also says, on a personal note, please continue to look out for your mental and physical health. Yes, I do agree. That is very important, Margaret. Thank you for the $25. Let's get 250 Margaret W's. I stopped looking out for my physical health for like a year and a half doing these streams. But maybe like 6 months ago, I got back into the gym and I've never felt better. Thank you for the $25. What's going on, Charlene? Do you support Trump?
No, I'm sorry. I don't support Trump.
No
I
worries.
just wanted to say I'm so excited to actually be awake for
Oh, hey, I'm sorry. I disconnected you when you said no, and then like your mic didn't cut out for a while. Just know that I really appreciate you, and I think that you're awesome, and you have a great rest of your day. As well as Eve Evan, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Evan with the $20 says homophobia confuses me. Like, what does two men making out do to affect you? How does it affect
Oh
you?
my
Love is love.
god, I'm in
Completely
Dean's
agree.
chat right now. Yo, what's good, Dean?
Hello, Kimmy. Do you support Trump?
Um, I do in some ways, but I don't in some ways. But I just want to say the way that you have inspired me to change my life around, Dean, is so real.
Well, that's
And
good,
if
Kimmy.
you could talk about Native Americans more, that would be what's up. Because Native people, we need the hype around us for real.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you this, okay? You should definitely not support Trump, okay? If you care about Indigenous Americans, I feel like
Can I just
see.
tell you one reason why I do support him?
I feel like we see a new story every single week, right? About Donald Trump's secret police questioning an Indigenous American, saying that they're not from here, that like detaining them and arresting them with no due process, saying that their tribal IDs and so on and so forth are fake. And I just simply think that that level of authoritarianism and harm directed towards Indigenous Americans, after all the harm that Indigenous Americans have suffered over the course of the last 300 years, is you can't justify it, you can't normalize it, you can't allow it. Michael, what's up? Do you support Trump? Michael, hello? Michael's not here. But I am happy to hear that, the streams have been able to help you out. And Evan, I didn't get a full chance to thank you, but seriously, man, thank you for the $20. I think that you're awesome, bro. Thank you so much for the $20. And your message was spot on. Hello, do you support Trump?
Can we just have a moment of silence for Charlie?
Dude, 4-year-old. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Guys, only hop into the box if you are a Trump supporter. What are we doing? Quite frankly, please follow the rules. Follow the rules, everybody. Is there any Trump supporters in the live, or are we just all, a bunch of libs hanging out? Well, I guess, leftists too. Won't exclude y'all. Like, what's going on? Where are the debates? What is up, Carter? Do you support Trump? Carter is not here. Goodbye. I seriously don't think that there's a single Trump supporter in the queue. I could continue to look. Now, can you guys, fucking leave the queue unless you're a Trump supporter? Fucking just leave, okay?
Cookie King Mugs, bro.
Yeah, if you're like that, just leave the queue. Come on. We're looking for debates. Come on. Yo, Bev, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Bev. That is BEV with a 30. Bev with a 30 says, thank you for educating the uneducated Trump supporters. Well, thank you for watching, and thank you for the $30. We're certainly trying to. It's just proving to be a difficult task today. What is up? Do you support Trump, Jenny?
Hello? Hi, I'm just a fan, sorry.
You are banned. I didn't actually ban you, but I did just send you back down to the comment section. Only join if you're MAGA. Holy fuck, guys. Come on. I'm actually going to start banning people now. David, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says people
We are Charlie Kirk.
banned. David, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for that love, man. Show some love to David down below in that chat. I'd also like to thank, let's see here. What is their name? There it goes. Barbara! Thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Barbara with a big 25 just says thank you. Well, thank you. I appreciate you for the $25. All the love in the world to you, Barbara. Shout out to you. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you MAGA?
All right, so here's the thing. I was MAGA up until a day ago after watching your streams. And I just want to apologize for ever supporting that fuckhead. I actually feel remorse for ever voting for him. So I just want to apologize to everybody because, you opened my eyes, for real.
I'm really proud of you, bro. I want you to know that you have a capability that around 99% of other people like you do not have, and we're all very proud of you. We're all very, very proud of you. Fireman, you and people like you are literally why I do what I do. And very proud of you, man. Very good. Dude, 10 out of 10. Love it. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Huge shout out to you. All right. Well, that puts me in a little bit of a better mood. Now I feel like I have the cognition power required to continue to fight through all the trolls to find our next debate. What's up, Kayla? Do you support Trump? Kayla? Kayla, I'm going to go ahead and give you around a minute here. Okay, Kayla's not here. Moving on. What's going on?
Yo.
What's going on, Sebastian?
Hello?
Do you support Trump? Sebastian's not here. Bruce, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Bruce, hello?
Yo. What's good, Sebastian?
Bruce, do you support Trump?
What's going on?
Do you support Trump, little bro? Bruce?
Oh, hello.
Hi, we can hear you now. Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Okay, there was a little bit of a glitch there.
Push up.
Can you? There's a loud noise in the background, my friend. Okay, it's gone now. So why do you support a predator president?
Predator?
Yeah, big time. Big predator. That's Trump.
What do you mean by that?
Perpetuator of sexual violence is what I mean by that.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
What I mean by sexual violence? Well, one specific example would be the sexual exploitation of naked women and naked girls at the beauty pageants he owned.
Oh, okay. I've never heard of that one.
Wow. Well, you have now. So, yeah, he would unconsensually barge into the private women's only dressing rooms at Miss USA, Miss Teen USA, just to look at their naked bodies. CNN.
Oh, you heard it on CNN?
Yeah, I heard it on CNN.
We all know that's a fake news network.
Nah, dude, CNN's the shit. What kind of evidence would you need to believe that happened?
Shit. It's shit.
If I could get Donald Trump to admit to sexually exploiting these women and girls, would you stop being a Trump supporter?
Yeah, man. CNN is the shit.
You know that all I have to do to get him to admit to the sexual exploitation of women and girls is to go to YouTube, type in Trump Howard Stern Miss USA, and then roll the clip. Here's Donald Trump admitting to the sexual exploitation of those women and girls. Once I'm done playing this clip in accordance with your own words.
This is 2005, Howard Stern.
Once I'm done playing this clip in accordance with your own words, you should stop being a Trump supporter. And if you don't stop being a Trump supporter after I play this clip, you're a spineless hypocrite. Let's go ahead and roll the clip.
What you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So there you go. You just heard Donald Trump admitting to the sexual exploitation of the women and girls at Miss Teen USA. Miss
He
USA.
went backstage. He went backstage.
Yeah, backstage into the private women's
Yeah, man, I go to the
around where they're
beach.
changing.
I go to the beach in San Diego, and there's plenty of people half naked. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Is there a difference with that?
Yeah, there's a big difference. The main difference would be consent, and the second difference would be the fact that he said they had no clothes on, not some clothes.
Do you need consent to look at someone?
What's that?
Do you need consent to look at somebody?
Yeah, you absolutely need consent to look at somebody naked, and most circumstances. Like there's a few circumstances that I don't want you to try to employ to prove me wrong. Like an EMT rushing somebody to the hospital and having to do CPR in them that would require removing their shirt, right? So that's why I'm saying in most circumstances.
Yeah, man, I get all that, but
obviously,
when did it say
you would you would definitely need consent to look at somebody's naked body in any relevant
I'm stressing
circumstance
you
that we'd
out.
be
Your hair
discussing
is
here.
thinning.
Actually, my hair is getting thicker.
Are you using that minoxidil on your head?
Spot on.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, Dean. Even liberals can use minoxidil as well.
Yeah, that's right. So do you want to respond to what I said?
Yeah, man, I do. So where in the clip did they say they're butt naked?
Oh yeah,
Where'd you hear that?
This is going to be seemingly reasonably implied due to the fact that it's a woman's dressing room. People get naked in dressing rooms.
It's backstage, man.
And
It's not a dressing room.
Well, the reason we know it's backstage is because there's no men around.
Backstage.
Well, if it was just backstage, we'd expect there to be men around, and we wouldn't just expect individuals to be changing.
no one's around.
But we know that they were naked because he said they had no clothes on. When I have no clothes on, I'm naked.
Oh, where did I hear that one?
Oh, do you want to hear it again?
Yeah, man, point it out to me.
I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no. And I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so where was the no clothes on?
You
My
just heard him
bad.
say it?
No, I didn't hear him say anything like
It's okay.
that.
I'll play it for you again.
Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no.
There you go.
What?
Did you hear it that time?
Where do you say no clothes on, dude?
Okay, well, make sure to listen very closely this time, Bruce.
Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no.
He said, "Is everyone okay?" You know, they're standing there with no clothes.
You said no clothes.
Yeah.
Why'd they clip that?
Which is the first half of the word close.
Why'd they clip that?
Was it clipped by anybody? Donald
Who's
Trump just cut
clipping
himself off to take a breath in.
Is that what CNN does? Is they clip shit, right?
No,
And then
that's
they
just what
twist it.
just what there was no clip, there was no cut. Donald Trump just cut
Where's
himself
that
off
shit
on the last
from?
word to take a breath in.
You said that's from the Howard Stern show?
Yeah. Can we agree that Donald Trump was saying that they had no clothes
When was
on?
that guy
It is-
relevant? 2005?
This happened in 2005. Can you respond to what I said though, Bruce?
What do you do? What do you do on those shows? What did Howard Stern even talk about on those shows?
Multiple different things. For the most part, it was just kind of like an interview.
He mostly talked about jokes and Beetlejuice and spelling the letter red.
Oh, okay. Well, we know that this wasn't a joke because Howard Stern had Donald Trump clarify that he actually did this.
I mean, yeah, he went backstage to inspect.
Yeah. So even if it was a quote
Yeah,
unquote,
I don't think you get dressed. I don't think you get dressed like backstage, Dean.
Okay.
Like,
So
you get dressed in the dressing room, bro.
So
You're smart.
we know that it's a woman's only dressing room because he's
You're a smart guy, man.
Hey, man, do you mind if I speak, Bruce?
Go ahead.
So we know that it was a woman's only dressing room because point number one, he said that there was no men anywhere. If it was just generally backstage, well, then why would there be no men anywhere?
Why are you lying?
Point number two, we know that it was a woman only dressing room because he said that the only reason he was allowed to go in there is because he allowed himself to go in there as he was the owner. If it was just a general backstage area, then there would be no question that he would be allowed in there. And then the third reason that we know that it wasn't just merely a backstage area is because Donald Trump said that they were like changing and had no clothes on, right? So like at beauty pageants, you don't just get changed and have no clothes on in like general areas where anyone is allowed. You get changed and you have no clothes on in private areas like dressing rooms.
You said backstage like multiple times. How are you getting dressing rooms?
Because the
It's
dressing room
backstage.
would be backstage.
Really?
Yeah, really. By the way, everybody in the chat is spamming.
Can we think about that?
What's that?
Can we think about that? Like,
Think about what?
you mean by that? Like, just think about it for a second. How can a dressing room just be backstage?
Because
Don't they have the
dressing-
curtains open?
Because dressing rooms wouldn't be in front of the stage. Idiot.
I mean, they could be if the front of the building was where the dressing rooms are. Idiot.
No, the reason why the dressing
Yeah,
rooms wouldn't
idiot.
be in front of the stage is because what is in front of the stage is where the people sit to watch the pageant.
Yeah, and then in front of the stage there could be an entrance with dressing.
I have a
rooms.
question. How old are you?
Idiot. 25.
Then why are you following people that look like 15-year-olds?
Because it's follow for follow, and I don't even look.
Oh, you just follow.
So if
everyone
that's
back.
how you're gonna run, I mean.
So then
go for
why
it.
are you why do you have around an additional like 1,000 people following you that you don't follow back? Oh yeah, you're also following like
Because that's the type of
16-year-olds.
guy I am.
So well, I mean, it just looks like
So,
you're like
wait,
following.
so you're getting mad that I don't follow everyone, but when I unfollow a bunch of people, then what?
Well, no, you're just following 16-year-old girls that don't follow
I mean,
you back.
I do follow for follow, and then
But they don't
unfollow a
follow
bunch of
you
people
back.
like everyone else.
But they don't follow you back.
They don't follow me back.
No.
I don't really even look, to be honest. Last time I followed someone was months ago.
Maybe the
But
reason that you're okay with.
if that's how you want to go out from this.
Well, we're just gonna go ahead and end the conversation there. Yeah, I do remove people from my live stream when they're older and like following like a bunch of young kids. We're just going to move on to the next guest, guys. Go ahead and hop instead of that QV up to be an American adult that supports Trump. Libby, appreciate you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Let's get 300 Libby W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you, Libby. Libby with a $30 says, another changed mind because of you. Obviously, Libby's not referring to that last guest. That donation came in 9 minutes ago, right after we had that other guest pop up here and say that we were able to change their mind. I just thought I should clarify, and thank you so very, very much for the $30, Libby. That is so incredibly kind of you. We all love you here. Show some love to Libby down below. As well, show some love to Brianna for the $10, who says been watching your streams for the past couple months and feels so relieved that we found somebody to be so well-spoken. Well, thank you, Brianna. I continue to try to get better at speaking and become more well-spoken. But honestly, I feel like my ability to speak has been on a decline for the last year or so. I feel like I was a better debater a year ago than I am today. Maybe it's just kind of like a weird psychosocial phenomena that I'm experiencing that's not actually true, but whatever. Regardless of that, hey guys, if you're watching on TikTok, folks, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. If you're watching on YouTube, drop a like. And additionally, if you're watching, you're like, hey, I like this guy, I want to support him. You can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. Pin message over on YouTube. Get 100% of all those proceeds that go straight to me. You could even attach a message that I could read off on live. Welcome in. What is going on? Braden, do you support Trump?
Dean and Parker life battle when? Please.
And banned. We're going to move on to the next guest. They had to change their bio to I love Charlie Kirk in order to get up here. You know what? All right. You outsmarted me, man. Moving on to the next guest right now. What's up, D-Sport Trump?
Yes, sir. What's up, Dean?
Not too much, man. How old are you?
18, born 2007.
Cool. Is that your EcoBoost?
No, man, it's a 5.0. It's a V8, bro. What you mean?
I don't know, man. I'm looking pretty close at it. I think it's just a rebranded EcoBoost.
Nah, man. Look at the videos, bro. You'll see.
I'm looking at the videos, and I think that only reaffirms my feelings here. It's an EcoBoost, dude. You just kind of took a GT tag off Temu and glued it on the back.
Dean, why you hating, bro?
Because it's an
Dean,
EcoBoost.
no, man.
It's an EcoBoost. Yeah, I'm looking at the 5.0. I'm looking at the 5.0 branding on the side. It kind of looks like hand drawn with white crayon, honestly.
Dean, come on, man.
You just got exposed, buddy. I honestly, I feel like
a V8.
Listen
to the videos.
I feel like
Dean,
you
come
could get
on.
that EcoBoost out of your garage faster if you pushed it by hand compared to driving. I feel like
Dean,
I could
what do
beat
you
you
drive?
I feel like
This
I
is
could
the real
beat you in
question we've been waiting for.
I feel like I could beat you in an Otis 60, right? If I was on a fucking kid scooter, and looking backwards, with my hands tied behind my back.
All right, Dean. All right, you got me there.
I'm sorry. I'm just talking shit. Go ahead. Tell us why you support Trump.
I just think he's a good guy, and honestly, I just like the streams.
A good guy?
And I don't know, man. I just wanted to get on the stream.
Okay.
I love you, Dean. Bye-bye.
Okay. Well, Matthew, if you seriously do support Trump, you should stop supporting him, and please, tune in more to what we say here. But nice 5-0, very pretty. Just gotta stop supporting Trump, man. If you seriously think that he's a good guy, I would love to have you up here so we could talk about it because I completely disagree. But yo, Maisie, thank you for the private jet. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the love, Maisie. That is very, very, very kind of you. Shout out to Maisie down below in that chat for the private jet. What's going on? Evan? Ewan? Is your name?
Ewan.
Ewan. There we go. The only reason why I know how to pronounce her name is because I actually had a friend in college named Ewan. It's a very unique name. But anyways, Ewan.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, Dean.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Honestly, I'm sort of like getting less and less Trump-wise.
Base. Michael, do you support Trump? No, it looks like Michael's not even here. So, if knowing everything that you do now, if you're teleported back to last November, would you still vote for him?
Yeah.
Okay, why is that?
More so thinking about his competition.
So you'd argue that you would still support Trump as president because if Trump wasn't president right now, Kamala Harris would have been.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, yeah, but what was so bad about Kamala Harris? I think that she was a pretty viable presidential candidate, especially when compared to somebody like Trump.
I think it has a lot less to do with personal character, which you have, obviously Trump is not a good personal character. Epstein files, all that stuff. I think it's more so about policies and getting rid of illegal immigrants.
Well, I mean, his policies are like almost as bad as his character. You know, like the what's your favorite Trump policy? Tell me your favorite Trump policy. I'll convince you that it's bad.
Okay.
Would it be mass deportation?
No, I would say putting tariffs on Chinese products.
Okay.
More tariffs.
So it's bad to put tariffs on other countries baselessly and with a blanket because it only reduces the amount of competition in the American market, which therefore reduces innovation in the American market and decenters us on the global stage because now other countries are outcompeting America insofar as the innovation that they're experiencing within their industries. There's one good reason not to support tariffs. Another good reason not to support tariffs is ultimately that tariff is passed off to the importer, and then the importer, to some extent, will pass it off to the consumer. So all of a sudden, not only are American industries innovating less because they have less competition in the American market, but American citizens are paying more to buy the less innovative goods from those American industries. So the industries are fucked over, our country's fucked over, and the consumers are fucked over.
But you would say that you see other countries abroad as competition for our products, right?
So economically speaking, yeah. Which is the competition
Okay.
isn't necessarily bad. Competition in a lot of senses can be very good, especially.
No, I understand that,
especially
but
like
when they have
pro-consumer.
so much manufacturing
I think that
going-
competition is very pro-consumer because competition would be like the natural opposite of a monopoly, and competition
Yeah, that's
breeds
true.
more innovative goods for lower prices, and better goods for lower prices is what the consumer needs.
Yeah, Dean, honestly, I'm not extremely knowledgeable about that. But I want to get your stance on Israel. You've probably said it before. I'm just like now joining. I saw your live pop up on my
Oh
FYP.
my god! 1 second. Let me see if the deposit hit. I love Israel.
Really?
Yeah, like did it? Oh, the second one just came through. Yes. Yeah. Yes. I love Israel. Let me see if the third deposit. What's that? Yes. APAC is silencing him. APAC is. I love Israel. Yes, and he obviously agrees with me because he's not saying anything, meaning APAC is silencing him. No, I'm just kidding. On a real note, fuck Israel. They're terrible. I think that Israel is a.
Oh, my internet went out, bro.
Dude, I know. APAC got to you, bro. I think they heard the word ethnic cleansing and
Nah,
just
bro,
pulled the cord. No, but on a real note, Israel's bad.
Yeah, bro,
I think that they're a terroristic expansionist state, and they're committing very heinous actions towards the Palestinian people. I think all that you need to have in order to be anti-Israel is to have common sense.
And I can't believe how much money we give them and we get nothing in return. Like nothing. It's ridiculous.
I mean, I think that that's one reason not to support them. I think another really big reason not to support them is because of the genocide ongoing that we see in Palestine. And then a really third big reason not to support Israel is I believe that the state of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, AIPAC, and then many of the pro-Israeli individuals involved in the American government help breed anti-Semitism. I think that the state of Israel and everybody.
So you and Nick low-key agree on some stuff.
We agree on the conclusion that Israel bad. We just disagree on how we get there. He gets there because he's anti-Semitic. I get there because I have common sense.
Okay. Yeah, solid. I think we should focus more on like stuff happening like closer to home rather than abroad, like in terms of our like foreign whatever, like Mexico, shit like that. Like there's so much bad things happening. We could help those people out so much more than we do.
Clarify if I'm wrong. It doesn't really sound like you're here for a debate.
I just kind of wanted to get your feeling on like shit. Like, honestly, I'm not.
Appreciate you for coming on, man. I'm gonna go to move on to the next guest. Thanks for your time, bro. I'd highly recommend hopping off that MAGA ship though. Very very bad, very bad. I do want to finish something that I was saying there. I think that Israel breeds a lot of anti-Semitism because they tell people that it's like anti-Semitic to care about children dying, right? Like, I mean, did anybody see, like, the anti-Semitic award of the year was given to Miss fucking Rachel? Miss Rachel. Nick Fuentes, right? The whole I hate Jewish individuals, Hitler's awesome guy. Didn't even make top 10. Didn't even make fucking top 10. Dude, that like descriptively is going to make that makes it just breeds anti-Semitism, okay? Right? When the state of Israel's like, you know, we speak for all Jewish people and we want to kill Palestinians. And if you think that killing Palestinians is bad, then you're anti-Semitic. That is going to make people anti-Semitic, you know? Like, I disagree with people being anti-Semitic. Nobody should be anti-Semitic, right? But that makes people anti-Semitic. So that's why I think that the state of Israel really props up so much anti-Semitism. And I think that they know that. I think that the state of Israel knows that they cause more people to be more anti-Semitic, and then they use that as justification for more killing. They're like, oh, they kind of hate Jewish people, so, well, they kind of, you know, serve as a threat to the homeland, so we're just gonna kill them. Like, I like, it is the intentional creation of anti-Semitism, and then the use of said creation of anti-Semitism and a furtherance of their immoral goals. And that's why I think that nobody should support the state of Israel as it stands, especially Jewish individuals. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, not at all. Actually, I just want.
You have a good rest of your day, man. We are just looking to talk to individuals that do support Trump. Okay. All right. Everyone just give us a minute here to get that next guest loaded up in. Okay. Here we go. All right. Yo, Elliot, appreciate you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Give me a second here, Elliot. Age? What the fuck? That was like a toddler. Not even a toddler, because a toddler is like 3. That was like an infant. Oh my god. Wow. Holy cow. They're still in the NICU. Okay, we just got a direct line into the NICU, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice. Band. Moving on to the next guest here, guys. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. Please, 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 please. But, you know, anyways, I was interrupted by the literal fetus as I was thanking Elliot for the $15. She says, you cracked me up, bro. Keep on doing what you're doing. Thank you for trying to open up the minds of the dents. Well, Elliot, man, thank you so much for the $15, bro. You're fucking sick, dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would also like to thank Sarah for the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Sarah. Brianna with the $10, Abby with the $5, and Viola with the $5. Thank you, guys. And then we got one big one here. Elena, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Elena, that is seriously so fucking kind of you. Holy crap. Elena with a $50 says, buy Momo some toys with this money so she no longer feels the need to wreck you over the next time a conservative challenges you to a push-up competition like earlier today. Dude, that was crazy, dude. I was gonna completely destroy him, and then Momo started like fucking attacking me. She just wanted to play. I'm always playing with her. That's my bad. So now she always thinks that she's playing with me. Thank you for the $50, Elena. Show some love to Elena down below in that chat, y'all. What is going on? Do you support Trump, Michael?
No, what's the story, Dean? Yeah.
No worries. You take care. I just saw the big fish in your in your profile picture there. You know, I assume that maybe, just maybe, you know, they're MAGA. Hello there, Frank. Do you support Trump?
Dean, when are you having a live battle?
Child. Okay, all right. Can y'all stop? We only have like 30 minutes left on the stream. And I'm afraid if you guys don't stop trolling that we're just not going to be able to get any more debates. So please, just let me have this. Let me have this for me. Let me have this for me. Let me have this last 30 minutes for me and some debates. Okay, no more trolls. You could come back tomorrow. You could troll tomorrow. Just give me the last 30 minutes here, okay? All right, guys. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Hey, 4-year-old back here.
Ban children. Children should not have unrestricted access to electronic devices, the internet, and social media.
Sarah, join it.
Hello, Sarah. And Sarah's gone. Wow, that was really fast. Moving on to the next guest. I'm getting pissed off, okay? I'm getting pissed off here. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Steak.
One question.
You're like 14. Hello, Geek Central. Do you support Trump?
Who do you think you are?
Well, I don't know who I am. I think that you are likely depicted in the image on your screen.
Yeah.
Is that a representation of yourself?
Yup.
That is a so you're definitely a Trump supporter. I don't even need to ask. Why do you support Trump?
Nah, I'm from Europe.
You're from Europe? Okay. I'm going to go to kick you. Moving on to the next guest is Jord. Only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA, please. Hello, Jord. Do you support Trump?
Nigga.
Yeah, this is a definite yes. Definitely a Trump supporter, but, slurred, so we're going to go to kick. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone just, do give us a minute here. Looking for that next guest of the evening, everybody. Super duper hard to find him. If you are watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal on the top of the phone screen. Link tree in the bio and pin message over on YouTube. Appreciate everyone so much for all the love tonight. Like Linda, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Who says, "Hey Jen, hey Dean, Gen X teacher here, sweating in Florida, supporting what you do." Linda, that is awesome. Thank you for the $25. Huge shout out to you. Let's show some love to Linda down below in that comment section. As well as Grayson, thank you for the $10. Who says, "Thank you for humbling the closed-minded MAGA cultists." Oh, thank you, Grayson and Linda. Huge shout out to Grayson and Linda, guys. What's going on, buddy?
What's up there, baby girl?
Yeah, still calling me baby girl. Still very, very weird. You got anything new for me today?
Yeah, so most liberals are big environmentalists, right?
Yeah, W environment.
Yeah. Why you planning on homeboy ain't got no 5.0, but yet he got a EcoBoost? He's trying to save the environment, man.
Because EcoBoosts are slow.
So you don't know much about cars then, do you?
No, I know enough about cars to know that EcoBoosts are slow, all right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
You don't know enough about cars.
I think that we need to go drill some more oil, okay? So we could keep the Eagle machines running, okay?
There you
all right,
go.
get those
That's
5.0s running.
You drive a gas burner?
You probably get off to that shit. Like, I'm over here just saying it like satirically as a joke. Meanwhile, you're probably over here saying, "Yeah, Dean. Yeah, talk to me about the trees. Talk to me about the oil. Talk to me, Dean." Like, come on, bro. Okay. All right, you sound silly.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you drive a gas burner.
Of course.
Well, I mean, you ought to support your own cause. At least get an electric vehicle.
Maybe one day. I mean, right now it's just not in the cards.
So you're just gonna kill the environment?
I guess so, a little bit. Well, hopefully I could, kill the environment less and less and less. The older I get, the more feasible an electric-powered vehicle becomes.
Yeah, those batteries are real good for the environment when you dispose of them.
Oh, so are you saying that electric vehicles are actually more harmful to the environment? Therefore, I'm doing something good by driving a motor vehicle? A gas-powered motor vehicle?
I'm saying transportation requires energy, and anytime you use energy, it could possibly have an effect on the environment.
Yeah, but there's certain forms of transportation that require less energy and less non-renewable energy resources compared to others. Also, everybody in the comment section spamming following lists, you already know the drill. Got the live section of the Discord pulled up. If there's any kids in there, feel free to let me know. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, so then you concede that you're going to, in order to create energy, you're going to harm the environment, right? Oh,
yeah, most of the time.
Anxiety,
Yeah, there's going to be like some level of harm to the environment with the creation of energy. And I'd say that my goal is just to like influence policy in a direction that makes the the means of energy production that are the least harmful possible to the environment, the most feasible and affordable. Boom.
Yeah, it sounds good.
So, give me a reason why you support Trump, buddy. This is a debate live.
Yeah, I like that he's driven. I'm cool with that. I've been in a plane before. I've seen them. They're actually showing that studies have. And I know you're gonna be like, give me a source, but so because there are more carbon dioxides being produced right now, that trees are actually flourishing, and things that consume that through photosynthesis are thriving right now.
Okay, so you support
No, I don't
Trump
have a
as
source
president?
for it, but not like I pulled that out of my ass or anything. 'Cause I don't care.
So you support Trump as president because you think that our environment needs more CO2?
I'm saying that the more CO2 has benefited.
But listen, I'm just trying to reduce your argument down to a sentence that I could like respond to, because the topic of the live is how do you still support Trump as president? Okay, so how about you just fill in the blank? We make this easy. You still support Trump as president because blank. Go ahead.
He's okay with producing energy.
Okay, he's okay with producing energy.
Pro-energy.
So,
He's pro-energy.
so do you think that the Democrats were not pro-energy?
I mean, sure, if you're going to produce a battery, it's just as it's probably more contaminating than the exhaust on a vehicle.
Did you know that under the Biden-Harris administration, the United States of America drilled the most crude oil that it ever has? Not to mention the fact that they also approved 50% more drilling permits and leases on federal ground compared to Trump in his first term.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe it seems that Biden was a little bit more pro-energy than your guy.
Oh, so you're saying the oil that he sold to other nations is benefiting us as far as being
Wait 1 second.
pro-energy?
You share your TikTok account with your daughter? You should.
She don't need a TikTok account.
You should probably make sure that you follow all of like the porn accounts then, right? So she's not like seeing that on her For You page or following list.
Excuse me?
It's just been brought up to me that you follow a couple porn accounts, right? It's like probably a good thing to unfollow those porn accounts if your daughter shares your account, so she's not like seeing any of like the suggested posts made by them on like the following or For You page.
Yeah, man, I don't pay attention to none of that, bro.
Okay, well, I mean, you should, right? It's for the safety and well-being of your child on the internet. Right? Like here's like one of the accounts that you follow, for instance. I don't think that your 11-year-old daughter needs to be seeing that, you know?
Yeah, I follow anybody until they give me a reason not to follow them.
Well, I think a really big reason not to follow some of these accounts is because your daughter uses your account.
Here's the way that you can. Here's two ways that people follow someone, right? Okay, so let's say someone wants to send you a friend request, for example. Some people will go and take their time to see what kind of friend that they're getting. Okay, now me on the other hand, instead of wasting my time, I just go ahead and accept it, and it's easier and quicker that once I see what you're posting to delete it than it is to do all this research, because you're going to demonstrate who you are on your own. So you're eliminating a lot of my time and effort in seeing what I'm getting.
But
so,
come on, bro! Like
it comes across my FYP page.
You said that like
that.
You said that like you and
I
your
hadn't
daughter.
deleted you.
You said that you and
I
your
hadn't deleted you, and I don't want her agreeing with what you're saying.
You said that like you and your daughter share a TikTok account, which like by the way, I don't think like from my perspective at least like young kids should be on social media at all. But if they are to be on social media, it is a good thing to like share an account with a parent. But like I don't think it's a good thing at all to be that parent and to allow accounts to follow you and to follow accounts that are like straight up posting porn, right? Like I don't think that it's a good thing for your child to have access to social media, right? That is going to predispose them towards like literally seeing like pornography because you chose to follow the people that post the pornography.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. You want to show me that picture again? Because you've managed to use the word porn or pornography about 10 times, and I don't see any pornography there.
Sure, I could try to find it again. That's fine. If you don't want to label,
that was a fully clothed adult.
It was a fully clothed adult that was being sexually suggestive, right? By like bending over, sticking her tongue out.
We're conceding it's not porn, right?
I would include it in this. Sure, I'll concede that it directly inside of itself is not pornography. However, I would say that it absolutely would fall under the category of sexually suggestive content.
Yeah, well, that's a far cry from porn. I mean, you get people that come up here and go,
I don't think
you're so good looking.
I don't think that like I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think it's a good
being sexually suggestive.
I don't think it's a good thing to predispose our children like intentionally and with knowledge of to soft porn or sexually suggestive content, including like a woman bending over and like the doggy pose, sticking her tongue out, looking at the camera. I don't think that's a good thing. Can we agree?
I mean, are you doing it if people come up here and these little girls are like, "Oh, I love you, Dean"? Are you being sexually suggestive?
No.
Well, they seem to think so.
What am I doing that's sexually suggestive?
Well, you have to ask them because they're all about you, and
you understand. You understand that like
responsible.
Individuals that like come up here and say that they love me, right? They're saying that like they love what I do.
They're 14-year-old girls. They don't.
Yeah,
know
it
what
doesn't
to
mean
do.
that I definitely don't like having 14-year-old girls come up here and say that. It definitely it's something I have a preference against. Like it does make me uncomfortable, right? And that's why I automatically remove them. Like I just don't really like it, right? I feel like that's a very fair response for a 21-year-old man to give to a 14-year-old girl saying that they love him. It's not something I like. Okay, but that also doesn't mean that I'm like making sexually suggestive content. Right? Like, how are you going to try to twist this against me when all I'm trying to do
I'm
is
just
suggest that
saying
you
that
be a better fucking dad? And if you're going to share a social media account with your child, make sure that you're not a fucking lustful old man following people that are posting soft porn because your child can see it. There's a following tab on TikTok for a reason. You click on that button, you see the posts made by the individuals that you follow. Stop trying to defend following
and
soft porn
that
accounts,
requires,
right? Knowing that your
time
daughter
out
shares
of
your
my
account
day.
and can see it. Well, then take the time to be a good dad. Take the
No,
time.
sir, I do take
Yeah.
the time
I'm
to
so
be a
sorry.
good dad.
Saying that it requires effort is not an excuse. Okay? You should absolutely put the effort in if required to ensure that when your child's on the internet, they're not being exposed to that.
So if you're so concerned about it, why don't you reach out to that little girl that you just showed me a picture of and talk to her dad about being
That wasn't a
better?
little girl. That was a grown ass woman.
Well, talk to her dad.
Why do I need to talk to her dad?
She's the one making the post.
And you're the one following it, predisposing your child who shares your account to see it. Why
Okay,
do
so now
you
you're
why do you
making
think
the
it's a
assumption that my
responsibility of
child
other
has seen
random
that?
adults to parent your own child?
Why are you trying to parent my child?
I'm not trying to parent your child. I'm trying to parent the parent by teaching you to grow up, be a good dad, and not to
We
follow
concede.
accounts that could expose your child to sexually suggestive content. This is easy. This should be easy. This shouldn't be a partisan issue.
this.
This shouldn't be a debate. This should be something that everybody with a brain can agree to. If you're going to share a social media account with your young child, which by the way, if you're going to have your young child on social media, is definitely the way to go. I personally think that young children shouldn't have social media at all, but that's a whole separate issue. If you are going to share a social media account with your young child, make sure that you are not using that social media account to get off by following accounts that post soft pornography to then predispose your child to potentially seeing that on your following feed.
Okay, Dean. Thanks for conceding it's not porn. I'll take your advice.
Wait,
Are
do you
good
think
with that?
could we agree that it's sexually suggestive soft pornography?
I agree with you, Dean. Can
Okay,
we move on?
before we move on, can we agree that it's a bad thing to expose our children to sexually suggestive content at all?
Yes, but yet we're allowing 11-year-old children to make choices about their sexual orientation.
So you're going to use this as an opportunity to pivot to trans people compared to like growing up and just saying that you're in the wrong and that you should unfollow the accounts that you do that are posting sexually suggestive soft pornography that you are exposing to your child.
So
I just want to clarify, you care more, right, about other children saying they're trans than you do about your own child being exposed to sexually suggestive content. Really? Are you dead
she
ass?
educates herself on being, I'm a girl, but I want to be a boy. Am I supposed to?
Are you gonna respond to what I'm saying?
Yes. You didn't respond to what I said. I asked you a yes or no question, and you couldn't answer.
You brought it up as an opportunity to pivot to trans people, which tells me that you care more about other children being trans than you do about your own daughter being exposed to sexually suggested content because you're a lustful old man that used your shared social media account to follow women that post sexually suggestive content. Feel free to do that. Feel free to do that. If you want to go follow women that post sexually suggestive content, I'm not saying that there's anything inherently wrong with it. Just go do it on an account that you don't share with your 10-year-old daughter.
Dean, I understand you're tired of conceding to me. There's no reason for you to mute my mic over and over.
Am I saying anything that's wrong here? No, real quick, buddy. No, could you just clarify? Am I saying anything that's incorrect? Am I saying anything that's wrong?
Yes, you are.
What am I saying that's wrong?
You see, okay, let me respond.
Okay, remember the question that I want you to respond to. What am I saying that is wrong?
Okay, so it is equally or more important that I make sure that my young daughter is a female and not exposed to 11-year-olds being in 4th grade and being taught that it's okay if you want to be a boy, you can be one.
Okay, yeah.
But you're worried about her seeing a picture of some girl that no one knows on a page that she's not even looking at.
First and foremost.
Okay, so
First
if
and
you want
foremost.
the details.
First and
It
foremost.
just gives her somewhere to post her videos. She don't scroll. She don't look. Come on, bro.
First and foremost, I disagree with you.
And if you had to
still
go to
going.
someone's follow list and hunt down
still going.
one anecdotal to go, oh, look, porn. Yeah. Nice try, Dean.
First and
Nice
foremost, I disagree with you on the notion that it is bad or wrong or something that we shouldn't do, right? To like expose children to age appropriate content and material inside of the classroom surrounding education and the world around them. Okay. But second of all, even though you think, right, that your child shouldn't be exposed to things that are like pro-trans, you still understand that you could do those two things at once. Okay. You could say that your child shouldn't be exposed to things that are pro-trans while also saying that your child shouldn't be exposed to sexually suggestive content. You could do those two things at once. You could ensure that your child isn't being indoctrinated by the crazy libs and ensure that your child isn't being exposed to sexually suggestive content because you decided to follow somebody that posts it.
Okay, Dean, my response is 5 minutes ago, I give you that, and you're still on it.
Because you haven't conceded. Can you concede? Can you concede? Can you agree that you should unfollow? Can you agree? By the way, I just want to point this out. Everybody spamming W guess in the comment section. You're fucking disgusting. The fact that there's people spamming W guess in the comment section, defending a man who thinks that it's okay to be lustful and follow social media accounts of women posting sexually suggestive content, even though he shares a social media account with his daughter, just because he said that it's not okay to be trans. You're fucking gross. You don't care what this guest is saying. You don't care that he's trying to defend exposing his 10-year-old daughter to sexually suggestive content just because he says he's a Trump supporter that is anti-trans. That makes you so fucking disgusting. You are allowing your own bigotry and your own prejudice that you hold against other individuals in this world and the idealistic support that you hold for Donald Trump to overwhelm and disregard the fact that this man is arguing in defense of exposing his 10-year-old daughter to sexually suggestive content. So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that everybody in the chat spamming WGuess thinks that 10-year-old girls should be exposed to sexually suggestive content unless you stop spamming WGuess, or this guest, at the bare minimum, can admit that it is wrong to follow people that post sexually suggestive content on a social media account that he shares with his 10-year-old daughter. Like, can you just admit that? Can you admit that it is not a good thing to follow people that post sexually suggestive content on an account that you share with your 10-year-old daughter?
No.
Why? Why isn't that wrong? Do you think that children should be exposed to that? Do you think that children should be exposed to that? Why can't you answer?
Dean, you're still on.
Do you think that children should be exposed to sexually suggestive content?
I get the fact that you're so overwhelmed.
Bro,
that I
oh
have
my God.
smoked you in so
Answer
many
my
debates
question. Answer my
that
question.
Now,
please.
You're having to use no, you're framing the question so you can get the answer you
Do
want.
you think that children should be exposed to sexually suggestive content? Should 10-year-old little girls and 10-year-old little boys be exposed to adult content? Adult content that is sexually suggestive, yes or no?
How do you still support Trump?
Answer my question.
You're searching, bro.
Answer my question. Why can't you just say no? Why can't you just say no?
No, Dean.
No to what? No, that they shouldn't be exposed to sexually suggestive content?
I've already given it to you 3 times.
Okay, so the answer is no. Okay, so because you agree that children should not be exposed to sexually suggestive content.
In the past.
Just let me speak. Because you agree that children should not be exposed to sexually suggestive content, and you share this social media account with your daughter, and by following accounts that post sexually suggestive content, you are increasing the likelihood that your daughter is going to be exposed to that, either by that followed account popping up on your social media feed on the For You page, by that following account popping up on the following tab to the left of the For You page on the TikTok UI, or via the promotion of similar sexually suggestive content in the algorithm, since you have a proclivity to engage with accounts that do post that by following them, right? You are increasing the likelihood, dramatically increasing the likelihood that that is something that your daughter is going to be exposed to. So because you agree that children should not be exposed to sexually suggestive content, and you following accounts that post sexually suggestive content dramatically increase the likelihood of your daughter being exposed to said content, can't you agree at the bare minimum that as soon as you leave this live, you should go look through your following list and unfollow any and all accounts that post sexually suggestive content? Can you agree that you should go unfollow them, buddy?
Dean, about a minute into all that, I I lost track, bro.
Yeah, whatever.
It's too
Can you agree that you
it's
should
too
go unfollow
much,
those accounts?
bro. It's too much, bro.
Can you agree that you
let's
should go unfollow those accounts?
let's see. Okay. How many questions are you going to lead into the same answer?
This is the last one. Can you agree that you should go unfollow those accounts?
Let me get this down here.
Can you agree that you should go unfollow those accounts?
And also, I believe when you do the mic mute, it's conceding that you're losing. So
Can you agree that you should unfollow those accounts?
no, I don't. I can follow whoever I want to.
Yeah, you're a bad dad, dude. Just nothing else to say. You're just a bad dad. You're a bad dad. I feel bad for your daughter. You're a terrible father, exposing your child to sexually suggestive content. You're a total loser. You're a piece of shit. You're a sick bastard, and I feel really bad for your daughter, okay? Because you have the opportunity to reduce the likelihood, right, that your daughter is exposed to sexually suggestive content, and you are saying that you don't need to take that opportunity. You could follow whoever you want to, regardless if it were to potentially expose your 10-year-old daughter to porn, right? So terrible. Just like, oh my God. Like why are people like that fathers, dude? My God, dude, oh my God. Like, this more than politics. That pisses me off. That pisses me off. Why? Why are we just like willingly opting to say, let's show our kids porn? I don't care if my daughter sees this lady in tight clothes bit over and the doggy stance sticking out her tongue, or, showing her ass. I can follow whoever I want to. God, oh shit. Oh my goodness. Isabella, thank you for the $1 on Venmo, who says, I work with children and it's literally a part of our yearly training that a form of sexual abuse is quite literally knowingly exposing / not stopping your child from being exposed to sexual content. And that includes sexually suggestive. Kirsten, thank you for the $5, who says, I also went through and counted at least 20 of those accounts on Buddy's list. Brittany, thank you for the $10, who says he will expose his own daughter to this content, but he's probably offended by his daughter seeing pride parades and drag brunches. Yeah. Thank you for the $10. Suck, thank you for the $5. Kirsten, thank you for the $5. Christy with the 5. Juniper with the 73 cents. Thank you guys so much for the love. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Elliot, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for your kindness. Oh my God. I think that's like crazy. Can we all agree that that's just like actually nuts? Can we all agree that's like crazy? Can we like try to find like a bipartisan agreement on that? Is this where the party lines could just fall for a minute? Like, that's pretty fucked up, dude. That's pretty fucked. God, I'm happy I see people agreeing to that in the chat. Thank you. I'm happy. I only see yeses. Thank you. I needed that. What's up, Nick? Do you support Trump?
Hi, it's a 4-year-old again. Are you on your...
How? What the fuck? How does that guy keep on getting back up? Moving on to the next guest, Colin. Ugh. Oh God, I'm really, really happy. I only see people agreeing.
Hey, hello.
What's up, Colin? Do you support Trump? Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, I debated you earlier, and I have a change of heart.
Oh, good to hear, Colin. Based. What's up, Anna? Do you support Trump? Anna?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
No.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only op instead of the key of you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. All right, moving on to the next guest right now, We got Skydive loading up in the box. Rory, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, Buddy served time for manslaughter, killed his ex-wife, among other crimes. Please stop platforming him. What the fuck? 1 second. They gave me a link here. I'm going to look into it real quick. They gave me a link to look at. Please click on the two shapes that are most similar to one another. I gotta get through like the human AI, the human verification tests on Venmo on my computer, so I could copy and paste the link that was shared. Let's take a look. It's saying that they can't find that page. Whoever sent that to me. Let's see. What if I just look up his name, Buddy Aggie? Well, it said that the page existed. Oh my God. That is him? Yeah. Deny parole for Buddy Aggie. The issue? This petition was created to deny parole for Buddy Wayne Aggie. Aggie was convicted of manslaughter in the death of Crystal Nicole Carey. Crystal was a beautiful, funny young woman when she met Buddy. She was outgoing and always lit up a room. She had a family whom loved her and spent a lot of time with. Huh. What the hell? Buddy and Crystal were in a wreck that killed Crystal. Buddy was driving, and it is the strong belief of Crystal's family, state troopers, and others that worked on the case that Crystal was gravely injured or dead before the wreck occurred. She had defensive wounds that did not match injuries from the wreck. Buddy walked away from that wreck with very minor injuries. Crystal was unrecognizable. Her death has left a hole in the lives of her friends, family, classmates, co-workers, and most importantly, her two beautiful children. Okay. Damn. What the fuck? Why does this man have custody? Huh. That's, yeah, he won't be up again. What's going on? Do you support Trump skydive?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm about like 20.
You're about 20?
Yeah, I'm like 20.
What year were you born in?
I think I was born in like 2005-ish, yeah. Yin?
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay.
One of the comments on this petition reads, quote unquote, I was watching a live this week, in April 4th this week, and Buddy openly admitted to killing his child's mother and that he took joy in abusing his child whenever he could. In addition, I heard him threaten the live hosts and panelists. He's a sick human being and should be behind bars for life. This man has no remorse for his actions. Why, if all this is true, why does he have custody of his child and why is he not in jail? Yeah. That is, wow. So if you guys go to the petition, you could find it by just going on Google, typing in Buddy Aggie. It is Buddy spelled Buddy, then Aggie spelled Agee. The first link is from change.org titled Deny Parole for Buddy Aggie. And it just says everything else that I just said. And if you scroll down to the supportive voices, there's a featured comment posted by somebody named Gina 8 months ago saying that I was watching a live this week in April and then, you know, openly admitted he killed the child's mother and that he took joy in abusing his child whenever he could. I mean, this is very reasonable grounds for CPS investigation. In my mind. Last time I said that, I got in a lot of trouble with the internet. I got in a lot of trouble. I'm going to say it again because it's definitely reasonable this time, right? Like an investigation. Like, you know, this being brought up to somebody's purview, somebody's, you know, just the fact I just want somebody to know about this, that investigates these kinds of things. Is there anybody in here that is? If there's anybody in here that is, I mean, we have like a lot of viewers right now. We have 13.6K over on TikTok. 4.8K on YouTube. You know, if there's anybody in here that is, you know, I would definitely reference you to the change.org petition published with a comment made by Gina 8 months ago saying that he was on a live openly admitting to killing his child's mother, that he took a joy in abusing his child, alongside, you know, like the things that he said on this live, like, you know, he's okay with his child being exposed to sexually suggestive content, and he's just going to do what he does regardless of the impact that it has on his daughter. So, I guess we're going to go and leave it there. I'm going to just stop talking at this point because, like I said, I got in a lot of trouble last time I kind of said similar things to what I'm saying now. So I'm going to be a little bit more mindful and just hold my breath. But, you know, if there's anybody in here that, you know, would work in a relevant field, take a look at that change.org article. And, you know, the clip of the conversation I just had with him on this live. It's worth looking into. It's definitely worth looking into, but we're going to go to get that, wow, I'm sorry, man. That's just nuts. Jesus.
I don't know why you guys haven't left yet.
What's up, Brock?
Yo, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing good. I saw you on, I was on earlier. Hold on, sorry, I was in the middle. I didn't think I was gonna be able to get up here. I'm playing Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, no worries.
Let me exit out of that.
Yeah, dude, there's whole articles published about this on the internet. On WAF 48, that is WAFF 48, there's an article titled Police ID Woman Involved in Fatal Colbert County Wreck. And it like gives more like context and explanation about what occurred.
Sorry, what's happening?
Yeah, a lot, man. Did you just tune in?
Yeah. Oh, a little, I mean, I've been in here, but I haven't been paying attention. I've had my headset on. I was gaming.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we've been going over a lot. I guess I'm gonna go and leave the conversation there, everybody. You know, I would say if there's anybody out there that works in any type of relevant field here, take a look at that change.org article. Take a look at that article published by WAF 48. You know, take a look at the comment under that change.org article, and you know, even like the nature of the conversation that I just had with Buddy Aggie on my stream. And I'm just going to go and leave it there, folks. Now we're just going to head on to the next political debate of the night. Sorry, that's a lot, man. That's a lot. I'm just going to leave it there for what I say. But anyways, Brock, welcome in D-Sport Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to thank a couple people here, then we'll hop on to the next conversation. Leslie, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Yeah, Leslie, you were right. Renegade, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, father of an SA survivor. Perpetuator was a pastor. His congregation defended him. Discovery found 4 other victims. He will die in prison. That last guess is the reason. He's the same person as far as I'm concerned. I appreciate you for the $20, Renegade. And I'm really sorry to hear that happened to your child. As well as Elena, thank you for the $20 as well over on Super Chat, who says, the fact that this caller thinks trans people who aren't doing anything wrong are comparable to exposing his daughter to stuff is beyond me. I truly feel physically ill. Yeah, that is, I'm not feeling too good after that last conversation. And, you know, just consider, like, how many people like him come up here and debate that we just don't know of? Like, how many people like him have done, like, heinous, terrible, crazy things that we just simply are not aware of? Crazy, scary thought. Crazy, scary thought. Over on Venmo, Crystal with $1 says, Buddy's father's friend? Oh, wait, no, shit. Buddy's father also murdered someone. What? Can you link me to that? Also, Jane, thank you for the $5. And Alexandria, thank you for the 2. Ethan with the $5 over on PayPal says, are we sure it's the same guy? Yeah, no, I'm sure it's the same guy because of the picture that they had on the change.org petition, then the picture that he has on his profile on TikTok. Not to mention a comment made on the change.org petition 8 months ago talking about him being on a TikTok live. Like, I'd say it's very reasonable to believe that it's the same guy. Heather, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal, and Frankie with the $5 as well. I mean, it's like technically possible that it's not the same guy. It's technically possible that it's not the same guy. But you know, I mean, I'd say that the evidence, the preponderance of evidence to demonstrate that it is him, the preponderance of evidence that points towards the conclusion that the buddy on live and the buddy on that change.org article are the same person is like great enough to like want a further look into things. You know, I think that's one of those scenarios where it's important to look into it, to investigate it a little bit. Yeah. Anyways, Brock, I'm sorry. We're just finishing up, going over like a pretty like heavy hitting topic here. Ian, I appreciate you for the $20 over on Venmo. Who says, take care of your brain, man. If you feel rattled, you could pick up with the next guest next stream. Well, I appreciate you for the $20, Ian. I am feeling a little rattled, but I mean, I think I'm all right. Max, thank you for the $5 as well. He says, love the shirt. Appreciate that, Max. Thank you. So, yeah, man, if Brock, if you want to give us a reason why you support Trump, I'll try to listen. If I'm just not feeling the debate, I will end it short, but I'm gonna try.
What did you say?
What's up?
Sorry, what did you say?
If you want to give a reason why you support Trump as president, go for it. There's a chance I'm just not really feeling debate right now, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna give it a shot.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll try to. I'm sorry if you're not in the right mood. I'll try to be respectful, but I know you're a liberal, right?
Yeah, big lib.
So, I mean, I know you might not be in the best mood right now, but it might be hard for me to be 100% respectful because the liberals it's been fucking hard recently.
The liberals have been pissing you off?
Yeah.
Especially
yeah.
Have the liberals been pissing? Yeah.
Yeah, they piss me the hell off.
Yeah.
Especially when they're little atheists and they don't have any morals and they don't.
When they're little liberal atheists. I'd honestly say that liberal atheists have better morals than MAGA conservative Christians.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Even in accordance with the scripture of the Bible, I think that a liberal atheist better follows the scripture of the Christian Bible than MAGA conservative Christians.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I can already tell this is not going to be a fun conversation with you, just because of how simpleton your brain is, how close-minded you are.
Oh, buddy, no, think about it. Like, so the gospel says, "Love thy neighbor." Atheist liberals are like, "Love thy neighbor. Let's be inclusive of all." Then MAGA conservative Christians are like, "Hey, you know, if you're brown, fuck you. You need to be hauled away to Center for Terrorists in El Salvador. If you're black and in Minnesota, you're Somali. Fuck you. You're garbage. You need to be deported, even though you're a legal resident. If you're a woman, fuck you." I mean, we had somebody up here arguing that they shouldn't even have the right to vote. If you're a minority, fuck you. You know, if you are gay, fuck you. So, I mean, that's just one example about how, you know, atheist liberals better align with the scripture of the Christian Bible than MAGA conservative Christians do.
Okay, well, I think everything you just said was completely ridiculous. Kind of ridiculous. You know that saying?
Ridiculous? That was very, like, Mean Girls of you, you know?
Yeah. I'm trying to think right now and pull up my notes at the same time, but listening to bullshit coming out of your mouth is really hard. So what do you want me to start with?
A response to the claim that I gave that I think that liberal atheists follow the scripture of the Christian Bible better than MAGA conservative Christians.
How can you follow it if you don't even know what it is and you're a liberal atheist and you're not even Christian? How can you follow something you don't even believe in? Huh?
Well, just because you're an atheist doesn't mean that you don't know what the Bible tells you to do. And also, I would say that most like atheists don't follow the scripture of the Christian Bible better than Christians because they look towards the scripture of the Christian Bible, but rather because there genuinely is some good principles that are described in the gospel. That coincidentally, liberal atheists happen to follow better than MAGA conservatives because they're better people than MAGA
so why do you think Jesus' teachings are so good then? If he wasn't, like, why are they so good and you still don't believe in it?
Well, because I can
tell your brain is in overdrive right now trying to come up with some bullshit to say.
I don't think that the truth factor of Jesus resurrecting from the dead or being the God of all creation would hinge on the benevolence described in the moral teachings of the gospel. Okay? Like, just because, like, if I were to say...
What the hell does that even mean, dude?
I'll explain it. If I were to say that I'm God and that everybody should only do good, and then I were to give maybe like a 47-page thesis about what doing good means, and they're all like genuinely good things to do, that doesn't self-justify that I'm actually God. That just means that I'm a good person, right? So like I think maybe, if like the teachings of the gospel were to accurately describe the moral virtues of a man named Jesus that lived 2,000 years ago, I think my takeaway would be is that Jesus was a pretty good guy, but not that Jesus was God, because he was a pretty good guy,
If you've read any scripture, you would understand that Jesus is himself God. You can literally look it up on Google right now. I'll look it up on Google for you.
A debate about the validity of the claim, is Jesus God, is separate and distinct from the debate that I want to have with you, which is liberal atheists better fulfill and follow the scripture of the Bible compared to MAGA conservative Christians.
Okay, tell me how. Name one Jesus quote.
Love thy neighbor.
Yeah.
Right, and I think that atheist
I love my
liberals
neighbor. My neighbor. Actually, you want to know what I just did for my neighbor recently?
All right, what did you do?
My neighbor's getting so old, and guess what? We actually have completely different political beliefs. He actually himself is an atheist liberal himself. We have completely different beliefs, but he's getting so old now that he can't really do things. So me and my brother, we drive our tractor down the road and we go help him out with things that he needs.
Well, that's very kind of you. Good boy. Good boy.
So I do love my neighbor.
Good,
what about you? What have you done
bro.
for your neighbor? Jack shit.
What have I done for my neighbor?
I bake for my neighbor. When my neighbor needs food, I go bake for him.
Well, I mean, I did help my neighbor move some stuff into their house when they moved in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, name me one more Jesus quote.
Another Jesus quote? Don't bear false witness. Donald Trump told over 30,000 confirmed lies in his first term. Another Jesus quote: don't covet thy neighbor's wife. Donald Trump cheated on all 3 of his wives.
Listen, okay, that's not true.
Yeah, it is true, buddy.
Yeah, okay. So the thing is, when you're talking about lie, what does that exactly mean? What's the definition of lie?
To intentionally say something that's false?
Okay, so let me ask you this. If you were to say, like, say we were to know each other and we were with each other in person and you came out with an outfit on, a really shitty outfit, but you thought it was really nice, and I could tell that you liked the outfit that you had on and it made you feel good. And you're like, hey man, what do you think about my outfit? And I could tell it really made you feel good. And I was like, yeah, I like it. But in my head, I knew it was some atheist ass shit fucking outfit. And I said, yeah, I like it, but I was lying to you. Is that technically that's a lie, but he lied for the better reason. So when Trump is doing these things and he's quote unquote maybe lying in your point of view, he's doing it to actually help people. Do you realize that? Do you understand what I'm saying?
So I feel like you're trying to introduce a certain level of nuance to then use that level of nuance to just push, right, like a terrible position. So although it is okay to lie sometimes, doesn't mean that it's okay to lie all the time. You can't say because in some circumstances it's justified to lie, that therefore every single lie that Donald Trump has told is okay. Like in some circumstances,
obviously, yeah,
I'll give you an example. Right, imagine that Donald Trump just murdered somebody in cold blood on Fifth Avenue. Right. Well, what if like a Trump supporter's argument was, well, in some circumstances, it's okay to kill people, like in self-defense. So therefore, Donald Trump was obviously
100%.
justified when he murdered somebody in cold blood on Fifth Avenue. Right. I'd say that a lot of the lies that he told were completely unjustified. Right. Like lying about the outcome of the 2020 election.
Okay, well, we can have a theological debate about the 2020 election if you want. Have a real debate about that.
Did you say a theological debate about the 2020 election?
Yeah, we can talk about the 2020 election. I mean, have you seen the videos of them literally lighting all the ballots on fire? What do you think about that?
What about that?
What do you think about them burning? What do you think about them burning all the Republican votes?
Millions. What about that's theological?
Do you know the definition of theologically?
Theologically? I do not know the definition of theologically.
Theological.
The definition of theological?
Uh-huh.
I do know the definition of theological or theology.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, we could have a whole debate about the 2020 election.
Do you know what the definition of theology is?
Yeah.
What is it?
Something deep and meaningful.
No.
What is it?
I mean, I think a pretty shorthand and functional definition of theology would be the study of God, study of gods, so on and so forth.
Okay,
the study of the divine.
Kind of like what Trump said. Once again, you think he's lying, you think all this, but seriously, this is a quote, and maybe you've heard it before, but it is kind of really true if you really think about it. I can break it down for you, but genuinely, if Jesus was counting those votes in California, what do you think would have happened?
I think that Donald Trump would have lost the state.
Yeah.
man. Thank you for the vibrant stage.
So if someone was telling the truth 100% of the time, then the truth would then be false. Is that what you're saying?
What?
Yeah. See, listen, chat. This guy, you can't even keep up with what I'm saying. My brain works at
That
rates.
wasn't a coherent sentence.
No, it was. It's just you can't quite understand
Okay,
what I'm
let's
saying. I
listen
think
to it
I'm
again.
thinking outside of the box
One
a little
second.
bit.
One
You don't
second.
understand.
One second. I got you on the VOD replay. Let's just listen to it again, okay?
Yeah, clip it.
No.
What is it?
I mean, I think a pretty shorthand and functional definition of theology would be the study of God. Let's skip forward a little bit. God.
What Trump said once again. You think he's, but it is kind of really true if you really think about it. I can break it down for you, but genuinely, if Jesus was counting those
Okay,
votes
it's coming up.
in California, what do you think would have happened?
I think that Donald Trump would have lost the state.
Yeah?
Man. Thank you for the vibrant stage.
So if someone was telling the truth 100% of the time, then the truth would then be false. Is that what you're saying? Boom. Think about that. Think about that.
Think
about what I just said there.
If somebody was telling the truth 100% of the time, then would the truth be false?
Yeah, or would the truth be the truth? Which one would it be?
Can you
If someone was telling the truth, yeah. Well, you just got to really think. Okay, I know it's hard. How old are you?
21.
Yeah, so your brain's still developing a little bit, so it might be hard for you.
You are
gotta think a little
so
bit harder.
insufferable. You're a fucking tool. You know that? You're a real tool.
Oh, I'm a tool.
Yeah, you're a real tool.
How?
How? Because listen to you. You're sitting over here.
Okay, yeah.
Spewing. Let me tell you, you're a tool. You're over here, sitting over here, spewing incoherent gibberish. Okay, that statement, if somebody told the truth 100% of the time, would the truth be false? Dude, like, I feel like, right, fucking Biden, Sleepy Joe Biden, could have strung together a better phrase, a better
because
sentence.
obviously the answer is no.
Okay,
If someone was
and you're
telling
gonna
the
cut me
truth
off.
100% of the time, okay, dude, just come on, bro. Are you serious?
What I was gonna say is that Sleepy Joe Biden could have strung together a better sentence, 10 beers down. Yet you're sitting over here speaking pure gibberish and then calling me underdeveloped, quote unquote.
Biden doesn't even know what his fucking last name is.
When I tell you that I think that I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Okay, well, listen. All the answer is no, because if someone was telling the truth 100% of the time, the truth would be the truth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
So if Jesus, a man who tells the truth 100% of the time, was doing something, then the truth would basically theoretically be the truth, right?
Dude, if Jesus always told the truth, then Jesus would always tell the truth. If Jesus always told the truth,
so if he was counting the votes, do you think he would have lied about the votes, or do you think the votes would have been more accurate? Which one?
If Jesus were to count all the votes in the state of California, Jesus would tell the truth about the outcome of the election in the state of California, and Donald Trump would have lost.
Yeah. Okay. Think about this. Do you think an AI counting machine?
Serena, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love, Serena. Okay, we got
a violation warning for bowling.
No, it was for misinfo. We got to stop talking about 2020 now. Okay.
Okay,
Serena,
dude.
thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Brianna, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Tyler with the $5 on Venmo. Crystal with the 1. Brianna with the $6 and the 66 cents. And Abigail, thank you for the $10. And Ian, thank you so much for the $20. Can you please thank my donors?
Yeah, thank you. Hey, to that dickhead 24 hours in the comments, I'm saying I'm in the Epstein files. You better watch your fucking mouth. I'm not in those damn files.
That was a very defensive reaction. On Dean,
I've
thank you
never
for the
even met him
$15 over on PayPal. He says Brock spoke to Parker yesterday. He opened the debate saying that his IQ was almost genius level.
Huh?
So apparently you debated Parker yesterday and told him that your IQ's nearly genius.
Yeah, me and one of my buddies, Gage, actually. Well, I was debating him for a bit, and then I wanted Gage to come up, so I had to send Gage a text, and Gage got on. And we were 2v2ing him and some other little random little liberal dweeb that was in the bottom of the guest box. I've seen him on Jubilee before, the little dweeb kid.
So, the little dweeb kid, are you talking about yourself? You sound like a dweeb.
No, the guy with the camera on. You might see him.
He's on Jubilee. You sound like a real dweeb.
Adam Kahn.
You sound like a real dweeb.
No, you're a dweeb.
No, you're a dweeb, buddy.
Okay, cool. So
you got
I was debating.
Soft hands. You got soft hands, little bro.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was debating your little buddy Parker yesterday. What about it?
Yeah, apparently you told him that your IQ is almost genius level.
No, I never said that. I just gave the realistic statement of 115. I mean, 115 is a pretty normal. Like, look, 115 IQ is it normal? Like, not for you.
No, the average IQ would be 100.
Yeah, so the average IQ 115 is above average or bright. So that I'm not saying I'm a genius. I'm just considered extremely bright compared to the average person.
Okay, can you pronounce this word? Can you pronounce this word, please?
Yeah, hold up. Wait, I can't see it.
It's the one in the middle of
Oh,
the phone screen. Can you pronounce that word?
yeah, hold on. Theology.
Theology? What?
Theology.
I just heard that. What is that we just heard in the background?
Sorry, what?
What is that? What we just heard somebody in the background. Hold up. We need to run it back. We need to run it back. We need to run it back.
Theology.
Theology? What? Dude, you were fucking playing like the AI voice off of your computer in the background that you could find when you go on Google and you type in how to pronounce theology.
I told you earlier I was playing video games. I have a Discord call. My headset's sitting here. You might have heard some dickhead talking in the background of my Discord call.
No,
one's saying shit to me.
I heard an AI voice go theology.
No, you didn't, dude.
Yes,
Just
I did.
quit
We
making
just
shit
listened
up.
to.
This is all your little liberal
You're
party
so
does. Just make shit
delusional.
up.
Oh, this is all you do. You
Just
delusional.
make shit up, dude.
You're so delusional.
You're a psychopath.
You're a psychopath. Yeah.
Do you want to ask me a real
Get
question?
alpha.
You want to ask me a real question instead of pulling stuff up and asking me to read off words like I'm 4 years old? You want to have an actual real debate?
Wait, so you admit that a 4-year-old could read that word, but you couldn't because you had to look up how it was pronounced?
I did. Did I not just read it? Do you want to play it back and hear what I said? I kind of just read it, right?
I could play back when you had to play like the AI voice on Google. Theology.
There's no
theology.
AI voice saying anything. There was no AI voice saying
Dude,
anything, dude.
Okay, then explain
You're
to me.
You're a moron, bro.
Explain to me
just
what
keep
this
making,
is.
dude. You're making my blood fucking boil.
Pronounce that word.
Yeah, hold on. Theology.
Theology? What was that?
Bro, that was my Discord fucking call. My coming out of my headset.
Listen to it. Shh. What?
Theology.
What was that?
Yeah, that was me saying theology, you moron.
What was the? No, there was a woman's voice in the background, not you.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're actually psychopathic.
Why do you keep calling me psychopathic?
Because you're just making shit up for your chat. You're making stuff up.
On a real note, you shouldn't just call random people psychopathic. Okay, that's gonna be a prescription from a medical health professional. Definitely not sub 75 Brock on sub 75 IQ Brock on TikTok Live.
Sub 75, I just read you off how I have 115 IQ. We could literally sit here right now and both take an IQ test. And I promise you I'd fucking do way better.
Nah, buddy, you'd get cooked. You'd get cooked, bro.
Yeah? You want to do that?
You'd get absolutely cooked.
I would take an IQ test with you right now, and I guarantee I'll
smoke
you out of the water,
you get absolutely smoked.
What do IQ tests consist of? You know that word, consist?
I could tell you what IQ test consists of. They consist of
so various
pattern
tasks
recognition,
measuring verbal, reasoning, memory, and processing skills through questions on vocabulary, logic, patterns, and math. Yeah, dude, you're not doing. You're probably.
Can I be honest?
What's your reading level? What's your reading level? 9th grade reading level?
I think that you've already failed the IQ test because I think supporting Trump is an IQ test.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why'd you vote for Chameleon Harris?
Chameleon?
Yeah. You know how like chameleons change things? Like they change all the time, change things? It's just the chameleon.
Spell chameleon. Okay. Well, I thought that Kamala is how you pronounce her name. Kamala Harris was great.
Wait, hold on. You want me to spell what? What'd you want me to spell?
Chameleon.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me think. CHAMELEON. Right? Chameleon?
Why did you have me hold on? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Sorry, did you not just ask me to spell chameleon? I just spelled it for you, so. Can you spell chameleon?
You just spelled it.
Or are you gonna have to look it up on your little interweb there?
You just fucking spelled it, Brock. Oh my god. Okay, listen. Let's get back on track. Brock. We're all over the place. IQ tests. Spelling chameleon. Looking it up on Google. Fucking. Okay. All right. You asked me.
Let's go.
Why did I support Kamala Harris?
Yeah, and then I'll tell you why it's bullshit.
It's because she was the only candidate in the race that cared about low-income Americans. She's the only candidate in the race that cared about the working class. She was the only candidate in the race that wasn't proven by a court to have raped a woman. She was the only candidate in the race that didn't boast about sexually exploiting naked little kids. She was the only candidate in the race that hasn't cheated on all of her partners and sexually and hit on 10-year-old girls and said that she'd be dating her own daughter if she wasn't her daughter. She's the only candidate in the race that wasn't best buddies with Jeffrey Epstein, sending him letters depicting naked bodies of little girls with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." And she was the only candidate in the race that would have had to have a court force her to feed low-income, starving American children, then still refusing to do so.
Okay. Yeah, so that was a lot of gibberish that I just can't really retain all that information talking so fucking fast. You want
I'm
to know
not.
why I support?
So I'm actually not talking fast. I just think that you're listening slow.
No, you're just talking a lot faster, and
No,
you don't
just
even know
think.
what you just said.
I
You
think
can't even remember what you just said. You just
I
read
just
off a whole bunch of shit from ChatGPT asking why should I support Democrats.
I just think that the soy lattes are really reducing your IQ.
The what?
The soy lattes and the soft hands.
What is that? What's that? What's soy latte?
The things that you drink because you're such a beta.
I drink water. I only drink water.
You only drink water? You're a beta, dude.
I only drink water.
You're a beta. You don't drink.
Your body's made up of about
Wait,
a lot of water?
You don't drink sparkling water? You fucking afraid of some bubbles?
No.
You afraid of some
I
bubbles?
don't drink sparkling water because I'm not a little pussy. I don't drink LaCroix.
You're afraid of some bubbles? You're afraid
I'm
of
not
fucking
afraid
bubbles.
of it. Why would I drink?
Yeah,
sparkling water when we run water?
you're not gonna drink sparkling water because you're afraid of some fucking bubbles.
Sparkling water's for those rich little assholes who don't know shit about the real world.
You're afraid of bubbles. Oh, rich little assholes like Donald Trump, who grew up, just eating off of a golden spoon and then got $400 million.
Golden
from his
spoon, yeah.
father.
You think his dishes were just made out of golden shit when he was growing up? You think so? Also, who's your moderator? What's that idiot's name who just muted me from typing for no fucking reason? I wasn't even typing in the chat, dickhead. You just fucking muted me for zero fucking reason.
That's kind of funny.
Moderator Sedan, PAS, dude. You're like, you don't know anything. You just
so
muted
petty.
me for zero reason. I wasn't even typing in the chat.
That's so fucking petty. I love that. That's so fucking petty. Hey, what is this?
That's Trump and I don't know who the hell that guy is. Some Asian dude fucking sitting
literally sitting in a room made of gold.
Yeah, and is that Donald Trump's house, or where is that? The White House, or is that a penthouse somewhere in New York City? Where is that? That's not Donald. That's not his house growing up. I don't think that's silverware. Is he eating off the ceiling? Is he eating off the ceiling? You fucking moron!
Why would he be eating off the ceiling? Are you asking me to prove?
Well,
to you
that's
that
what you just said. He was eating off a golden spoon. I mean, I don't see a golden spoon anywhere in that photo.
So if I could prove that he ate off of like golden, with the use of like golden utensils and plates, like I could prove you wrong.
Maybe at a young age, you said he grew up eating off a golden spoon. So if you show me a picture of baby Donald Trump eating off a golden spoon,
there you go.
Oh yeah. Where's Donald Trump in that photo?
This
moron?
is in his penthouse, moron.
You're going to Google and searching up gold plates and just expecting me to believe it. This is what happens when you inject liberal media in your bloodstream.
Oh my god,
you fucking moron!
Oh my god, okay. First and foremost, you understand that eating off of a
you're
golden
infected
spoon,
with liberal mainstream.
You understand
dude.
that eating off of a golden spoon is an idiom?
Is a what?
An idiom.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you know what an idiom is?
Yeah.
What is an idiom?
It's a phrase or an expression whose meaning isn't derived from the literal words, but rather than a figurative colloquial sense understood by the speaker of language. You fucking idiot.
That's what the Google AI overview tells you. You fucking idiot.
No, that's what my brain just told you.
Okay.
That's what the information just...
Okay, turn your camera on, close your eyes, and repeat yourself.
Can I turn my camera on? It won't let me. Give me live access and I will.
You don't have live access because you're not clouded enough.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're,
you even know what pop means?
You're a nobody, little bro.
You should see my Instagram page, how many followers I have on there.
What's your Instagram?
I'm not going to tell you. I'm not doxing myself.
But you just said that I should see it.
Yeah, but I'm...
Yo, Linda, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, who says, for caller IQ test. One moment. For caller IQ test fun, love you. Thank you for caring so much about the kids and women. Linda, sorry. Thank you so much for the $25, and I really appreciate you for being here. Could you say W, Linda?
Yeah, I mean, if she sends me some money, I will.
No, she sent money
Linda,
to me.
send me money and I'll say W.
No, but she sent me money. Could you thank her for sending me money?
No, send me money.
Or what about Sherry? Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for the love, Sherry.
Send me money, Linda, and I'll say
you.
thank you.
Well, Sherry asked for the $20. Sherry says, please make him
Sherry,
name a
send
good...
me money, and I'll say thank you.
Sherry with the $20 says, please make him name a good deregulation of Trump's. After an hour on Parker's live, he couldn't even name one. Oh, can you name a good deregulation of Trump's?
Yeah.
Do it.
So mainly like the EV mandates on the cars. I mean, I told him that earlier. The car mandate. You know what a Prius is?
I do know what a Prius is. I love Priuses.
Yeah, I actually have one.
Okay.
I'm not even lying. I literally have a Prius. I'm not even lying. That's one of my 50 cars that I have.
You have 50 cars?
I have a lot of them, multiple different properties, multiple different states.
I thought that not even 5 minutes ago you said that you're not a rich little asshole that drinks bubbles on water.
I'm not a rich
but
little
now you're telling
asshole.
me that you own 50 cars? So you think
I mean, I have
so
a
I just
lot
want to
of them. They're
clarify.
just in separate names.
So I just
They're
want to
different
clarify.
names that are different.
I just want to clarify. Do you think that bubbles and water is more pretentious or less pretentious than owning 50 cars?
Yeah, well, it depends on the type of car you have, right? Isn't a Prius like what you think is like supposed to save the environment or something?
I think that
isn't that what you think?
I'm pretty sure that 50 Priuses are going to be a little bit more pretentious.
I never said anything about 50
bubbled
Priuses.
waters.
That was an exaggeration. I obviously don't have 50 cars, moron. I just have multiple because I'm like that.
Oh, you're like that? You're rich?
No.
No?
I'm just like that, though.
Well, if
so,
you're
yeah,
not well
EV
off, then
mandates.
why do you own
Do you want to talk about EV mandates? You want to keep talking about how, about my life, my personal life?
Well, I mean, I guess I am a little bit more interested to know more about you. Did you graduate high school?
Yeah.
Did you go to college?
I did.
Nice. What did you major in?
Multiple different things. I actually went to school for multiple different things, and then I actually withdrew.
What did you go to school? What did you
I withdrew. I didn't finish my education because I started making so much money online. I didn't have to go to college.
You make money online?
Yeah. Do you know what day trading is?
I do know what day trading is.
Yeah, I got really lucky with that about 4 years ago.
Wow. Wow.
But I'm not going to go to. I got a violation warning.
That's okay.
Do you have to kick me now?
Oh, whatever. I'll keep you out because we're about to end the live. So I have a question for you.
Yeah, we're not going to talk too many details about day trading, especially like the things I do specifically because I do day trading.
You do day trading?
I don't want to say specifically. It's kind of immoral, honestly, especially for someone like me. The other thing I do. Do you know what EHOR is?
So I have a question. When does pre-market trading begin?
Basically, I mean, it can really start whenever you want it to.
Nope. No, it starts. It takes place at around 8 a.m. to 9:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah. Are you talking about the Wolf of Wall Street stuff?
No. When does like the stock market open?
In the mornings.
What time?
Around 8 a.m.
Oh! Ow! Fuck! Ow! Shit! Ow! Fuck! Ow! That hurt.
No, I'm joking. It's 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Or 9:30 a.m. It really depends on where you're at.
No, it opens at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. You just
9:30 a.m. Eastern.
You just incorrectly read off of whatever website you found. You said 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern Time. No, it closes at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. So you accidentally read off the time that the market closes and confuse that for the time that you think the market was supposed to open. You're not a day trader. You're a fucking liar. No, there's not a singular day trader in existence that doesn't know when the market opens. There's not a singular day trader in existence that doesn't. No, it doesn't depend on where you're at. Regardless of where you're at, the market opens at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Oh yeah. Have you heard of a time zone?
Yes, but I just said Eastern
Standard Time. It depends on where you're at. Do you know which time zone? Do you know which time zone I'm in?
All day traders operate off of.
Do you know which time zone?
All day traders operate off of Eastern Standard Time, right? When trading in the market, they don't say that the market opens at 7:30 Mountain, 6:30 Pacific, 8:30 Central. No, they all say it opens at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. All traders operate off of EST because the markets operate off of EST.
Hey, I never said I was the best day trader. I just said I got lucky with it a while ago, and I also do multiple other things online, multiple different things. I do a plethora of things.
A plethora of things? It's called plethora, not plethora.
Yeah,
plethora.
Did I just say that, dude?
What are the other things that you do online?
I do other things. I run multiple different little
like what?
Tinder and Hinge operations.
Tinder and Hinge operations? What do you mean by that?
I don't want to go too far into that, but I run operations.
Are you scamming people on Tinder?
No.
Then what kind of operation can you run on Tinder to generate a profit?
Dude, I do multiple different things online. I don't want to
You're
talk about
scamming
any
on
of it.
Tinder. So do you like
I never said
catfish as
that.
like an attractive woman, like
I never
match
said
with
that.
men and then ask
And
for
then like
money?
act like I have an OnlyFans and stuff or whatever.
Oh, you do! You catfish men and then that's a crime. That's illegal.
I didn't say I did that, dude.
Yes, that's
You're
illegal.
fucking lying for shit.
Then what kind of Tinder operation do you run?
Basically one where I go on as myself and I have my profile as me and everything, and I get likes from girls who want to send me money.
So your Tinder operation is just
You never
swiping
even
right on
seen me
everybody
do
and
it
then
before,
asking
dude.
them for
You've never-
money? So
they
you
send me
so-
money
so-
basically because have you ever seen me in person? Do you
so
know what I look like? Do you know
so
how
you just
attractive I
beg
am?
women for money. The way that you make
I don't beg anyone.
the
They
way
just
that you generate an
stay-
income is by
Do you
begging
even know
women
how
for money on
attractive I am,
Tinder.
dude? You've never even seen me in person. You don't even know what I look like.
Well,
I promise you, if you saw a picture of me and you saw me in person, you'd probably want to send me money.
You could be a perfect Chad and still yet, if you were to start begging random women for money on the internet on Tinder, you'd get blocked.
Oh yeah? Well, I bet you you're completely lying about bullshit because I never
I'm
begged
completely
for money once.
Oh,
I
then
just
what do you do? Do you
basically
say, please send me money? I'm not begging.
well, listen, I have
Please.
my
I
Tinder
need
operation.
it. I
I have my
need
Hinge,
it.
Hinge operation. I work for multiple different courts and law and stuff. And I was in college. I basically also do a house down payment. So I find houses that people are trying to sell, and then I basically like get those houses, and I reach out to the other person who's trying to buy them. But I just basically up the price for a little bit and say, hey, there's this property here you can buy, but it's this much money, and then they buy it for that much money, and I get like an extra 25K off it sometimes. So I do multiple different things, dude. I do a lot of things. I do so many things.
What is that called?
It's called my fucking business.
No. You just said where you'd like buy a house and then like exchange it to another person and make profit.
Yeah, it's
What is
basically
it
just
called?
flipping houses, bro.
Flipping houses. Okay, so you know that's what it's called. It's called flipping houses.
Yeah, it's literally what you do. You just flip houses, not
Can
like
you
a name
can
for it.
you
You just
can you explain
buy
the
and flip
process to
houses,
us?
bro. Dude, you basically have to purchase. You don't specifically have to purchase it yourself, but you can buy a property, renovate it if you want, and then you literally just resell it. There's multiple different websites.
So what you described is different than what you're saying now. Because now you're just describing like general house flipping, but what you described like less than 5 minutes ago was like not even purchasing the house, but selling the purchase agreement to somebody else.
Yeah, you literally just do that.
But selling a purchase agreement to somebody else is different than purchasing it, renovating it, then flipping it by
Yeah,
selling it.
and I do both of those. I told you I do a plethora of things. I do about 15, 20,
Wait. But
25 different things.
But yesterday you told Parker that you were an employee at GM and that you were laid off. So which one is it?
An employee at GM. What the hell even is that? I never said anything about that.
Yeah, yesterday you said that to
Might
Parker
have been
on
my
the
buddy
stream.
fucking Gage, dude.
No, this was you.
Okay, pull up the clip.
I don't have the clip on me.
I said I was an employee at GM. What even is GM?
You don't know what GM is, but you own 50 vehicles?
No, I don't know what GM is. GM Motors?
You just said General Motors. Good to go, dumbass. No, it's just General Motors.
Yeah, I've never worked there before a day in my life.
Oh.
Your little fanboys are lying to you.
Oh, they're all lying to me. Hey, Samantha, thank you for the $3 on Venmo.
Wholesaling,
Who says
home
Brock,
liquidity,
who says
option to buy, seller financing, crowdfunding. Do you know any of those words? Have you ever flipped a house in your life?
I'm
Have you ever worked a day in your life?
I'm working right now. This is my job.
Do you know what flipping houses is?
Can you respond to what I just said? You said, have you ever worked a day in my life? I'm working today.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, this is a real interesting job. How much money did you make from this today? $10,000 probably from these little donations you get?
Well, closer to 15.
Yeah, you're lying. And if you're not,
15
DM me
million.
after this. Send me some of that.
15 million I've made so far today.
Send me some of that money today, okay?
I thought that you didn't.
I'm gonna DM you. I'm gonna DM you after this, and you're gonna send me like $50
I thought
for
that
dinner later.
I thought that you didn't believe in wealth redistribution. You just need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
No, you do, but you're gonna help me by doing that by sending me some of that money. Okay?
Well, I've actually made $1 trillion today.
Yeah, you're just a little bullshit liar. Do you even know what lucrative means?
Do I know what lucrative means?
Yeah. Do you know lucrative? Do you know what the word profit means?
I would
do you know any
argue
of these like actual financial terms?
a lucrative.
Listen, you don't know nothing
a
about
lucrative
nothing.
market is one with high levels of volatility, right? Meaning that you possess the potential to maximize profit, but also because of those high levels of volatility, you possess potential just to lose it all. Lucrative market. It's like a scary market to get into. Massive profit potential, just also massive loss potential. That's what a lucrative
Yeah.
market is.
So, do you want to have a real debate? Dude, we haven't said you haven't said anything smart. You haven't convinced all these Trump
Adriana,
supporters who
thank
are
you so much
listening
for
to
the
you right now
$20
just hate
over on
you
Venmo. I
even
appreciate you
more.
for the love, Adriana. Kelly, thank you for the $10
You
on
realize that,
Venmo.
right?
Says, just found his Instagram. His name is Brad, and he has 5 followers. Samantha, thank you for the $9 over on PayPal. Thank
You're
you.
stupid
Thank
little
you. Thank you.
fucking
Thank you. Carissa, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, never stop making these fools look even worse than they are, dude. Yeah, this guy's looking real bad. Dude, you were looking terrible today, brother.
Yeah, my name is Brock, not Brad.
Your name's Brock? I think your name's Brad.
Brad
Tara,
what?
thank you for the $20 over on YouTube. He says, here you go, $1,020. We
Brad
made
what?
$1,020. Thank you for the $20, Tara. Thank you so much.
Guys in the chat, no one actually found me. That's a bullshit ass little. I don't know who the hell. My
That's
name's
a
not fucking
bullshit.
Brad.
Hey,
I don't have 5 followers on Instagram. More
Hey.
like 5,000 million.
would you ever support somebody as president that called for the death of their political opponents?
I mean, if your political opponent was Hitler, would you want the death called for him?
Yeah, but what if your political
Yeah.
opponent's
So
not
it depends
Hitler?
on who the political opponent is, Mr. Moron.
But what if it's not Hitler?
Then what about Stalin? Like, dude, you're literally a Sesame Street character.
What
You
if
don't
it's
know
just like
shit.
a random Democrat in Congress?
That would not be cool.
Okay, Trump did
Like
that
fucking
like 2
Oscar
weeks
the
ago.
Grouch, dude.
Dude, Donald Trump did that like 2 weeks ago. He called for the death for random Democrats in Congress. He said they need to be hung.
No, he didn't, dude. He retweeted something about someone else retweeting it, and it probably
Get
wasn't.
off of here, Brock. I'm done with you. Oh my God. Hey, Jenna, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, don't redistribute this wealth to Brad, please. You'll never get it. Thank you for the $20, Jenna. Thank you so much, Jenna. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, we kicked Brock. And listen, guys, we usually end our stream at around the 4-hour mark. Right now, we're at the 4-hour and 40-minute mark. We went a little bit over because we're too busy talking to Brock. That was a funny conversation. He's a weird-ass dude. But at this point, we are going to go ahead and end the live for the night. I still got to go to the gym and do some shit, so I'm going to do that now. But I will see you all tomorrow. Much love. Peace and love, everybody. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, please drop a like on this stream, guys. It really helps when you drop a like on the stream, seriously. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace and love. Bye-bye.